Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei lost his family by alien and met Ace and made his DC harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the nefarious doctor for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Within the cold heart of space was a massive spaceship that was holding many innocent civilizations, worlds, and more, but the true monstrosity was the one who commanded it all. And its name was Brainiac. Said monstrosity was now looking outside of his chambers as he looked at the world he had recently destroyed and collected all of its secrets and valuable people before he created and experimented on his ultimate weapon that he would soon use to destroy the Justice League, who had been a thorn in his side for a long time now. The green alien was hooked up to his chair as he analyzed his latest experiment. Brainiac's log day 115. Since coming to this universe, the creatures here have truly intrigued me to no end. The supernatural show true amazement when it comes to their anatomy, abilities, and their bloodlines. However, the discovery of sacred gears in weak humans have surprised me, and since then I have tried to find the ultimate test subject, one that can use a numerous number of these sacred gears and magic. I had to be so thorough to ensure that there could be no issues with my ultimate life's work. Brainiac said as he looked at the many documents on the many sacred gears he was able to extract from innocent humans and half-breeds until he continued his log. The first 15 specimens I took into my lab were weak and their bodies collapsed after just 2 sacred gears. But my scanner showed me an incredible human that had the heart and body of a warrior. I was amazed that this warrior was born human but yet had the most potential than all of the other candidates of the world, even the ones from the so-called hero faction. The subject's name was Issei, and he was a truly interesting one to say the least. Brainiac said as he recalled his first encounter with the human, and how he was able to deal a scar on his face which he wore as a trophy and a reminder that this experiment could very well end his life if not careful. He fought for his desires and yet was still a powerful warrior who bled through the most devastating situations that even Superman, Doomsday, Darkseid, or even the one who laughs would no doubt die from even with their powers. After taking care of the weak groups that were known as the Gremry clan and the White Dragon Emperor's team, which was a simple task for a being of my intellect, I was able to not only add his hometown but also experiment on the group's underlings after I added Issei's home to my collection. Brainiac said as he looked at the world in his hand before moving on to the sacred gears. The sacred gears: Sword Birth, Twilight Healing, Eye of Baylor, Blade Blacksmith, Sword Birth, True Longinus, Divine Dividing, the Prison Dragon's sacred gears, and Nereid Kyrie were excellent in fusing with the subject's soul. As for the other sacred gears that I fused with his body, I still haven't gotten a response from them. It could be due to the situation that my subject is in. Perhaps a field test is in order to see how strong he has become. Brainiac said to himself as he walked on his ship to a certain lab that contained his most prized possessions, the many worlds he collected. He looked down and saw the world that his greatest subject once walked upon, which was now reduced to something for him to observe and study during his research time. With the success of the experiment in mind, I continued to place more powerful weapons inside of the boy in hopes that he would become stronger. The swords known as Ascalon, Durandal, Excalibur and Caliban, as well as other swords such as demon swords and holy swords, produced excellent results when combined with the fused blade blacksmith. The devils, fallen, angels, and other species served their purpose in allowing me to gather data and how to engage in foes that were more powerful than myself. The foolish so-called Mao were easily disposed of after I gathered all of the information that I needed from them. The fallen and angels were mere pests that wouldn't stop flapping their wings, but unfortunately I had a setback because of the angel that called itself Michael destroyed the sacred gear system, so I could not obtain the secrets it held within. A table was filled with files, papers, and books that included information on the other factions and the species that he had in his collection. The research and information that the fallen leader was gracious enough to give me proved to be very useful. The different types of magic were a problem since my champion didn't have magical potential within him until I found a way to take magic from a person and transfer it to another individual. The abilities of Beelzebub sadly rejected him, but the powers of Asmodeus, the Leviathan's power over ice and water, the power of destruction of the Lucifer, and the Phoenix's ability to manipulate fire and regeneration bonded with him quite nicely. Brainiac said as he passed many cages that had live specimens that he experimented on, which ranged from humans to supernatural beings that moaned in pain or flinched at seeing their tormentor. The light powers that both the angels and the fallen have bonded with him quite easily, including the senjutsu from the creatures called yukai. There was still so much more that I wished to learn in this world, but I was unable to meet and examine the beings known as Great Red and Ophis since they have disappeared from this world. Still, while I would have loved to study them, however, despite losing access to these powerful beings, my greatest achievement is my champion of worlds, who has passed each and every one of my tests with ease and little trouble, Brainiac said as he was in front of a door and typed in a code that opened the door and saw his champion, a body that was chained to the wall. Brainiac walked towards the body and smiled as if he was admiring his work despite the fact that the boy was put in endless hell as he watched his loved ones die around him, unable to do anything to even save or help them. The body was that of a 23-year-old Issei Hayato. The former Red Dragon Emperor was now covered in a new type of armor. This armor was his new form of balance breaker. The whole armor was blue. It has a red visor that was currently black, slit on the helmet, and thanks to Vitra's involvement in the fusion process. The armor had a black mist surrounded him, and the plume was purple as it flowed to the middle of his back. He looked like Lancelot from Fate/Zero, which the alien learned after he had been slightly interested in the anime that the people of the world he collected were very interested in. Brainiac was observing his subject's lack of action and hypothesized that Issei was sleeping, so he continued his log. Issei Hayato was truly the highlight of this excursion, and once I ensure that he is fully under my control, then I shall release him on Apocalypse, and then Justice League, and watch as my champion crushes them all to dust. End log. Brainiac said as he left the room, but little did the alien genius know Issei Hayato was doing anything else but sleeping. The alien may be incredibly smart, but he unable to notice that Issei's armor had a new interesting feature in it that he gained thanks to his evolution. Issei was internally screaming as he was waiting for the right time to make his move, and sure enough, that time had come. The tassels attached to his helmet flowed in the air as a long tendril came out of it and made its way over to the security bot in the room. Before the robot could register what was about to happen to it, the tendril stabbed the bot's heart, and for a moment, its eyes were red until they turned normal. After Brainiac left the room to begin his continued research on the new world he has collected, the robot that was stabbed walked to the panel and acted like it was working until it hacked into the security camera and put up an illusion of Issei still chained to the wall. The bot then typed in a few commands which released the chains around the human as they fell to the ground. Issei was tried to move but began to fall forward until he was caught by the rogue bot. Issei, it's alright. It's me, Drake. The robot said as it saw the warrior tense up for a few moments until it relaxed after hearing the familiar name. As Issei nodded and replied to Drake, the berserker checked the illusion to make sure it was properly in place and everything was put back to normal, like nothing even happened. After making sure the illusion was set, Issei then looked at his partner inside of the machine and was still impressed by his new skills that he had to work hard in hiding from the robot. The tendrils actually allowed Issei to insert a person like Drake into a machine or control technology, so when Drake entered the robot he was able to take it over quite easily and saved his partner from the chains. Thanks to being a soldier of Brainiac, Drake was able to look into the robot's memory to see that their only way for them to get out of the alien ship was by using a boom tube. Issei used the same illusion magic to turn himself into a Brainiac bot as a disguise before the two made their way to the bay. They passed by the collection of humans, devils, angels, fallen, and many other species that were experimented on, as some were still alive or barely breathing. As they looked at the bodies that were experimented on, Issei felt rage and almost let his emotions take control as he wanted to do something for the innocent lives that were suffering, but Drake stopped him as they had to keep moving. I understand your rage, but please calm down. We'll get our revenge on Brainiac. I promise. Drake whispered as Issei nodded slowly before they continued their search until they finally found the engine room that had the boom tube teleportation technology in it. Issei and Drake smiled as the two escapees decided to cause some major damage to the ship as a middle finger to the alien that caused much harm to their world, so Issei used a tendril to hack into the main system and set a self-destruction in 5 minutes, as well as releasing the captured people of his world, and smiled inside the armor as he watched them scatter and begin to take down the ship on the side while facing Brainiac's robots. However, just as the two made their way to the boom tube, a voice stopped them. Interesting. I never would have guessed you had the ability to control and manipulate technology. Brainiac said as he walked into the room from behind them as the disguise wore off and Issei was back in his old form while his visor was glowing bright red. Drake was glaring at Brainiac with his new eyes as he readied to fight and defend his partner as well until Brainiac's eyes widened in surprise and what appeared to be a combination of joy and interest. Ah, the unknown dictator. The sacred gear that allows one to create technology, or even control it. Truly, I didn't see much of a result when I placed that device within you, so I brushed it off. An error I won't make again, he said as his extra arms readied themselves as Issei and Drake were ready to fight. Issei roared loudly as he charged at Brainiac with the staff that he had created from his arsenal before hitting Brainiac a few times, but as the alien tried to repel his champion with his arms, he realized that he was being outnumbered and outmatched since his arms were split in fighting both Brainiac and Issei. Issei tried using his tendrils to grab Brainiac, but they only hit a few bots that came in to aid their creator. The robot's eyes glowed red as they attacked Brainiac in retaliation after being infected by Issei's unknown dictator. As Brainiac used his arms and his lasers to combat the rogue soldiers that he built, while Issei used this time to activate the boom tube. The portal roared to life as it was warming up. Drake was fighting with the other's converted robots until Brainiac shot the robot's head that Drake was controlling before it deactivated. Now that he no longer had a body, Drake was able to quickly return to Issei's body before he spoke to his partner. "We must leave now," Drake shouted as Issei answered to his partner in a deep and broken voice. Not yet. He lifted his arm as a sword was formed in his left arm. This sword was Excalibur Explosion, an Excalibur that Issei created around the boosted gear's explosion ability. Brainiac's eyes widened as he realized what Issei was about to do. "No!" he shouted as he tried to stop him but was too late as the sword flew in the air and hit the ground. As soon as the explosion activated, Issei smirked in the armor and spoke to the monster who made him suffer for those years. "Hope you rot in hell." The explosion activated as it covered the room in fire as the recoil from the impact sent Issei into the portal and destroyed the boom tube that activated it. Brainiac flew back as well from the impact and was sent to his bridge where he saw that his ship was taking damage in one of the engine rooms. He quickly used his hive mind and his robots to regain control and to turn on the safety measures so he could reduce the damage as much as possible. After sensing that the damage was dealt with, he got up and calculated the damage that was done to his ship by his berserker, but instead of getting angry at it, the alien had a smile on his face. "I sought out the strongest human weapon to defeat the likes of Superman and the threats I predicted from seeing multiple worlds, and now I've done it. Superman, I hope you and your league are ready. Because my ultimate champion is coming to Earth, and I will be there to witness your death," Brainiac said as a pillar fell and crumbled away in the fire, which made him sigh as he looked at the damage calculation before he planned his next move. "After I do a couple of repairs and modifications to my ship for when I return to Earth to conquer it," Brainiac said as he began to repair his ship, but also smiling knowing that he would prevent a threat like the one who laughs from appearing in the multiverse again. "Count the days you have left, Batman, for your very strength will become your greatest weakness. I will ensure another version of you never becomes an enemy that threatens the world ever again." With Issei. Issei was in the boom tube flying aimlessly as he had no destination in mind, but still wished to get away from the monster that tortured him and took away his home, friends, family, and wives. Drake could sense his partner's pain and hoped that out somehow, someway, that in another world, someone would be able to save his partner from the damage done to his mind and heart. Since Issei was now armed with many weapons and powers that once belonged to the greatest of warriors and heroes, the Red Dragon Emperor is now lonely, and is lost without his loved ones that he fought and bled for along with his comrades and family. Perhaps in this new world, you can learn how to live again and maybe even love. Rias and the others would have wanted you to live, Issei, but know that I'll always be here for you, partner, Drake said to comfort his partner, which Issei was thankful as their thoughts were soon interrupted by a blast from somewhere, sending them flying towards a location on Earth. Metropolis. Issei looked around as he was in awe of the massive city before he looked to see that it was nighttime and that he was tired and exhausted from the breakout, so his body moved to an abandoned alley that he believed would keep him safe before he entered sleep mode while Drake kept watch over his partner's body. "Rest for now, Issei. I'll keep an eye on this new world for both of our sakes," Drake said as Issei nodded in reply before he slept peacefully but still kept his guard up as he was hoping no one would disturb him. Unfortunately, things don't always work out the way they should, especially when there was a woman who had detected the boom tube and was curious about the knight that had landed in the city of Metropolis before she typed a number on her phone before speaking to the man on the other side of the call. "Dr. Grant. It seems we have a visitor from another world. I'm sending you the coordinates of its location. Bring it in and figure out if it's a threat to us or not. That's the reason TAKGS was created," the woman said as she hung up the phone and sighed as she looked at the files on the other projects that their organization was working on to counter mankind's greatest threat, the Justice League. 5 days later, Dr. Grant let out a loud sigh as he looked over the reports concerning their latest subject. TAKGS has just found the knight in an abandoned alley inside of Metropolis. They were surprised to see that the knight was just standing there, unmoving like a statue, and they had to use some serious equipment to even carry the thing since it was incredibly heavy despite the knight not being that large to begin with. The The thing in question looked like some kind of knight that was out of the medieval era, since it was as similar to some of the other medieval heroes that they had seen, like Shining Knight. Luckily, thanks to their technology, they were able to at least confirm that whatever was inside of the armor was humanoid of sorts, but the real issue was that they didn't know what it was, since they had never had readings like this. Even after doing multiple scans, they were able to confirm that it was part human. But everything else didn't make sense, since it seemed to have other features that they couldn't identify, since they couldn't pry open the armor. They tried to open the armor many ways but resulted in little to no success. Every time they tried to even deny it with their robots or machines, the tendrils or tassels on the knight's helmet would just attach themselves to the equipment and either absorb it inside of the armor or transform it into some kind of weapon that they had never seen before. Right now, all of the scientists were at their wits' end with this thing, and the head scientist, Dr. Grant, was seriously considering of just ending their project and experiments on the knight when suddenly, a miracle happened to appear in the lab as the Wall herself came into the lab to see the tired scientist. Amanda Waller herself walked towards the doctor and spoke to him. "I've heard you and your team are having problems with our guest?" Amanda asked as the doctor sighed and nodded before he spoke to his superior. "Mississippi Waller, what are you doing here?" he asked the head of Project Cadmus before the Wall replied to him as she looked over the results of their failed experiments on the armor until she replied to him. "I heard some interesting things about our friend that we have here." "Something about an armor that won't open?" Amanda asked as Dr. Grant sighed but nodded as he gave her the report. "Yes. We found the armor, like you said, inside of an abandoned alien metropolis, and we were able to secure it and bring it here before anybody else saw it. However, we can't open it no matter what we do to it," Grant said as he showed videos of what has happened for the past 5 days as Amanda studied the videos before nodding as they ended. "I already know about the failed attempts to open it, which is why I brought someone here to help," Amanda said as she gestured behind her for a person to slowly walk towards the duo as Grant gasped at the person. She was a young girl with pitch black hair and black pupils, along with a blank expression on her face. She was holding a small doll in her hands that looked just like herself. Grant was surprised by this sudden development as he looked at Amanda for clarification. "Isn't she?" Grant said as Waller answered his unspoken question. "Yes. Dr. Grant, allow me to introduce Ace," Amanda said while Ace stood still and motionless like a doll as the head of Cadmus explained her use for this experiment. "She will be helping you with your little problem." Ace had never felt so much fear and anxiety as she stared at the armor standing motionless in the center of the chamber that it was in. As she walked closer to the armor, she couldn't help but admire its beauty and color, since it was dark blue as the night and a purple plume reached its back. As soon as she was right in front of it, the armor hadn't moved and stood still as a statue, as though it wasn't alive, but Ace knew otherwise. Thanks to her powers, she could feel it. The emotions that the being in the armor felt as she got even closer to it, that she looked back at Amanda Waller with a nervous look on her face as she couldn't believe the raw feelings and emotions that the armor was radiating. Grief, anger, sorrow, despair, disgust, pain, and much more. "Ace," Waller's voice on the intercom said, snapping her out of her shock as she heard her orders. "Connect your mind to the thing inside the armor." Ace gulped audibly since she didn't want to connect with the creature in the armor, but just like her life, she didn't have any choice in the matter, so she did as she was told. She closed her eyes and focused on the thing in the armor. However, it was a foolish move, since the moment her mind had been linked to the thing in the armor, she found herself in a black void, and suddenly memories of the thing in the armor began to assault her. She saw it all, felt it all, and it hurt. It hurt so much. "Ah! Please stop this. They have nothing to do with this," Issei shouted as he watched Brainiac dissect and remove Gasper's sacred gear while performing tests on the other vampires as they screamed in pain and begged it to stop. "Stop, Issei, please don't cry, Issei. I love you no matter what. So please don't cry for me." Asia, Irena, and Zenobia said as the trio then died as they succumbed to their wounds as Brainiac's robots disintegrated their remains. "Stop." Ravel Phoenix stuttered a smile as she looked at Issei and linked her hand with his own as she felt her life slip away. "Don't cry, Issei. This way we can be together even if I die before you," she said as she kissed his lips once more before her magic entered his body, while Issei roared in pain as he saw his lover die in front of him, while Brainiac merely watched in anticipation as he saw the experiment was a success. "Please," Ace said as she felt tears begin to form in her eyes. Grief, anger, rage, hate, pain, sorrow, despair. Grief, anger, rage, hate, pain, sorrow, despair. "Stop!" Akino and Kaneko screamed as they felt the robots rip off their wings and tail before being forced to endure the experiments that Brainiac put them through. Akino's holy lightning transferred to Issei as well as Kaniko's senjutsu. And no! Kiba yelled along with Rossweiss as they tried their hardest to save Issei and the others but were defeated by Brainiac and had been made into trophies for his wall. Grief, anger, rage, hate, pain, sorrow, despair, grief, anger, rage, hate, pain, sorrow, despair. Stop! Ace screamed as the memories continued to flood into her mind, experiencing the pain and loss the knight had felt. All the rage and pain as well until one final memory hit her. Issei. I love you. Always remember that. Ria said as she closed her eyes and felt her life vanish as she died in front of Issei. Eventually, the memory flow stopped as Ace fell on the floor unconscious while panting heavily and sweating bullets until Waller ordered the agents in guarding the entrance to get her out of there. However, as they tended to Ace, they did not notice the quick flash of red from the visor and the hand slowly clenching into a fist as Issei Haida saw the girl's memories as well and the pain she endured as well. She is like me. Later, while Issei was preparing to make his move, Drake was getting ready to wake his partner up so they could escape the cell they are in. Time to wake up, partner. We have a busy day ahead of us. A voice said, which caused Issei to slowly break his train of thought, as he was now face to face with what looked like a giant, purple bunny with green eyes. Well, now that you're awake, I think it's time we check out of this dump and go see where we can lay low and enjoy ourselves. The rabbit said before pulling back to reveal that it was a mask of sorts while the face behind it was human of sorts. But it was really Drake as he patted his partner on the head and nodded. Let's get out of here and see if we can find that girl. Issei just nodded in reply to his partner as he began to walk towards the door before he merely ripped the door open and headed out, uncaring of the alarm he caused. Right. I was going to suggest a quieter approach, but your way works too. Drake said as Issei just continued to walk around the Cadmus Corporation until the rabbit-masked man noticed something. Issei. I don't doubt your navigational skills, but that way is not the exit. Drake said as Issei replied to him. I know, Drake, Issei said as he continued to walk as the guards began to appear from around the corner. Not that he minded anyway since he wasn't even afraid of the bullets. But I must get someone important. And with that, he continued on, with Drake as he shook his head in resignation. Alright then. Let's do it your way. It's always more exciting since you do enjoy fighting like your rival. Ahahaha. Drake said, as he threw his hands up in the air with his microphone staff in the air before vanishing from sight. Issei walked towards the place where his goal was. Drake appeared next to him. Now listen. I took a chance to take a look around this place and trust me when I say this. The thing you're looking for. She's heavily guarded. Drake said, as Issei walked past him before Drake floated next to him and continued chatting with him. Now don't get me wrong, I know you can get through them with no problem, and I want to rescue the girl as well. Drake said before appearing above him. But if you do rescue her, then you're going to have a hard time getting out of here. However, knowing you, you'll definitely be able to figure out a way to get out of here, he said, as Issei finally arrived at his destination. Guess it's showtime. Time for the carnage to begin. Drake said, as he sat down on a few boxes and began to observe the events that will happen. The guards positioned themselves in front of the cell as the captain of the team spoke to him. Halt and return to your cell, or we will shoot you. The captain said as Issei didn't give a reply as he summoned a pair of assault guns as he approached the guards, who were sweating bullets as they didn't see the knight stop its advance before the captain yelled at him. Alright, that's it. All men. Fire at will. The captain said as the soldiers fired their guns, but they were sadly deflected by the armor and didn't make a single dent on it as the knight sighed at the men as he began to fire at the men as the carnage began to spill and stain the walls and floors red with their blood. Meanwhile, Ace, who had woken up a while ago, sat on her bed. Her room was Spartan, with only a bed for comfort, but even that was a bitter comfort. She had her head resting on her pillow since her head still ached from the connection she made with him and looked into his mind. After seeing his past and the torture he underwent made her feel like her pain was nothing compared to his. Ace thought she had a terrible time here in Cadmus, but what the man suffered and went through made her pain look like paradise. The experimentation, the pain, the suffering, the despair. She believed it was a miracle that Issei was even alive. Ace didn't think she would have had that endurance or will to survive. In fact, she would be lying if she said she wasn't jealous of his life. So as she continued to think and muse on this, she suddenly heard the sound of combat and yells outside. Ace was curious of what was going on when suddenly, the door was ripped out and was tossed away with a loud clang, and entering was a blue knight with a purple plume as the tall and imposing figure looked down at Ace before gently patting the girl's head, which made the girl stiffen until she felt relaxed and protected under the armored hand. She didn't feel pain or discomfort from this action but warmth like she felt from her mother before she killed her, accidentally, when she was a baby. Issei Ace breathed slightly as she took the armored hand and put it on her left cheek as Issei just looked at her, while she had his hand before he spoke to her. "Come with me," Issei said as he took his hand back and outstretched it for her. Ace then looked at his hand for a while, silence dominating the room, before she made her decision. She reached out and grabbed the hand that gave her warmth before she was gently led out by Issei, while still holding her hand. Ace saw the security guards in charge of her unconscious or dead in the floor while blood stained the walls and glowed, but she didn't mind it at all before being picked up bridal style in Issei's arms as he carried her out of the area. But as they traveled in the hallway, the guards did their best to stop the duo, but Issei had a barrier around them both as Issei felt annoyed at the guards before using his tassels as they transformed into guns to shoot them all and kill them as he kept Ace safe from harm. Eventually, he managed to reach the exit and smash through it, still walking with Ace in his arms before leaping into the air with Ace feeling safe in the knight's arms. As for the remaining guards of Katniss, they managed to get to the entrance, only to see their targets already way too far away. "Waller," one of the guards said on his communicator before seeing their targets vanish from sight. "The targets got away. Should we go after them?" the guard asked as the reply came back quickly. "No. Let them go. None of us would be able to even harm either of them. Keep an eye out for them but do not engage unless ordered to do so," Waller said as she cut off the call as she sighed at the misfortune that had fallen upon their base. "Pack up everything. It's time to relocate." Metropolis. Time skip. A few days later. Clark was spending time with his cousin Kara since she was on a school break right for a week, so she decided to hang out with her cousin and check out Metropolis and beat some crime. "Unfortunately, man, I was hoping there would be some action today, but there's not even a single bank robbery happening in Metropolis," Kara said as she licked her ice cream while Clark chuckled at his cousin's actions before patting her head. "That's a good thing since low crimes mean that there are fewer people who want to harm others. We're here to protect people and the earth, not play God," Clark said as Kara groaned out of boredom before an explosion was heard from a bank as a tall figure emerged from the Metropolis bank with bags of money before the figure revealed themselves as they stepped out of the smoke. A tall, gunmetal gray-colored person in a suit of power armor smiled at the city as a green beam fired and began to destroy parts of the city until Clark and Kara went to change their clothes until a figure flew from the sky and slammed into the villain as they were revealed as Wonder Woman. "Stand down, Metallo. You're not going to win," the Amazon princess said as she punched Metallo into the road as the robot grunted as he slowly stood up and smirked at her. "That's true, which is why I brought backup," Metallo said as Wonder Woman was kicked into the bank's truck by Cheetah, who smiled at the Amazon princess before she was joined by Livewire, Killer Frost, and Bane. "Well, it seems the Amazon let her guard down. Now where are the others?" Cheetah asked herself as Batman and Flash were teleported to the scene as Superman and Supergirl appeared behind the two. "Mind if we join in?" Superman asked as Wonder Woman stood up and charged at Cheetah and began to fight with her while Bane rushed at Batman to break him, but the Caped Crusader dodged the tackle and began to throw batarangs at the Venom user. Flash sped towards Livewire and Killer Frost, but before the electric user could shock the daylights out of the Speed Force user, Kara rammed into her like a speeding bullet, leaving the Flash to deal with Frost. "Ah, Superman. Glad to see you could make it to your funeral," Metallo yelled as he fired a kryptonite beam at the Man of Steel but missed a few times before he was punched by Superman. However, that is what Metallo wanted, as he grabbed Superman's punch and fired a point-blank blast of kryptonite at Superhero as Superman felt the effects of the space rock harm him. Wonder Woman just finished beating up Cheetah before Flash knocked out Killer Frost, after dodging many icicles, while Kara defeated Livewire and tossed her in the pile until she stopped to see Metallo kick Superman away. The Metal Man smiled darkly as he charged up a beam and fired at a small black-haired girl. "No!" Kara yelled as she tried to speed towards the girl but was too late until she saw a tall man wrap his arms around the girl as she gasped at him. "Issei." After what seemed like hours when it was a few minutes, the beam stopped. Issei's clothes were torn by the blast, and Kara gagged a bit when she saw the raw skin and muscle from it, but that disgust soon turned to surprise when his back began to heal, as well as his clothes. Ace looked up at Issei with tears in her eyes, while Issei just smiled at her softly as if he didn't feel any pain. Ace just launched herself to her protector and hugged him, who just hugged back. Issei just looked at her sadly, before it changed to that of anger. He headed towards Kara, who had floated over to check on him, and Ace before she saw that his face was blank of expressions. Protect Ace, have to do something. With that said, he gave Ace to Kara and began to head towards the fight. Only for Kara to grab his shirt. What are you doing? Kara hissed as she tried to pull him back, however Issei didn't even slow down his movements, and was unfazed by Kara's attempts. His only response was an aura coming out of his body. A red and black color was seeping out, which caused Kara to freeze from the sheer amount of rage it held, causing her to cease her attempts, thus letting Issei escape her grasp and continue his walk towards to the fight. The battle between the Kryptonian and machine was swift and brutal. Clark did his best and doled out a good amount of punishment, but it was always a battle of attrition, one that he was rapidly losing ground in. Clark then spits out a mouthful of blood after another blow to his jaw rocked him. Superman raised his arms defensively, but his once unyielding physiology that could tank nuclear strikes was dwindling, and the next blow broke through and landed on his face, sending him to the ground with a cry of pain. Metallo kept him from rising again by planting his foot on top of his chest and pressing down. His decreasing strength was no longer strong enough to push him off. Clark felt despair. This couldn't be the end. But it was too much to hope for last-minute backup, since the others were struggling against Bane, Livewire, who had gotten back up, and Cheetah. Clark wanted to rage in frustration that this robot had bested him, that he had such a weakness that he couldn't overcome on the same level of how normal humans needed air to breathe. A painful reminder that despite all appearances, he and every other Kryptonian aren't invincible. Well, it's been fun, Superman, but it's time to die, Metallo said while scoffing at his name as he raised his foot up, preparing to crush him and kill the Man of Steel once and for all, but was interrupted by a grasp on his shoulder. He turned around only to see Death incarnate. Standing in dark blue or purple armor was a knight that had a red visor, which was currently glowing a blood red. The knight itself was shrouded in a dark mist. Metallo realized that he was too late to get away when he tried to punch the knight, only to receive a hard blow to his face, causing his to fly off into the streets. However, the knight was not done yet. With a howl of pure rage, he charged right at the villain. Metallo had barely gotten up before the knight was upon him like a demon, chasing down his soul. The knight began his assault as punches and kicks hit every part of Metallo's body. Parts of Robot began to break off as he tried to fight back, but was blocked or countered by the knight. Eventually, Metallo was left as a limbless figure that the knight dropped when he was done. After he was finished with that, he turned around and approached the now recovering Superman, who was amazed by the knight's strength and power. He leaned down to the superhero and pulled him away from the still glowing kryptonite, until they were far enough away for Clark to be unaffected. The armor faded away as the knight revealed to be Issei, who was helping him up. "You okay?" he asked the injured superhero as Ace left Kara's arms and stood behind Issei as she held his hand comfortingly. Clark just nodded, as he didn't have enough strength to talk. Kara and the other heroes ran over to check on him, while Batman had many questions for the duo in front of them. "I'm afraid you're coming with us," Batman said as Ace was nervous under the man's cold scowl and glare until they were teleported to the Justice League's watchtower. Ace was nervous as a kitten as she stayed close to Issei and hid behind him as Superman, and the rest of the Justice League looked at them with questions and concerns for them both. "I wanted to thank you for saving my life from Metallo, but I have to ask, what are you and who is the girl next to you?" Superman asked as Ace was still nervous about them if they would be like Cadmus, until Issei reassured her by patting her head softly before looking at Superman. "My name is Issei Hayadu." "Ace is her name," escaped from Cadmus, Issei said in his broken voice that startled the others as they were trying to gather more information until a cheery voice interrupted their train of thought. "So Issei, mind telling us what exactly happened back there?" Kara asked, referring to the whole armor as well as crushing Metallo with physical strength alone. "Well, that, my friends, is a long story," a new voice cut in. "Who's there?" Kara said, getting into a fighting stance, her eyes glowing red as the other heroes were also ready to fight despite their battle a few hours ago, until, from out of nowhere, there was a man in a strange outfit. He had a black suit with baggy purple pants. He also had armed guards with what looked like handcuffs with purple lights. He held a microphone staff in one hand, but what caught the Justice League's attention the most was the giant purple-furred, red-eyed rabbit mask he had. "Allow me to introduce myself," the strangely dressed man said as he bowed to them. "My is Drake, or if you want my full name, Drake Y. Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon of Domination." "Dragon? No offense, Drake," Flash said with a snort, "but you look more like a bunny than a dragon." "Well, I like this form since it allows me to better communicate with humans, but if you want me to be truthful," Drake said before his body quickly transformed into his true form, a large red dragon that let out a gigantic roar, causing them to jump in surprise. Stick to the bunny! It suits you better! Flash shouted in surprise as Drake went back into his human form, all while chuckling. Ah, well, that was fun. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. I will be explaining things, just hope you like long stories, Drake said, as he took a seat once again on the table. A few hours later, and that's all of it, Drake said as he took a sip of his tea before placing it on the table as the Justice League absorbed the information that they were given. So, let me get this straight, your world had various myths and legends that exist, right? Kara asked. Yep, Drake answered as the others asked their questions. And God, the same God of the Bible, God created these sacred gears, one which you inhabit, and some of them, including you, can kill gods, right? Wonder Woman asked as Batman was skeptical about this. Correct, Drake once again answered, knowing the rich boy was skeptical, but he didn't care about the depressed man since Drake had seen many versions of Batman back in his world and from Brainiac's collection when Issei was unconscious and Drake took over to protect his partner. And it turns out that God died sealing the actual beast of the apocalypse? Wonder Woman continued as Drake nodded in reply. Yep, and everything else? All true. Drake continued as Superman took over and asked about the elephant in the room. Alright, but that still doesn't explain how you are here? Clark said as Drake paused, as did Issei and Ace, before Batman narrowed his eyes at the trio and asked, What happened to you? Tell me. What do you know of Brainiac? Drake asked, seeing Issei tensed and clenched his fists tightly while the Justice League, especially the Kryptonians, knew about the alien. Clark bowed his head in apology as Kara patted Issei's unattended arm in a form of apology, as Issei slowly raised his right arm and patted her head softly as well before nodding in thanks for the apology. Don't be sorry. It wasn't your fault, but when Brainiac came to your world, let's just say it was a living nightmare. Nobody stood a chance against him. In the end, only Issei remained. We were both sure that he would die, but Brainiac had another plan in mind for him. Instead of killing Issei, he did something much worse. He experimented on Issei, did things that could leave someone dead, in a coma, or both. He used every sacred gear and fused them into Issei, every weapon, every magic he could find, he used it. And Issei went through hell all the while. Drake with his head down, remembering what Issei went through. Everyone was silent, and suddenly, Kara hugged Issei as tears left her eyes. You poor guy. I can't imagine what that felt like, Kara said to Issei as he tensed up at first, then relaxed from her touch before Kara let go of Issei as Drake continued the story, about their escape, their landing in Metropolis, to their time in Cadmus, to the meeting of Ace, and their breakout. The heroes were mad at what Cadmus did to Ace, none more so Kara. She already had a low opinion of them, but right now it was just lowered. Those bastards. Kara seethed as Clark tried to calm his cousin. Kara. Clark chastised before being interrupted by Kara. Sorry, Clark, but it's true, Kara said. They were making Ace a child soldier. A weapon! We have to tell people about this. I know, but we still have to wait until we get evidence, and even then, the government will still want to continue Cadmus, Batman said, as he knew about why Cadmus was created and could understand their motivations and why they did what they did. Trust me, the government will keep Cadmus running with any method as long as they have a way to keep us in check, but before we get into that, we'll have to deal with their fate, Batman said as he looked at the trio before Clark stood up and replied, I say they should join the Justice League. Issei has proven that he is a good person and wishes to protect others. Anyone agree that Issei should join us? Superman asked as the others looked at each other before Batman made his claim. Or should we put them on lockdown and make sure they aren't a threat to us? Batman said as he knew that the alien might have planted a bug on the night, or something else that'll harm the Watchtower. However, that was the wrong thing to say as Batman was suddenly pinned to the wall of the meeting room with Issei glaring at Batman with eyes ready to burn him alive before Ace's eyes widened and glared at Batman for what he said about them both, even though Issei saved one of their comrades' life. You're just like Cadmus, Ace said as she was about to use her powers until Superman stopped Issei. Issei, put him down. We have no intention of doing such things to you both. You and Ace have suffered enough. Please put him down, Superman said, hoping to save his friend and the man who saved his life. Luckily, Issei looked at Superman before looking back at Batman and scoffed at the Dark Knight before letting him fall on his ass, while heading back to Ace and calming her down. No cages for either of us, Issei said as he had spent years being an experiment, and he won't allow himself or Ace to be a tool ever again. Superman could see his rage before speaking to them. Then how about this? A place for you both to be free but also learning how to better control your powers? Superman asked, with Issei and Ace looking at each other before looking back at Superman and pointed at Batman. Only if we are not near that monster, Issei said as Superman and the Justice League couldn't understand why Issei had such hatred towards Batman but kept it to himself. We understand, Superman said before turning to Supergirl. Kara, tell Mom and Dad that they'll have some guests who will be staying with them for the time being. Kara was excited as she nodded and led both Issei and Ace out of the room, chatting about the farm and things they could do in Smallville. However, Superman turned to Batman and glared at him. That was too far. After hearing their stories about their past, you still decide to lock them up as if they're a threat? Superman asked before Batman replied, we don't know if they're telling the truth or if Brainiac or Cadmus did something to them. I need to make a plan in hopes they turn against us. Oh yeah, because us almost dying to your contingency plans when we turned rogue wasn't bad enough? Flash asked as Wonder Woman entered the talk. Flash is right. Your contingency plans for all of us were hijacked and used against us, which nearly killed us all. And I would make another plan to defend the Earth against you should you be used against us. Batman said, and who's to say you don't have a plan for yourself should you turn rogue? Hal Jordan asked, making Batman sigh before replying, we're wasting time. We need to decide what their fate is, and we have. They'll stay with my folks and learn not just responsibility, but also have an open area where they can be free and enjoy their freedom. They just were released from hell. Who's to say they won't see us as Cadmus if we treat them as a threat rather than children who need help? Superman asked, making Batman mumble under his breath before sighing. Fine. But I still want to check on the Knight if he has any sort of bug from Brainiac. Batman said before John Martian stopped him. I scanned his mind and body before confirming that there was no bug on him. Indeed. I made sure of it as well as Cadmus. Dryag said, sipping on his tea before letting the cup vanish before floating into the air. And I wish to give you all a warning. If you raise your hand against Issei, Hayato, and Ace, then you won't just be fighting them, you'll also be fighting me. And trust me when I say that any of us three can kill you should you try to betray us. Drake said before glaring at Batman. Even you, Batman, or should I say, Bruce Wayne the child afraid of the dark? Drake said, much to Batman's shock before Drake vanished back to Issei, scaring the Justice League as they now know to tread carefully, otherwise they'll make an enemy that would destroy them all before Darkseid, Doomsday, or even Brainiac. Smallville, welcome to our little farm. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Martha Kent said while Jonathan was shaking hands with Issei, who was in his human form and some actual clothes. Ace, on the other hand, was hiding behind Issei, which made her seem adorable before Kara placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Ace. They'll love you, I'm sure of it, Kara said, which helped Ace a little as she then waved at the elderly couple before Issei introduced themselves. Thank you, my name is Issei Hayato, this is Ace, Issei said with Ace thanking the Kent family for taking them in before hiding behind Issei again, as he then placed a hand on her head to comfort her, which worked, and Kara could understand why Ace trusted Issei more than her since Ace and Issei developed a kinship like brother and sister. Ace was a scared little girl who had been in Cadmus for her whole life and treated as a weapon, but now that she's met Issei and he saved her, Issei is her rock that helps her keep her powers in check but also someone who understands her pain. Kara also mentally patted herself on the back for the clothes she picked out for them with Clark's help since the two needed a new wardrobe, with a bit of help from Bruce Wayne. Ace was now wearing a sundress that made her look cute and adorable, which made Ace smile when Issei gave her a thumbs up that it suited her wonderfully. Issei, on the other hand, mostly for t-shirts with his school uniform and formal attire when going on dates with his girlfriends, dances, and the like. However, Kara told Issei to dress with some casual clothes, so Issei went with a style that surprisingly suited him since Kara gave him 2 thumbs up and that he looked more like a badass version of her cousin, which was understandable since Issei's clothing was basically a fur-collared coat acting as a cape, a green and red shirt with the zipper open, showing the top parts of his chest and some black straps around his neck and chest. Normal pants with shoes. And on his neck was a necklace that had a dog tag and a dagger. After the introductions, Martha and Jonathan told Issei and Ace they would be happy to look out for them along with Kara and told Issei he could stay in Clark's old room before they had a wonderful dinner with Issei shedding some tears as the food brought back memories of him and his family before Brainiac came to his world. Ace saw this and held his hand to comfort him, which made Issei smile at the small girl and patted her head in thanks before the dinner ended with Jonathan telling them that they would be getting up early tomorrow for work, which Issei didn't mind since he wished to help them for their generosity and hospitality. Kara was very surprised to see that Kara's room was very different as she expected it to be, and it was very, very pink. I've never had a little sister before, so I'm happy to help you adjust to life outside of a lab," Kara said as she was in her pajamas before Ace looked at the many stuffed animals before seeing a dragon-like one. Ace picked it up and then hugged it very tightly before looking at Kara with her eyes showing gratitude. "Thank you, but does someone like me even deserve this kind of life?" Ace asked herself before Kara walked over to her and nodded. "Of course you do, especially after what Cadmus did to you when you were just a child. No child should have to go through such a hard life as a soldier. But aren't you a soldier too whenever you wear that cape?" "No. The cape isn't supposed to mean anything. The symbol on my chest is a sign of hope for those who cannot defend themselves and give them the strength they need to overcome anything. At least that's what Clark said to me when I asked him about it," Kara said, noticing how Kara looked across the room as if looking through the wall before looking back at Kara. "Don't worry about Issei. He's patrolling the farm in case Cadmus comes to the farm. Issei Hayato lived by his name's meaning as honest soldier, and looked out for me before we met you and the Justice League. Cadmus told me that they were preparing me to be a weapon for justice. They got their weapon and I got cheated out of my childhood," Ace said with Kara hugging the small girl, comforting her, as she could understand some of Kara's pain, losing control of one's powers and harming the ones you love, but Kara couldn't understand the pain of being a soldier of war. She lost her home to Brainiac and she would have been kept in stasis had it not been for Clark waking her up and having her live with the Kents on their farm. Ace slowly leaned into the hug as she looked into Kara's mind and could tell that the Kryptonian could be trusted, so she let her guard down and let her eyes fall asleep. Kara smiled at Ace dropping her guard before seeing a figure at her window, almost scaring her if it had not been for her seeing Drake's face. "Ace trusts you." Whenever she sleeps, Ace cuddles to the one she trusts, so we are both grateful that you are here for her. Issei was hoping that you could help Ace break out of her shell and help her adjust to life around here without needing to fear Cadmus, Drake said. "But what about Issei? Issei will come around, but he's always put others before himself. It's a blessing and curse that I worry about him since he is my brother in all but blood. I made a vow that should we ever escape Brainiac's ship I would help Issei adjust to a new life. A life where he can live and love again for not others but for himself. That is why I am hoping that maybe your little friends in this league can help Issei learn how to love and live again. Most of his life he's been a human soldier in war, but now he has a chance to just be human," Drake said as he could tell back in their world that Issei was becoming less and less human as the war dragged on with rise of him, and then Brainiac when he almost lost his human side and became a real dragon in body and spirit. Kara was surprised at this before nodding in response. I promise to help him live his life," Kara said with a determined look in her eyes which reminded Drake of the blonde-haired nun that meant a lot to Issei back when she was alive. "Heh. You really are as kind as her, Kara," Drake said before leaving the girls alone before Kara looked to see Issei standing on top of the farm meditating of sorts like a ninja would before his eyes opened as he then nodded his head towards her as if sensing Kara was looking at him. "Things will definitely get more interesting with them here in Snoozeville," Kara said with a light laugh as she then hugged Ace before making a vow in her mind. "I'll make sure to help them both live their life as a human, not just a weapon. Superman could have become like them, but I won't allow it. They both deserve a second chance at a new life, and I'll do whatever I can to help them live and love again," Kara said in her mind, thinking of ways to help them become accustomed to their new life. A certain Batgirl came to mind as she did say something about them needing some help cleaning up the streets and the fun in the city. "Maybe Barbara can help," Kara said before smiling at Ace's sleeping form as she then hugged the girl comfortably in her arms. Making a promise to help the broken emperor and the broken princess. Kara yawned a bit as she woke up on her bed to smell something being cooked. Then she woke up to see that Ace was missing from her bed, startling her, thinking that Cadmus had captured Ace and Issei. However, as she flew downstairs, Kara was surprised to see Issei was in the kitchen cooking and serving breakfast, which consisted of eggs, bacon, pancakes, and fresh fruit. Kara was so captivated by the smell that she almost forgot why she had flown down in such a hurry. "You can cook? I didn't know you could make food this delicious," Kara said before seeing Ace in her pajamas, sleeping on the couch. Kara raised a brow, wondering what she was doing down here until Issei spoke for Ace. "Ace woke up nightmare. I comforted Ace, but she wished to sleep near me," Issei said as Kara was still getting adjusted to Issei's speech until she noticed how Issei was very tall and fit for someone of his age, as well as the numerous scars on his body that made Kara wonder if they hurt him when he was outside all night. Don't worry about Issei. He's fine, but the scars serve as a reminder for Issei. He'll be fine, but Issei needs time to adjust to his new surroundings," Drake said, holding out a cup of coffee for Kara, who accepted it and thanked the dragon before Kara sat down and enjoyed the breakfast that Issei served her. Ace slowly woke up and thanked Issei for the meal, saying that she enjoyed the food as well. Issei let a small smile appear on his lips as he thanked them for the compliments before heading to the farm to scout out the area. Kara wanted to stop him and tell Issei that he should eat, but Drake stopped her before Issei left the house and carried on his scouting. Why did you stop me? Because it would do no good. Issei is the type of person who cares more about the well-being of others than himself. I want to help him with that issue since he's stubborn and always throws himself in harm's way to protect his loved ones. I know he's basically invincible, but even with all of the power within him, Issei is still a tortured soul who wishes to protect the lives of others without caring about himself. I'm the only reason his mind hasn't broken, or Issei is falling into depression, Drake said as he looked down at his coffee and had a sad look on his face while looking back on Issei's torture by Brainiac. Karen knew from what Drake told the Justice League yesterday that Issei was dedicated to his name, meaning honest soldier with emphasis on the soldier. However, Kara still wanted to help the unfortunate soul be able to open up to life. Drake, Kara asked, causing Drake to look at her before Kara continued. What can you tell me about Issei? His personality. Who he was before Brainiac. His hatred for Batman. Something that I can use to help him adjust to life here. Drake could tell that Kara meant every word and had no intentions of harming Issei or Ace, so he decided to let her know about Issei's life. Well, if you really want to know who Issei was before Brainiac, then be prepared for a whirlwind of emotions, Drake said before he began. It all started with a 16-year-old boy going out on a date with a fallen angel. For the next hour, Kara learned more about the man behind the armor, Issei Hayadu, and who he was before he became a tortured soul who lost almost everything he loved and held dear to his heart. This helped her plan how she would help both Issei and Ace adjust to life outside of TAKGS. Drake was glad that the Kent family was accepting of Issei and Ace, so he didn't mind giving them some ideas on how to help them since the two had opposite problems. Ace was a lab rat and forced to do inhumane experiments for an organization that didn't give a shit about her or even care about her well-being. They only saw her as a weapon, and it was people like Cadmus and Batman that made Drake's skin crawl since he had seen that kind of discrimination in so many lives with his previous partners before Issei. Even when he was with Issei, he despised how discrimination and fear made the ugly sides of people appear on their faces. That's why Issei and Drake personally made a vow that if they found troubled children like Ace, who had been cheated out of childhood and loved ones, they would look after them. Issei, on the other hand, issues dealt with being stubborn and wishing to protect the ones he loved, which Drake admired and grew concerned with since, during the war with Brainiac and with Rise of him, Issei was tempted to go all out and even sacrifice all of his humanity to have the power to destroy not just Trihexa but also Rise of him. The soldier wasn't one to die so easily. However, no matter how many times Drake told Issei to rest, even when Brainiac invaded their world, Issei still fought to protect and save as many lives as he could until the day came when Issei was captured and couldn't do anything to save anyone. Drake could tell that the Kent family could help Issei with not just responsibility, but also help Issei and Ace with their issues when it comes to their emotional states. So what's the problem with the dragon lending a claw to help out his brother and little sister? A month later, Jonathan Kent had seen many things in his life since adopting Clark, but the newcomer Issei was a good man since the knight seemed to be enjoying the feel of something other than metal for who knows how long. Jonathan also saw that Issei was a responsible lad who seemed to enjoy helping out on the farm and tending to the animals, especially the rowdy horse, which seemed to hate everyone, even Kara. The horse was actually an old girl who had been put through the horse races so many times that she nearly died from exhaustion until she was rescued from her previous owner, who tried to give her some medicine to help the demon horse run faster. Jonathan was more than happy to take the horse in, but the horse seemed to be content with just himself and Martha Kentucky. That is why Jonathan was shocked to see the horse allow Issei to touch her and feed her carrots. Well, I'll be darned. I've never seen Eclipse warm up to anyone as fast as you, Jonathan said, Issei tilting his head in confusion. The horse nuzzled his hand some more for more attention, which Issei reciprocated. Issei smiled at Eclipse, placing her head over his shoulder to hug him. She is very warm, Issei said before hugging the horse back until he let the horse go and began to help Jonathan with the other jobs around the farm, such as watering the garden, tending to the crops, checking the tractor and car for no issues, and fixing any issues on the barn and fences. Issei was very helpful in the maintenance and repair work. His strength allowed him to easily ensure that there were no issues with either of them, and he even dealt with the issues in the barn. The crops, however, were a problem for Issei since he tried hard not to destroy them but accidentally ended up squishing half a basket of apples. This was how the Kent couple learned Issei's dislike of apples, much to Kara's amusement, and making Ace giggle at the thought of the knight being so powerful but hating a simple fruit. That is why Kara began to help Issei learn to control his strength. She could tell that Issei was gentle with people and animals, but he struggled the most with crops and other things. Kara was happy to help Issei enjoy a few things on the farm, such as the warmth of the sun and the cool breeze blowing through the landscape. She even asked Issei to help with her chores, which may have made Kara look lazy, but if Issei was offering to help, then how could she refuse such an offer? Especially since Kara actually challenged Issei to an arm wrestling match, which ended with Issei winning and taking Kara's share of dessert before Issei split it with Ace, who thanked him for it and hugged his waist. Ace also experienced a bit of a change during the first week at the farm. She struggled to show much emotion around people who weren't Issei or Kara, which led to an emotional breakdown when she accidentally broke a plate, thinking she would be punished. Martha calmed her down by telling her it was not an issue. Given her background, Ace was a very emotionally challenged girl, and Issei understood it better than the Kent family, which is why Ace had a nightmare. She went to Issei, who kept the farm and house safe during the night, and stayed at his side before Ace fell asleep, comforted by his aura and presence. Drake also helped Ace adjust to life on the farm by helping her with her emotional development. Since Ace's powers were influenced by her emotional state, both Drake and Issei helped Ace learn to control her emotions, such as rage, sadness, fear, and disgust, which seemed to give her even more power. At the same time, happiness and love brought Ace back to the world. Ace's powers impressed Kara, who was amazed by Ace's powers of telepathy, telekinesis, and perception manipulation. Ace then explained that those who are already insane are somewhat resistant to her powers but not immune. However, Issei was an exception to that one since Ace feared connecting to Issei's mind after she collapsed just after a minute of his memories of his time as Brainiac's prisoner. A month passed, and the Kent family was happy to have the two former escapees with them on the farm. It was also nice to have some company when Kara was with Clark back in Metropolis. Also, both Ace and Issei were smart academics, and Streetwise was more Issei's level than Ace's since Ace was taught at a high school level, while Issei was at a college level. This impressed Kara since she was begging Issei and Ace to help her with her homework at school. This made Issei smile since it reminded him of when he taught Asia the Japanese language and helped her in her studies. However, Clark Kent visited the family for the past month to check on Issei and Ace, and see how they were adjusting to life on the farm. Granted, Issei seemed to be speaking a bit more fluently, but his pattern was still broken. Ace, on the other hand, was a bit more confident. She was happy to go with Martha to the store for groceries or to do some activity Martha thought would help Ace out of her shell. Granted, Ace still prefers to be near Issei half the time, but Ace has grown closer to the Kent family and begun to trust them, especially Kara, and even calls her big sister, which makes Supergirl so happy that she breaks the sound barrier after hearing Ace call her by the name. Issei enjoyed Clark's company and even learned more about the Son of Krypton and the many villains he faced and still faces, such as Livewire and Metallo, until Clark asked Issei why he destroyed Metallo instead of hindering him, and the answer scared Clark. Flashback. Metallo was hurting you with the stone. He tried to harm Ace, he deserved death. The lives, the blood, the pain, the ones Metallo killed screamed for revenge, so I delivered it. But we're not here to play God. Issei looked at Clark and tilted his head. But why allow people like Joker, Lex Luthor, Gorilla Grodd, and others to be alive? Do you not fear what they will do to your loved ones? Of course I do. But killing them makes us just as bad as them. And the lives that they killed are meaningless then? No. That's not what I dash. But you just said killing makes us like them, then what about the rapist? Serial killers? Murders? People who don't desire change. That's not how the Justice League does things. We lock them up for the court to deal with, and the lives who died because of them? They'll get their revenge the right way. Issei looked at Clark Kent before speaking one line that scared the Kryptonian. You remind me of Michael. A man who allowed innocence to suffer while the wicked grew. End flashback. After that argument, Clark was afraid of Issei's views on justice, so he liked the idea of Kara taking both Issei and Ace to Gotham to visit Barbara Gordon. But Clark was hoping that Batman could help Issei's view on justice. You keep staring at your coffee, and it'll get so cold that even heat vision won't warm it up, Jonathan said, startling Clark before he thanked his father and took a sip of his cold drink. I'm sorry, Dad. I was thinking back to my talk with Issei. Are you worried he might do something wrong? Jonathan asked. Clark sighed but nodded before speaking to his father. You know I would never kill or harm innocents, but what Issei said, it scares me since. Does it remind you of the time you were brainwashed by Darkseid and forced to attack Earth, resulting in almost killing Kara? Jonathan said, surprising Clark before Jonathan continued, Clark, as long as I've known you, I know you regret the consequences of that day and still blame yourself. I won't say that you'll turn into a murderer, but you must understand that even you have desired to kill before and the ones you wished to kill you hesitated against. Remember when you wanted to kill Lex Luthor after the many times he tried to kill you just for existing? What about Darkseid and when you nearly killed him after breaking free of his control? Jonathan explained as Clark looked like he was being scolded until Jonathan continued to speak to his son. Clark, all I'm saying is that you should give Issei a chance. You see Issei as a version of you and think he should be like you, but he isn't you, Clark. Issei was a human and a broken man who was barely functioning when he came here. But now, after your mother and I helped him better understand him, thanks to Drake, Issei is able to show more empathy and compassion. Issei is opening up to us, and sure, he isn't like you and the other members of the League, but he's a kind man who wishes to protect the ones he loves. Sounds familiar, Superman? Jonathan explained as he left Clark alone while looking at his reflection in the coffee before seeing the Justice Lord version of himself, the man who killed Luthor and became a dictator, the alternate universe Superman who killed Joker after losing Lois Lane, and then himself. Clark hated both of his alternate versions, but he couldn't deny that both were part of who he was. So, Clark made a vow that he would never become like them. Superman would make sure that if he ever became like the alternate version of himself, someone would stop him from crossing that line. Maybe Dad's right. Issei isn't me, and I hardly know anything about him, Clark said, then looked at the time to see that Kara, Ace, and Issei should be arriving in Gotham City right now. Perhaps that'll help me better understand who Issei is as a person, Clark said before drinking his coffee and groaning about how cold it was. After I warm up my coffee, Gotham City. Kara, Barbara, Supergirl and Batgirl shouted as they hugged each other, squealing about catching up before Barbara noticed Issei and Ace standing behind her friend. Oh, and you both must be Issei and Ace, right? My father told me all about you guys. Barbara said this was technically true since Bruce Wayne told Gordon about Issei and Ace coming to Gotham, which would hopefully help Batman deal with a contingency plan to deal with the two new members of the League and dealing with the criminals plaguing Gotham. Barbara saw Ace inspect her as if she were a stranger to her until Issei walked forward and introduced himself, shocking Barbara with how tall Issei was compared to most of the other men in her life. Issei, hi, nice to see you, Issei said before shaking her hand, which gave Ace more strength as she introduced herself to Barbara before getting close to Issei again. Don't worry about Ace. She's not used to being around many people, so it takes her a while to warm up to people, Kara explained, and Barbara was surprised by this before leading the trio to her home, where they began to settle in the police commissioner's home. However, Issei sensed they were being watched until he told Ace to go with Barbara and Kara, which Ace did without any hesitation since she stayed by Kara's side. So what's this case that you and Batman are working on? Kara asked after they got settled in the house, and Ace asked to go to the bathroom. Remember when I told you about Joker busting Crane from prison? You mean Scarecrow? Why would that clown want Crane? Isn't his main thing making people live out their worst fears? Yes, but Joker said he wanted to give all of Gotham a smile during the parade that was going to happen this week. Unfortunately, we don't know how he's planning to distribute some gas since we think that's why Joker wants Jonathan, his skills in chemistry, and to combine his fear toxin with the Joker laughing gas. Are there going to be large balloons or something at this parade? No. It's some charity event for nature and such, mostly due to the protesters wanting to stop the mayor from destroying the botanical gardens that were reclaimed after Poison Ivy was locked up back in Arkham. And there will be tons of flowers at this parade? Yep, but even if the two of them did create their combined gas, they don't know Flora to release it to a large area, especially a city, and the Gotham police are boosting security to prevent any crimes from happening, Barbara explained, making Kara curious as to why her friend invited her to the parade. I wanted to catch up with you after we took down Livewire, Harley, and Ivy. I also wanted to meet Ace and Issei since Batman has been curious about them for a while now. Thirdly, we could use some extra muscle to find out where Joker and Scarecrow are before they strike at the parade. Joker is smart, and he's probably got some way to get the gas into the parade if they haven't already made it. Kara thanked Barbara for being honest as the two began to chat. She forgot about Ace and what she was really doing since her eyes narrowed while she was closed, speaking to her brother/protector. Issei. Did you get all that? Ace asked before receiving a response from Issei. Yes, what will we do? Keep them busy. Learn all you can while I do my own investigation. Okay. Be careful, Issei. I will return. I promise. I know, Ace said before cutting off her connection with Issei. She then washed her hands to sell the story while praying that Issei would be safe and save the people of the city from the Clown Prince of Mayhem. Meanwhile, with the broken Emperor, Issei felt the connection was cut off as he walked down the streets of Gotham, admiring some of the scenery before walking into an alley far away from the commissioner's home. So, we're playing detective now? Drake asked as he pulled out a detective hat and pipe before blowing into it, making bubbles. This caused Issei to laugh a bit at the image before him until Issei gave no verbal response but a nod. Issei continued to walk through the alley before a pebble flew through the air and almost hit his head, forcing Drake to catch it, and causing Issei to look up at a red helmet. Hey, you're the guy known as Issei, right? I want to talk to you, the man behind the helmet said before he ushered Issei to follow him. The Emperor nodded as he leaped onto the rooftop and looked to see that the man was none other than Red Hood himself. I heard about you from the old man and how you didn't hesitate to rip apart that tin can metallo or nearly kill Batman, Red Hood said before pulling off his helmet to reveal his face. This made Issei nod in acknowledgement of Jason Todd's appearance, since Issei knew of the broken boy who was abandoned and tortured by the Joker for almost 2 years in Arkham Asylum. Ah, Red Hood, or do you prefer Jason Todd? Drake asked. Jason pointed a gun at Drake, who laughed at the sight of the gun before pushing it out of his way. I wouldn't try that if I were you. Now, what do you want with Issei? Drake asked, making Jason sigh as he put the gun away before speaking to Issei. I bet you don't know about the Joker busting Scarecrow out of prison, but that psycho needs him to make a gas that'll spread through all of Gotham and cause the people to laugh and live their worst fears until they die. I already have a crew with me to find Joker and Scarecrow, but I need a heavy hitter, someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill, which is where you come in, Issei. I need your help. Jason explained that Drake was surprised by this since he's seen in the other worlds how Joker was a monster that had to be killed, but the moral code of heroes prevented Batman because he was afraid of becoming like Joker. Drake has seen many people like those great heroes like Superman, Batman, and even Wonder Woman have their codes not to take an innocent life, but all those codes did was prevent them from doing what had to be done. Both Drake and Albion's partners have seen both the good and bad of the world in many factions, and many times, their code only delays the killers from taking more lives with deadlier plans. Issei has killed a few times, but he never kills unless he has to protect his loved ones. Issei nearly killed Theodora when he captured Asia, Rainier when he took Asia's life for the Twilight Healing, Kokabeel when he tried to restart the Great War, Rizavim when he released Trihexa, and finally Brainiac. Issei has had the urge to kill those who didn't deserve mercy. It was hard for Issei sometimes since there were a few good people like Vala, but others like Chow Chow were troublesome since his crimes were cruel to the many lives he'd taken. Still, he did pay for his crimes by working to repair the damage after the war until Brainiac killed him. Issei then looked at Jason and recalled the many times in other worlds that he had seen Jason become broken in so many ways. This made Issei recall the times he feared that Kiba would become an Avenger should he have killed or gone rogue for revenge on his past. Issei's mind was calm as he nodded in response to Jason's request before extending a hand out towards him. I will help, but only if we kill the Joker, Issei said, making Jason smile in response before taking his hand. Agreed, and don't worry. The Joker will die. I swear on my name, Jason said before giving Issei a cell phone. I'll contact you about the plan later, but I have a job for you. In order to find Joker and Scarecrow, we need someone who knows more about plants since I have a feeling Joker will be using the parade to his advantage. The problem is that there's only one villain in Gotham who knows more about plant life than anyone I know. Jason explained before Drake asked. You wouldn't happen to mean Poison Ivy, the environmentalist with plant-based powers, right? Drake asked, making Jason sigh in response. I'd be lying if I said no. Drake looked at Issei for a moment, who seemed calm, before speaking to Jason. Did you inform Batman of your plan? Jason was silent before looking away from Issei. I can't forgive him. He abandoned me, replaced me, and left me with that psycho clown for 2 years. Jason shouted as he then punched an AC unit before groaning at his broken fist. Issei walked over to Jason and placed a hand on the bruised and broken knuckle. A green light left Issei's hand and healed the broken hand, shocking Jason. You shouldn't punch in rage, Issei said, and Jason was shocked by the knight's reaction. Issei looked down at Jason before patting his head, shocking Jason a bit until Issei spoke to him. I'm sorry. No one should suffer as much as you did, Issei said before taking his hand away from Jason. Drake looked at Issei for a moment before speaking to Jason. We can go speak to Poison Ivy, but it's best you speak to Batman about your plan. I'm sure he'll be able to help, Drake said before Issei summoned his knight armor on his body, shocking Jason of the Tall Knight. Then, Issei leaped into the air and summoned his wings, which expanded to a 12-foot wingspan. Issei then flew through the night sky, taking in the sights of the city lights before spotting the asylum and landing a few miles away. It's an interesting place to hold villains instead of an actual prison. So what's the plan to get in? Drake asked before Issei became his female counterpart, which he used to deceive others and was created thanks to his powers of Asmodeus. Issei's female form, Amo, was a very beautiful girl with a curvy figure. She had long dark brown hair that reached to her knees and dark brown eyes. She then snapped her fingers and had a uniform appear on her body. It was a form-fitting black dress with a low backside and nose straps, black high-heel boots, and elegant black gloves with red lines running up the length to end with circles. Going for your alter ego? Nice way to play it safe. Drake said that he knew that when Issei turned into his alter ego, his nickname, the embodiment of lust, came into play. Amu then cleared her throat before her eyes became more of sirens as she used the lost sacred gear known as Parish Symphony, also known as the Song of God, as a Longinus class sacred gear. This sacred gear gives the user the ability to manipulate and generate music, an art form whose medium is sound and silence. Its common elements are pitch, which governs melody and harmony, rhythm, and its associated concepts of tempo, meter, and articulation, dynamics, the sonic qualities of timbre and texture. Its base powers include soothing angered hearts, influencing thoughts and actions, and even inducing sleep for a certain amount of time. However, the sacred gear is much more complex in its abilities. It is considered the fifth most powerful sacred gear after Innovate Clear. It was also implied that one of the past wielders, and the most powerful, was none other than the Pied Piper. Other wielders are rumored to be Mozart, Bach, and even Beethoven. Brainiac actually enjoyed the art of music and recalled how the Leviathan Eris was able to use songs to control dragons. So, he used Parish Symphony to aid Issei in manipulating others, which worked wonderfully with his female alter ego. Drake smiled as Amu began to walk towards the asylum while summoning some popcorn. Time for the siren to take her stage, Drake said as Amu began to sing. Hey, going to the parade this weekend? One of the guards asked while patrolling the area before his partner replied. Nah. I signed up for a double shift this week. I'm trying to earn some extra money for my second anniversary with my wife. No way, man, congratulations, thanks. We've always talked about wanting to go to a nice tropical island, to get away from the chaos and such. Yeah, I get it, but hey, congratulations on you and your wife making it to 2 years. Thanks, man. I'm hoping I'll live long enough before Joker and Scarecrow try anything. Yeah, no kidding. The single guard said before something began to echo in the air as if it were singing. Hey, do you hear that? Hear what? It sounds like someone is singing. What? Man, you're crazy! The married guard said as the voice began to rise and echo through the yard. The guards were shocked by this as a thick fog began to roll into the yard as well while the singing got louder. The guards were about to radio it in until they saw Amo appear in the mist, her voice being raised high into the air. The guards were shocked by her appearance until their bodies collapsed as if they were lulled to sleep. Drake watched in amusement as Amo approached the asylum. Her enchanting voice echoed through the air, drawing the attention of anyone nearby. The guards at the asylum were entranced by her song, their movements slowing as they listened intently before they fell asleep. Slowly and surely, the guards became more relaxed, making it easier for Amu to slip past them unnoticed. Drake grabbed an access key, opened the asylum, and removed the security cameras while Amu continued her performance, her mesmerizing song guiding her. Amu made her way deeper into the asylum, navigating the halls with ease while the prisoners were shocked to see a woman stroll into the asylum, which made them slowly succumb to her song as well until Drake pointed the way to Poison Ivy's cell and approached it confidently. Ivy looked up as Amu entered, her expression curious but cautious. Who are you? Ivy asked, eyeing Amu warily until Drake replied for Amu, who was still singing, causing her song to resonate throughout the whole asylum. We are but humble travelers, drawn to your presence by the beauty of your spirit, Drake replied, while Amu's voice still carried the enchanting melody. Ivy seemed intrigued by the dragon's words, her guard lowering slightly as she listened to the song that echoed in her prison. Drake took the opportunity to engage Ivy in conversation, subtly probing for information about Joker and Scarecrow's plans. So why would the Joker break Scarecrow out of the prison? Because Joker needs the doctor's skills and his fear toxin to make the gas spread far to cover the whole city. But little do either of them know that I made a plan to counter the gas should it ever happen, Ivy said as her defenses continued to weaken, her trust in Emma and Drake growing with each passing moment. But you also care about someone else, yes? Drake asked, with Ivy moaning in arousal as the song continued to soothe her soul. Yes. Harley Quinn. I'm worried about her since I haven't seen her since she broke out with Joker. Ivy said in worry as her feelings for Harley began to be revealed to the dragon, who was already aware of this since, in Brainiac's ship, there were many files and heroes and villains that he prepared Issei for should he ever come across. Well, why don't we take you out of here? I'm sure if you help us, then you can save Harley and kill Joker. Drake said, shocking Ivy as she smiled at the idea before agreeing to work with them, giving Drake a chance to unlock her prison. Fresh air. So much better, Ivy said as she moaned, her skin becoming a healthy shade of green before the trio began to leave the asylum. Emma's song faded away as they left the asylum behind. Outside, Drake chuckled as he watched Emma's transformation back into Issei. Well played, Issei. Looks like we have what we need, Drake said, impressed by Issei's skillful deception. Issei nodded, his expression serious as he processed the information they had gathered. With Joker and Scarecrow's plans now laid bare, it was up to him and Red Hood to put an end to their scheme before it could unfold. As Issei and Drake made their way out of the asylum with Poison Ivy in tow, they saw Red Hood waiting for them outside, his arms crossed and his face serious. Did you get what we need? Red Hood asked, his gaze flickering between Issei and Ivy. Issei nodded, with Drake explaining the information they had gathered about Joker and Scarecrow's plans. We have the details. Now, what's the next step? Red Hood took the information, scanning through it quickly before nodding in approval. Good work. Now, we need to track down Joker and Scarecrow before they can execute their plan. Ivy, do you have any idea where they might be hiding out? Ivy thought for a moment, tapping her chin as she recalled the last time she had seen Joker. Last I heard, Joker was holed up in an abandoned amusement park on the outskirts of Gotham. It's one of his favorite hideouts. Red Hood nodded, turning to Issei and Drake. All right, we'll start there, but we'll need that flower Ivy has that can deal with the gas. Drake, can you take her there? Of course, Drake said before Ivy stopped him. Thanks, but I have my travel system. I'll get the flower and meet you there, Ivy said before a massive flower bulb appeared from the ground and covered her up until it went back underground with Ivy. You think she'll help us? Ivy is many things, but she does care about Harley and hates Joker as well as anyone who tries to harm the parade. Red Hoof said before Issei cracked his knuckles, a determined look in his eyes. Let's kill the clown, Issei said after sending Ace a message about what was happening. Ace nodded as she walked through the house, seeing that both Kara and Barbara were asleep on the couch because Ace had knocked them out with her powers before. Ace then began to change into the Batgirl costume to hide her identity before informing Issei that she would be meeting him at the park. While Issei was speaking to Ace about the meeting place, the trio made their way to the abandoned amusement park, the night air thick with tension as they prepared to confront Joker and Scarecrow. As they approached the entrance, they could hear the faint sound of laughter echoing through the empty halls, sending a shiver down their spines. Mostly Red Hood since the nightmares of his torture were strong until he spoke to the others. Stay alert, Red Hood whispered, his hand hovering over his gun as they entered the park. Joker's tricks can be deadly. Issei and Drake nodded in agreement, their senses on high alert as they moved cautiously through the darkened corridors. Drake then vanished back into Issei, who understood his reasons before. They heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and they quickly ducked behind a nearby concession stand, their hearts racing as they waited for the source of the noise to reveal itself. To their surprise, it was Scarecrow who emerged from the shadows, his face painted with a manic grin as he walked through the park, humming to herself. Well, what do we have here? Scarecrow said, his voice dripping with malice as he spotted the duo hiding in the shadows. Looks like we've got ourselves some new test subjects, Joker. Before they could react, Joker himself appeared behind Scarecrow, his signature grin stretching from ear to ear as he clapped his hands in delight. Well, what do we have here? Joker echoed, his voice tinged with madness as he surveyed the duo before him. A knight in shining armor and my old sidekick, Red Face. How delightful! Issei clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he stared down the clown prince of crime, recalling all the things Joker had done before Red Hood pulled out a gun and aimed it at Joker. Joker, it's over. We know about your plan and are here to stop you. Joker's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with malice as he stepped forward, his hand reaching for the gun at his side. Oh, but you see, dear boy, the fun's just getting started. And as for your little plan, well, let's say I have a few tricks up my sleeve. With that, Joker snapped his fingers, and the ground beneath their feet began to rumble as a series of explosions rocked the park, sending debris flying in every direction. Issei and Red Hood leaped into action, dodging the blasts as they fought their way through the Joker's henchmen. Their skills and powers proved to be more than a match for the clown's twisted army. Issei then roared, scaring the goons, leaving themselves open for Red Hood to deal with them until Joker booed them both. "Boo! You are ruining the fun," Joker said before looking at Scarecrow as the Master of Fear pulled out his fear toxin at the ready as he prepared to unleash his most terrifying nightmares upon them. "The gas has already been completed, but let's see how well Red Hood can hide from his fears," the Scarecrow shouted as he laughed, the gas enveloping him and causing him to become his nightmare self. Scarecrow then emerged from the fear gas as a tall, nightmarish creature with features resembling those of a scarecrow and a skeletal corpse. His eyes and mouth glow bright orange, with a chained hook-like sickle. Red Hood breathed heavily as his head began to show the hallucinations of his time back in Arkham Asylum, with that psychotic clown torturing him, making Scarecrow laugh and enjoy the boy's fear. However, what shocked the Master of Fear was that Issei didn't seem affected at all. He was standing there with a blank look in his eyes as if he was dreaming about something. "What? I don't understand. Why aren't you afraid?" Scarecrow shouted as he tried to figure out what was making the boy not show fear, since even Batman showed fear under the influence of the fear gas. However, Issei didn't pay the man any mind since there was some truth to the fear gas. In his mind, Issei did see the hallucinations of his friends, family, and loved ones dying, begging him to save them. All they did was remind Issei of how sad he was that he couldn't save them instead of fear, which is why his right eye began to shed a tear instead of fear, surprising Crane. What are you feeling? You cry since you appear to be under my fear gas, so why don't you show me some fear?" Crane asked in shock. Issei's eyes seemed to return to normal, and then Issei looked at Crane and punched him so hard that the Scarecrow was sent flying into the merry-go-round. Issei then walked towards the ride while his body seemed to transform. "You claim to be the Master of Fear just because your father abused you as a child," Issei said as he continued to walk towards Crane, who was slowly getting up and moving away from Issei's approaching form. "Do you have any idea of what I've endured?" Issei asked as his eyes began to glow with a certain power that forced Crane's body to freeze in position. However, his eyes and ears remained open to the words of the broken man. "I've endured hell." Issei's eyes turned blood red. "I've seen death." Dragon wings emerged from the Emperor's back, making him appear more threatening. "I've embraced darkness too many times I could be married to it." Issei's body slowly began to transform into more of a beast. "I've felt, heard, tasted, experienced, and was forced to watch the memories and fear of my friends, my family, my loved one die over and over and over again." Crane continued to try to move, but his body denied him any movement. The figure kept walking towards him as if the Grim Reaper was approaching his mortal body. "It ate up my mind so much that I thought a coma was the best way to free my mind, body, and soul from that pain. But I lived through it, and used it to live and protect." Issei's armor began to change to a more bloody crimson color, with his fangs appearing more vampire-style than a dragon. "Your version of fear is nothing more than a mere child who thinks he can control such a thing, all because he was tortured by his bastard of a father, and had so much of that fear gas in his blood that he developed an addiction to it." Crane was frozen with fear as he looked at Issei's body, which became more and more horrific as the Emperor began to grow. In contrast, bats, rats, spiders, snakes, lizards, bugs of all kinds, and wolves began to form around him, scaring Crane as his eyes widened at the sight of Issei Hayato before him as something more terrifying than even Batman. "Now then, Jonathan Crane, you claim to know real fear?" Issei asked before his cold and sinister laughter echoed through the park. Crane was unable to move a muscle until the face of a demonic eldritch horror appeared before Scarecrow, making him feel like nothing but an insignificant creature before a god. "Then allow me to show you what true fear is," Issei shouted as Crane's mouth opened, and his screams echoed through the park with the animals tearing into his skin and consuming him. The animals showed no mercy as their master willed them to destroy the man before them with their claws, fangs, venom, and any other tool at their disposal. Issei let his pets have their fun before walking towards Jason. He placed a hand on his head, removed the helmet, and used twilight healing to calm his mind. This worked, as Jason began to breathe a bit easier until he collapsed in Issei's arms, with the Emperor calming down the tortured boy's mind. Issei then used a small whirlwind to blow away all of the fear gas, revealing Crane's true form was unharmed. Issei's power struck fear into the heart and mind of Scarecrow because he was able to achieve a vampire dragon form with the eyes of Baylor and the powers of the many vampires that were given to him by the vampire faction. Issei looked around to see Joker was gone but sensed Ace approaching them. Ace flew with her telekinesis and landed next to Issei before looking down at Red Hood. Is he okay? Issei nodded before calling the police about the scarecrow being found at the park, leaving the shivering Crane curled up in a ball, scratching his head and body and muttering to himself to get rid of them. Please, please. Issei then stopped as he looked back to Crane's body before sighing and giving Jason to Ace, which was a bit of a struggle since Jason was taller and bulkier than her. Issei walked back to Crane, placing a hand on his head, and calmed him with senjutsu before he left Crane asleep on the ground. Drake smiled at this as he knew Issei wasn't the type to torture his enemies before patting Issei on the back. You did a good thing, Issei. I'm proud of you. Now let's go see how Poison Ivy is doing with that flower. Drake said as both Issei and Ace flew with Jason in the air towards the botanical gardens where Poison Ivy was preparing the antidote to deal with the Joker's laughing fear gas. The stage has been set, and now the Broken Emperor shall reveal his ideals and how he deals with villains, with Poison Ivy. So the good news is, the sample you got from me from Crane is definitely a combination of Joker venom and Scarecrow's fear gas. However, if what this information is telling me, then it's not for a gas to send through the city. Still, an explosion. But this doesn't make any sense since if they wanted to cover the whole city of Gotham, they need to get the gas high enough for it to rain down and cover the whole area. Pamela Isley said as she looked over the sample and formula that was used to make the fusion. So, wait a minute. You're saying it's weak if it doesn't make airborne? That's right. In order for the gas to cover all of Gotham, balloons have to be launched airborne and blown up at the same time. But that makes no sense since flowers can't do that, and there are no balloons at the parade, with the security forces making sure there aren't any. Pamela said in confusion, while Jason tried to figure out how Joker would go through with the plan and why leave Scarecrow behind. Drake and Ace were playing solitaire, while Issei was standing next to a giant Venus flytrap that seemed to be calm around him before Issei spoke to them. Fireworks. Jason and Pamela were shocked at this before Issei spoke to them. Fireworks at the parade around the end of the parade. Jason and Pamela's eyes widened as Jason looked up at the parade floats, and for any fireworks before finding what he needed. I got it. It's a new firework powered by a new energy fuel that doesn't harm the environment. It'll be launched at the end of the parade. It'll be so high that the fireworks will cover all of Gotham for all to see. That's got to be it, Jason said before Pamela looked at Issei with curious eyes and asked, how did you know about the fireworks? Issei looked at her before responding to the question. I used the newspaper, Issei said, showing a newspaper opened up to the front page. Pamela was surprised before Issei spoke to her. You cared for nature, yes? That's right. I went through a lot when I was a human until I was injected with so many toxins and became this. After I became connected with Mother Earth, something just awakened within you? Issei asked, causing Pamela to be shocked before she replied with a smile. Yeah. Can you connect to the Earth as well? Issei didn't respond but placed a hand on the ground as a few flowers appeared until they wrapped around each other to form a crown. Issei picked up said crown and placed it on Pamela's head, and did a little bow for her. A queen deserves a crown, Issei said, making Pamela blush. She started to feel her heart beat very loudly, and she could feel the earth connecting to Issei as if the earth saw him as a protector, a gentle giant, a king. Pamela wanted to ask him another question until Jason stopped her. I just got word. The fireworks hunch was right, and it looks like they're getting attacked by a group that's calling themselves the Royal Flush Gang. I've heard of those kids. They're basically superpowers kids who were in Cadmus before the Joker freed them, and now they work for the clown. There are 4 of them. One can control metal, one is a pyro, the other can stretch, and the last one is basically another Bane, strong as oak but very hard-headed. Pamela explained, Issei's body shaking, worrying Pamela and Jason before Ace spoke to them. He's not in pain. He's laughing, Ace said. Issei continued to laugh until his body stopped shaking, making them both relax until Jason began to discuss the plan. Well, head over to the fireworks company and check on the damage, and where they possibly took the fireworks while Pamela and Issei pose as people of the crowd. Jason explained, and Issei agreed to this. Pamela was fine with the arrangement until she stopped Jason and asked, Can you ask if Harley was with them? Pamela asked before Jason nodded his head. They were getting ready, with Issei wearing civilian clothes, Ace acting as their daughter, and Pamela acting as their mother. However, while they were preparing for the operation, Ace was making a call to Kara and left a voicemail. Kara. Listen carefully, Ace said, hoping Kara would be able to receive the message before it was too late. Meanwhile, with the wall, are you sure the Royal Flush Gang working with the Joker are the same kids? Amanda asked, and Dr. Grant nodded before Waller decided their next move. Prepare Galatea. We'll need her to bring them in quietly. We don't want the Justice League to know about our own Kryptonian," Amanda said before Dr. Grant nodded and ended the transmission. "We need those kids to make sure that our country can be protected from the Justice League when they turn against us. Which is why I'm hoping you'll make sure that there are no issues with the extraction, right, Lex?" Amanda asked, Lex Luthor smiling at Amanda before replying to her. "Don't worry. I'll make sure that you're not held responsible for them and hide behind the scenes like I always do," Lex said before adjusting his suit. "Hopefully, when I make my appearance in Gotham, it'll help me gain some more followers as well so that I can donate a generous amount to my favorite charity." Waller rolled her eyes at Lex's wording before the bald businessman left the wall alone. She then sighed, looking at a picture of Ace with a sad expression on her face. "I hope you're doing well, Ace. Out of all the 5 kids, you deserve the most freedom after all that's happened to you." Amanda said that before leaving her office, she was hoping to extract the Royal Flush Gang before they helped the Joker do more harm than good. "Let's get this done before the boss man gets here," King said while loading up a truck while Queen sighed while looking at her watch but saw no sign of Joker. "Something isn't right. Joker should have been here by now," Queen said before Jack replied. "Hey, Joker said he's coming, and the guy's kept his word so far since we swapped out the real firework for the boss's Joker Fear Bomb. Now we wait to get out of town before the fake blows up, and Gotham is his while we enjoy our new city as well," Jack said while Ten chuckled in response, coming out of the truck. "Jack, right? Once Joker shows up, then it'll be time for our new turf, which he promised us," Ten said, glad to be out of Cadmus but excited to work with Joker until a bullet flew in the air and took out the lights, causing them to be prepared for anyone trying to sneak up on them until a voice spoke to them. "So you're Joker's new gang doing his dirty work for him?" Jason Todd, aka Red Hood, said before reading his guns while the emergency power kicked on to reveal him to the Royal Flush Gang. "Red Hood!" King shouted, instantly raising his staff at the vigilante. "You got a death wish, buddy?" The Royal Flush Gang was filled in on all of Joker's main enemies in Gotham, which included the Bat family and Red Hood, meaning they knew what the first Robin was capable of while Red Hood smirked under his helmet, his guns leveled at the gang members. "I could say the same about you. Working with Joker? That never ends well," Red Hood said before the Queen stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "We don't take kindly to threats, Hood. Also, you're outnumbered," Jason chuckled darkly while readying his guns. "Outnumbered, sure. Outgunned? We'll see." Without another word, Red Hood lunged forward, his guns blazing. The Royal Flush Gang scattered, firing back. The dim emergency lights flickered as bullets whizzed through the air. Jason dodged and weaved, taking down one gang member after another with precision shots. However, the bullets weren't doing much to Jack since his elastic body deflected them, while Ten powered through the bullets with his invulnerability. Queen, on the other hand, was shocked when she wasn't able to control said bullets before seeing that they were special plastic bullets that still hurt like regular ones. King, on the other hand, was annoyed by how Red Hood was making them look, so he used his staff to fire a round of fireballs at Red Hood, causing Red Hood to stay away from King before Ten charged through the flames and proceeded to tackle Red Hood through the warehouse until Red Hood put a sticky bomb on Ten's head, causing him to freak out from it until it blew up, and granted it didn't kill him but it definitely knocked him out. However, Red Hood wasn't expecting a sucker punch from Jack, who then wrapped around Jason and then began squeezing him like a boa constrictor does its prey. King and Queen walked towards him with a smirk on their faces, ready to punch him into the ground 6 feet deep, that is, until the lights were turned off, shocking the hero and villains until King ignited a small flame. "Who's there, and where are you?" King asked, slightly afraid of the dark around him since he'd never been a big fan of dark places, even when he was a kid before Cadmus took him to their Reformation Center until Joker broke them out. All of the Royal Flush Gang may have been taken from their families, but they didn't have good lives. King was the second oldest since he was around 12 at the time his powers awakened, and it was the worst day of his life. Grant Emerson discovered his pyrokinetic abilities at a young age when he was helping his parents at home after his old man got back from a business trip. However, the problem was that during a gas explosion, the explosion killed both Grant's parents, but not him due to him gaining the ability to control and create fire. Sadly, Grant had no other relatives, which led to Cadmus, where his abilities were harnessed and trained for combat purposes. Grant was often frustrated by his inability to control his temper and his powers since he hated how they punished him when he tried to escape by blasting him with pressurized water that sniffed him out in an instant. Still, the worst part was when Grant was placed in that dark room where he slept and shivered from the cold despite his powers due to him being a wet match. Eventually, the others came, and Grant realized he wasn't the only one who had a life messed up due to their powers. Layla Stone, also known as Queen, lived with her parents in a modest home. During a violent storm, a massive lightning strike caused their house to collapse, trapping her family under debris. In a desperate attempt to save them, Layla's latent metal manipulation powers emerged, but she couldn't control them. The twisting metal crushed her parents while sparing her. Devastated and alone, she was discovered by Project TAKGS and taken away for training. As Queen, she uses her powers to manipulate metal with precision, but the memory of her parents' death haunts her. Cameron Hicks, aka Jack, was on a family road trip when their car skidded off a bridge into a river. As the car sank, his parents struggled to save him. In the panic, Cameron's body instinctively stretched, allowing him to escape through a narrow gap. Unfortunately, his parents drowned before they could be rescued by the rescue team, leaving Cameron orphaned. However, when he was taken in by Project TAKGS, who recognized his potential, he realized that the rescue team let his parents die so they could obtain Cameron for their organization. And last on the Royal Flush Gang was Marcos Sanchez, aka 10. Marcos lived in a rough neighborhood with his parents. One evening, a gang-related shootout erupted near their home, something about a gang trying to defend their turf and people. In the chaos, Marcos got shot, but his super durability activated as he shielded his parents from the gunfire. After the fight, Marcos emerged unscathed. His parents were fatally wounded but still alive, but a few years later, another shootout from another gang took away his folks. However, it wasn't just another gang. It was Cadmus coming in to claim the Iron Man and bring him to Cadmus. Marcos put up a fight, but it only resulted in him losing his family and getting caught. All in all, the four of them had a rough life ever since their powers woke up and Cadmus took them away to turn them into living weapons. But when Joker took them away from the hellhole in the desert, then they would do anything to fight for the man who saved them. King yelled before he felt a left hook send him flying into the truck, making Queen use the metal around her to form a sword, trying to strike her assailant until a fist shattered not just her sword but also her nose, sending her into a wall. Jack was freaking out since he wasn't sure who was attacking them before he was feeling cold all of a sudden, which made him slowly turn around to see a pair of blue eyes. "Why your dash?" Jack stuttered before being frozen solid by a blast of cold air. The assailant then looked at Red Hood, who was groaning and about to wake up to see who helped him until he was shot by a tranquilizer in his neck, causing Red Hood to collapse as the power began to come back on in the warehouse. "Was that really necessary, Luther?" The woman asked as her appearance was then revealed to be a woman in her early adult years and had a white bodysuit with a boob window on the chest, along with short blonde hair and blue eyes. "Oh, give it a rest. We needed to make sure that no one noticed us transporting 4 superhuman teenagers back to Cadmus," Luther said before tossing a headband to his partner in crime. "Put the mind control headbands to get them under control before putting the cuffs on them." The woman scoffed at Lex before heading to the 4 and began to place the cuffs and headbands on their heads, which were created not only to contain deadly superhuman beings but also to control the subjects without a struggle. The woman, her cold demeanor betraying a trace of sympathy, carefully placed the headbands on King, Queen, Jack, and 10, ensuring they were securely fastened before locking the cuffs around their wrists. King groaned as he regained consciousness, feeling the metallic chill against his temples. What's happening?" Lex Luthor stepped into the light, his figure imposing and authoritative. "Welcome back to reality, King. Did you really think you could escape from Cadmus indefinitely?" King's eyes widened in recognition and fear. "Luthor, no. We were free. Joker promised us freedom," Lex chuckled darkly. "The Joker's promises are as reliable as his sanity, King. You were always destined to return to Cadmus since they owned you. Did you really think that you and your little friends could escape that easily?" As the Royal Flush Gang began to come to their senses, the woman, Galatea, observed them with a mixture of pity and professionalism. Despite her reluctance to work with Luther, she knew the mission required her cooperation. She finished securing the last headband and stepped back, allowing Luther to inspect her work. "Good," Luther said, his gaze sweeping over the restrained gang members. "Let's move them to the transport. We need to leave before anyone else arrives." The gang, disoriented and weakened by their restraints, was herded toward a waiting armored vehicle. Galatea walked beside them, her presence ensuring no resistance. Jason Todd, still unconscious, was left behind, a faint sign of their encounter etched in the bruises on his face. As they exited the warehouse, the hum of the city night surrounded them. Sirens blared in the distance, a reminder of the chaos that was Gotham. Luther's men swiftly loaded the Royal Flush Gang into the vehicle, and within minutes, they were on their way back to Cadmus. Without a trace, A fight hadn't taken place in the warehouse to begin with. Elsewhere in Gotham, Issei Haida patrolled the parade with Pamela and Supergirl, along with Ace checking the fireworks and seeing that the contents of the Joker Fear bomb were destroyed thanks to the antidote that Pamela created with the sample she was given back at her lab. Relieved that the bomb was dealt with, Issei let his body relax a bit in his armor, but he was curious where the Joker really was until his earpiece, given to him by Supergirl, crackled to life as Barbara Gordon, Oracle, contacted him. Issei, we have a situation. Red Hood had engaged with the Royal Flush Gang just an hour ago, but he's not responding. I've tried calling him, but he isn't picking up. His last known location was an abandoned warehouse on the east side. Issei frowned, concern evident in his expression. Understood, Oracle. Issei said before informing Supergirl and Ace to keep watch over the parade with Pamela before Pamela stopped him and grabbed his left arm. Please come back. I'm worried since Joker is still out there with Harley. Pamela said before Issei caressed her head as if comforting his lover until Pamela laid her head into his armored hand. However, it still comforted and warmed her soul as she looked in between the visor and could see the eyes of the man who gave her a chance to prove herself that she wasn't here to harm but help, despite the crimes that she'd committed to save and protect Mother Nature. Ace was surprised as she looked into the minds of her protector and Pamela and could tell that the villain seemed to be developing feelings for her big brother, which made her feel unsure about this possible romance between her big brother and the poisonous villain until Kara chuckled at the sight. Come on, Ace, now that the threats have been dealt with, why don't we celebrate by getting some food? I see a nice corn on the cob with your name on it. Kara said that knowing that warm food was a weakness for the girl before the girls left, Pamela and Issei headed to a bike rack and saw a motorcycle for two. A biker looked at Issei as if he wanted to pick a fight until Issei summoned a few $1,000s and handed it to the biker, which made him gasp before counting it and checking it. Heh. Clever kid. All yours. The biker said as Issei took the bike and decided to tweak it to suit his style, so he had his tassels move and connect to the motorcycle and began to modify it to be a more tech-style bike. Issei then sat on it before asking Pamela to join him, which made her happy as she got on before Issei began to rev up his new bike as he sped through the darkened streets of Gotham, his mind racing with possibilities. Issei was honestly worried about Jason and knew he should have sent Kara to help Jason out instead of assisting them in locating the fake fireworks and destroying the chemical bomb. Pamela, on the other hand, was worried about Harley since the two were good friends and possibly lovers. But something didn't sit right with her since she pondered where Joker would really be during this chaos that he was creating since he isn't the type to sit back and watch the carnage. Eventually, they arrived at the warehouse. Issei cautiously dismounted and approached the building. The door was ajar, the silence inside unsettling. He activated his infrared vision, scanning for any signs of life. Seeing a faint heat signature, he moved in, his hand on the hilt of his sword Ascalon in his storage portal. Pamela watched his back as he entered. Issei then found Red Hood lying on the ground, still out cold. Issei quickly checked for a pulse and sighed in relief when he found one. Red Hood is alive but unconscious. Good work, Issei. Stay with him until he wakes up. We need to find out what happened, Oracle said while Issei nodded, kneeling beside Jason, and Pamela kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. It wasn't long before Jason stirred, groaning as he pushed himself up. Easy there, Hood, Pamela said, helping him sit up before asking him. What happened here? Jason rubbed his neck, wincing at the residual pain. Don't know. I was doing fine after taking out the big guy until Jack began to strangle me and almost knocked me out. Lights went out, and the next thing I knew, someone took out the other three. I was about to wake up when something hit my neck that took me out of the fight. That's all I can remember, Jason said before Issei patted the boy's head and nodded until handing his earpiece to him so Jason could fill Oracle in on the situation. Jason. He thanked Issei until Pamela took Issei to the side. Joker isn't the kind of guy to just sit back and watch from afar. He likes to be close to his plans to see them through, but where would he do it? And why take Harley with him? Pamela asked before Jason walked towards them. I got a theory. Jason's voice was low but persistent, his eyes glinting with a mix of determination and anger. Joker isn't just out to cause chaos. Also, I think this parade was just a distraction from his real plan. He always has a real plan and one to distract us. If he's taken Harley with him, it's personal since his side is hers since she turned into a villain. Joker always hits places that cause the most chaos, so he's going to hit somewhere that means something to us, somewhere he can cause the most pain. Issei nodded, processing Jason's words until Drake appeared in detective attire before speaking to Issei. Gotham has countless targets, but we need to think like him. Where would he go to make the biggest impact, both on the city and on Batman? Pamela's brow furrowed as she thought it through. The Joker would want to make a statement. He'd target somewhere public, where he could watch the city descend into chaos. But also somewhere that hits close to home for us. Jason's eyes narrowed. Wayne Tower. It's not just a symbol of Gotham's wealth and power, but also a personal blow to Bruce. The Joker would see it as the ultimate stage for his grand finale. Not to mention, Pamela added, it's close enough to the parade. He could hit two birds with one stone, causing maximum chaos and drawing out the rest of the Bat family. Issei's fists were clenched, and his brain finally put together the final pieces of the puzzle since he realized the Joker didn't want to use the parade firework but something else created by Wayne Enterprise. We need to get there now. Just as they were about to move, Oracle's voice came through the earpiece. Jason, I'm picking up increased activity around Wayne Tower. Security systems are being overridden as are. Looks like your hunch was right. Understood, Oracle. We're on our way, Jason replied while Issei mounted the motorcycle again, and Pamela climbed on behind him. Jason followed, riding his bike. As they sped through the city, the tension mounted. The streets were eerily quiet, the usual bustle of Gotham muted by the anticipation of the Joker's next move. Issei's mind raced with plans and contingencies since he refused to allow any of the innocent people to suffer from the clown. Still, Issei had no intention of letting the clown live since, from the many battles Brainiac put in Issei through his collection, Issei knew that the Joker was an irredeemable monster who didn't deserve to live, so Issei would do the world a favor and do what the heroes are too cowardly to do, especially Batman. Kill Joker and ensure that he is erased for good. Arriving at Wayne Tower, they found the area surprisingly quiet. Too quiet. Issei scanned the surroundings, noting the subtle signs of tampering with the security systems. The trio moved cautiously, entering the building through a side entrance, while Jason told Oracle to inform Kara and Ace and to make sure the parade went off without any problems. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. The dim lighting and occasional flicker of the emergency lights added to the sense of foreboding. They split up, with Issei and Pamela heading to the main control room while Jason checked the upper floors. In the control room, Issei quickly accessed the security feed, his fingers flying over the keyboard while using his tassels to hack and see the areas that couldn't be seen by the ones taken down. Joker is here, Issei said before pointing to the video of the top floor. Pamela peered over his shoulder, her eyes widening. That's a transmitter. He could broadcast his chaos to the entire city from up there. But there's something else, Pamela said before using the cameras to zoom in until she gasped at the image. A cloud seeder, Pamela said before backing into the wall as Issei calmed her down before Drake appeared. Yep. We hacked into the scanners and internet to find out about the robbery of the cloud seeder. Once we put two and two together, we realized that Joker used the threat for the parade to get all police forces to cover said parade to avoid the real plan, which is to use the special formula that he made with Scarecrow inside of the cloud seeder. Drake said until Pamela continued his explanation. And if it activates and succeeds, then the rain will cause all of Gotham to become trapped in a nightmare that'll tear them apart mentally until they begin to kill each other. Not if we stop him first, Drake said grimly as they then made their way to the elevators, bypassing the security lockout with Oracle's help. As the elevator ascended, Drake turned to Pamela. Stay close to Issei. We don't know what traps Joker might have set, though if anything, he's probably hoping Batman would show up. Pamela nodded, her resolve hardening, hoping to save her friend and her children. I'm ready. The elevator doors opened to reveal a scene of controlled chaos. Joker stood in the center of the room, his trademark grin plastered across his face, but there was no sign of Harley at his side. Around Joker were various makeshift devices, each one more dangerous looking than the last. My guests have arrived, Joker exclaimed, spreading his arms wide. I was beginning to think you'd never show. Joker then groaned as he was disappointed by who showed up. Really? No Batman, but some knockoff wannabe and plant girl? No Bat Brat? Ugh, this was supposed to be my big moment. Where is Harley? Pamela yelled before Joker looked at her. Ah, yes. Well, Harley is my assistant since this formula is untested, and who better to be my little guinea pig than my jester? Joker asked before revealing Harley was attached to a chair under the cloud seeder, but a tube was connected to her so she'd get a dose as well. Well, since Batman hasn't shown up, I guess I'll take my leave, Joker said before pulling out a device and pushing a button, causing the cloud seeder to activate and running out of the building. Bye for now, though I wonder how you'll get me while you're busy with her, Joker yelled as he laughed while running away. Joker! You coward! Pamela yelled before Jason kicked in the door and headed over to the trio. Pamela and I will deal with the cloud seeder. You and Drake stopped the Joker from escaping, Jason said, with Issei agreeing with the plan, before the knight ran in Joker's direction, and the cloud cedar began to fly up. Issei dashed through the corridors, his heart pounding with determination. He couldn't let Joker escape and execute his twisted plans. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, guiding his steps. Keep going straight. He's heading for the roof. We can't let him get to a helicopter or another escape route. Issei's feet pounded against the concrete floor as he raced upwards, his enhanced speed and agility making him a blur. The sound of Joker's maniacal laughter echoed faintly, growing louder with each flight of stairs he ascended. Issei's grip on his sword, Ascalon, tightened, the blade gleaming with a righteous fury. Bursts of light and the occasional explosion from Pamela and Jason's battle with the goons protecting the cloud cedar illuminated the path ahead, casting eerie shadows along the walls. Issei could hear their voices, distant yet persistent, as they worked to turn off the deadly device. It began to take off into the air but was then held back by Pamela's plants on her person. Reaching the roof, Issei burst through the door just in time to see Joker climbing into a helicopter. The rotors began to spin, lifting the aircraft slowly off the ground. Issei didn't hesitate. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the air, grabbing hold of one of the helicopter's landing skids. The pilot freaked out a bit from the extra weight, but Joker was laughing while looking down at the knight. Persistent, aren't you? Joker sneered from the open side door, his eyes wild with amusement. He brandished a gun, aiming it directly at Issei. But you're too late. Bang! Ahahaha! Joker laughed before looking down to see that Issei's head was lowered a bit until he looked back up with his forehead with a small red bump as the bullet casing fell to the ground, causing Joker to be shocked by this until Issei's eyes ignited as he then took a deep breath and unleashed fire, causing Joker to jump back from the flames while the pilot was freaking out and trying not to crash the plane. However, that was in vain as the helicopter crashed into the rooftop, which made Joker growl as he slowly stood up from the wreckage. You ruined everything. It was supposed to be my ultimate plan and a last fight with Batman. I'm the only one who can kill him, Joker shouted while Issei grunted and pulled himself out of the wreckage with no injuries on him. Do you ever stop talking? Issei asked in a bored tone before Joker's grin widened, a bit fazed by the comment. Oh, you're adorable. But don't you see? The chaos has just begun. Without warning, Joker lunged at Issei with a hidden knife, aiming for his throat. Issei didn't move an inch when the knife struck his throat but shattered into pieces, shocking Joker before Issei grabbed Joker's arm, making Joker struggle to get away until he heard a strange sound leaving Issei's mouth. At first, it was a faint chuckle, a chuckle that slowly evolved into a faint laugh. Stop it, Joker said as the faint laugh began to grow, which made him even angrier, unaware of the explosion of the cloud cedar and the chemicals spilled around the duo on the rooftop, causing the smoke to envelop the roof. Ha! Issei chuckled lowly before speaking to Joker. It's no surprise that you were so obsessed with Batman, despite him being a bad joke like you. Don't you try to psychoanalyze me, boy. I don't need to understand a joke like you, Issei said before punching Joker, sending him into an AC unit, causing Joker to slowly get up but barely see Issei through the smoke until Issei began to chat with his voice flying through the air and, for some reason, making Joker feel something he never felt even when facing Batman: fear. The Joker, the clown prince of crime, was afraid of the being that was beginning to mock him while the gas continued to cover the rooftop. Laughter. Low, ominous, and growing louder, it echoed through the rooftop as the gas swirled around them. The Joker's eyes darted wildly, trying to locate Issei through the thickening smoke. You think you can scare me? You want to be Batman? Joker yelled as he pulled out a shotgun and fired in the area, but Joker didn't hear a body collapse. However, the voice continued to mock the Joker. Who's the joke now? Issei's voice taunted from somewhere within the cloud. You think you're chaos incarnate, but all you are is a sad clown whose time is up. The Joker, feeling the weight of true fear pressing down on him, tried to regain his composure. He reached into his jacket, pulling out a small device, his trembling fingers barely able to press the button. You're nothing but a pathetic clown, Issei's voice reverberated through the smoke, echoing in Joker's ears, hiding behind chaos because deep down, you're scared. Scared of being forgotten, scared of being irrelevant. Joker's eyes darted around, trying to pinpoint Issei's location. His grip on his device tightened, his mind racing. You think you're so clever, don't you? Just another hero in a long line of failures. He yelled into the haze. No, Issei's voice came from behind him. I'm something the other heroes will never be, a true protector. BZZT. Sparks flew from the device, and for a moment, the smoke parted, revealing Issei standing a few feet away, his eyes glowing with a fiery intensity. You don't scare me! Joker shrieked, desperately trying to free himself from Issei's grip. I'm the Joker. I am fear! Issei closed the gap quickly as he then leaned in close, his breath against Joker's face. No, you're just a man who's run out of jokes. Desperation suits you, Joker. Before Joker could react, Issei moved with lightning speed, his hand closing around the Joker's throat. Lifting him effortlessly off the ground, Issei brought him close, their faces inches apart. Do you feel it? Issei whispered. The feeling of fear. It does not just exist in others. It exists within you too. The Joker struggled, his hands clawing at Issei's armored arm, but his strength was nothing compared to the Dragon Knight's. Issei's grip tightened, and the Joker's face began to turn red. Say good night, Joker, Issei said coldly, his other hand forming a fist. But before he could deliver the final blow, a voice called out from the entrance to the rooftop. Issei, wait! Batman and Kara emerged from the smoke, both of them looking worse for wear due to there being a couple of goons who put up a good fight, but they still defeated them. Kara's eyes were filled with concern, while Batman's were hard and relentless. Don't do it, Kara said, stepping forward. Don't become like him. Issei hesitated, his grip loosening slightly. He looked at Kara, then back at the Joker, who was gasping for breath. He's not worth it, Batman added. Let him face justice the right way. For a moment, Issei considered it. He looked into the Joker's eyes, seeing the madness and chaos that had tormented Gotham for so long. But he also saw the fear, the humanity that still lingered beneath the surface. However, that was not enough to make Issei forego his sense of justice, which is why Drake appeared and scoffed at them. So you mean to tell us that you'd rather let a psychotic villain, who's shown absolutely no mercy to thousands of innocent lives, have made his life goal to try and kill you, tortured Jason for over a year in an abandoned wing at Arkham? Oh, and let's not forget how he literally blew Barbara's legs off and almost took her out of the game. He's a really good person there, Drake said while narrowing his eyes at them. How many more? Just think for a moment and ask yourself, Batman. How many people have died from these villains you let live or died in your name? Drake asked as Batman began to flash back to the many lives he saw alive and died because of his actions. Batman's eyes flickered with the weight of memories and regret. He had always believed in the sanctity of life, but Drake's words cut deep, exposing the chinks in his moral armor. The deaths and the chaos were all caused by the very villains he refused to kill. Issei's grip on the Joker's throat tightened again, and Joker's eyes bulged with terror. For once, he had no quip, no sardonic comment, just pure, unfiltered fear. Issei, Kara said, her voice softer now but still urgent. Please. We're heroes. We don't cross that line. Issei hesitated, torn between his burning sense of justice and the moral high ground Kara and Batman were trying to uphold. The tension in the air was palpable, the weight of his decision hanging heavy. In that moment, Joker, gasping for air, managed a twisted smile. Even now you can't do it, you're just like them, Joker rasped, his voice weak but taunting. Issei's eyes burned with fury, and for a split second, it seemed like he might end it all right there. But then he looked at Kara, the compassion in her eyes, the belief in a better way. The eyes reminded him of a nun who showed so much warmth and kindness to even a devil that she was banished from a church all because she wished to do good and live a life where she could live a normal life and have real friends. However, even kindness has its limits, and Issei had seen it abused and manipulated against the very nun he loved with all his heart. With a frustrated growl, Issei threw Joker to the ground, releasing his grip. Joker coughed violently, sucking in deep breaths of air, still grinning despite his near-death experience. There's a difference between you and Issei, Batman. We killed to ensure our future, and that a monster like him never returns from the grave. Drake said before Issei roared into the air, causing Joker to laugh no longer but freeze as he saw not only death but something else in front of him. The victims of his actions and sins were not pleased. Issei then summoned Ascalon as he dragged his sword on the roof, causing sparks to appear and making Joker back away. And no! Batman! Batman! Please help me! Please! Joker yelled as Issei walked towards the cowering villain as if he were the Grim Reaper itself, and now death was coming for Joker's life. Issei didn't even care about how Kara tried to stop Issei with her super strength, which was nothing against a dragon. Batman's gadgets had no effects as well, which just annoyed Issei before he threw aside Kara and grabbed Joker by the throat and held him into the air with Ascalon raised high into the sky with a pillar of light shining from the sword. Joker, Issei's voice thundered, reverberating through the rooftop. This is your judgment for all the lives you've destroyed, the people you've tortured, and the chaos you've spread. The Joker's eyes widened in true, unabashed fear. This feeling was a side of justice he had never faced, a relentless force that saw through his facade and aimed to end his reign of terror once and for all. No! No! You can't! Joker shrieked, his voice cracking with panic. I'm the Joker. I can't die. I can't. With one swift, decisive motion, Issei brought Ascalon down. The blade cut through the air with a blinding flash of light, and the Joker's screams were abruptly silenced. His body went limp, hanging from Issei's grasp for a brief moment before being unceremoniously dropped to the ground, lifeless and still. Kara and Batman stared in stunned silence, the weight of what had just happened sinking in. The Joker, the embodiment of chaos and terror in Gotham, was no more. Issei stood over the fallen villain, his eyes still burning with a fierce determination before Drake joined him and patted his partner's back. It is over, Drake declared, his voice firm and unyielding. No more innocents will suffer because of him. Issei nodded at his partner's words as Batman approached slowly, his expression a mixture of anger, sorrow, and a reluctant understanding. You crossed the line, Issei, he said quietly. One we can't uncross. Sometimes the line needs to be crossed, Issei replied, his voice steady. For the greater good of the people. Kara stepped forward, her face etched with concern and a hint of sadness. Issei, we understand your pain, your anger. But this isn't who we are. Issei turned to face her, his expression softening slightly. Maybe it's not who you are, Kara. But it's who I need to be. With that, Issei sheathed Ascalon, the blade's light fading away. He walked past Batman and Kara, his steps heavy but resolute. I'm not a hero, he said, almost to himself. I'm a protector. And sometimes that means making the hard choices. As he disappeared into the shadows, Batman and Kara were left to grapple with the implications of what had transpired. The Joker was dead, and Gotham's future had been irrevocably changed. In the distance, the first light of dawn began to break through the clouds, casting a pale glow over the city. It was a new day, one free of the Joker's madness. But the cost of that freedom would linger in the hearts and minds of Gotham's protectors for a long time to come. In other news, the Joker, the clown prince of crime and mayhem, has been killed by a mysterious hero who seemed to be working with other vigilantes such as Batman, Red Hood, Oracle, and Supergirl, but it seems that the Batman and this new hero have different ideals about justice. A news lady reported before continuing by going down to the camera crew on the ground to hear their thoughts on Joker being killed. The scene cut to the bustling streets of Gotham, where the camera crew was interviewing citizens. A man in his mid-40s, dressed in a business suit, spoke first. Honestly, it's about time someone did something, he said, a hint of relief in his voice. The Joker has terrorized this city for too long. I'm just glad he's finally gone. A woman with her 2 young children nodded in agreement. We lived in constant fear because of him, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I can finally sleep at night knowing he can't hurt my family anymore. But not everyone shared this sentiment. A young man wearing a Gotham University sweatshirt looked conflicted. I understand why people are happy, but we can't just go around killing people, he said. Even someone as evil as the Joker deserves a fair trial. What makes us different from them if we don't follow the rules? The camera shifted to an older woman, her eyes filled with wisdom and sorrow. The Joker caused so much pain, she said softly. But taking a life, no matter whose, changes you. I worry about what this means for our heroes. The news returned to the studio, where the anchorwoman continued her report. The debate over the Joker's death is dividing Gotham. Some see it as a necessary act of justice, while others fear it sets a dangerous precedent. The broadcast then cut to a statement from the Gotham Police Department. Commissioner Gordon stood at a podium, his face grave. The GCPD does not condone vigilantism, he said firmly. While the Joker's death may bring a sense of relief, we must uphold the rule of law. We will be investigating this incident thoroughly. And in other news As the news report concluded, the television was turned off in the Batcave, where Batman stood watching the news, his expression somber. Kara, dressed as Supergirl, landed softly beside him. They're divided, Kara said quietly, her eyes scanning the city below. Issei's actions have stirred up a lot of emotions. Batman nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He made a choice, one that will have lasting consequences. Gotham will never be the same. Kara sighed, her shoulders heavy with the weight of recent events. Do you think he did the right thing? Batman was silent for a moment, considering her question. It's not about right or wrong, he finally said. It's about the cost. And whether we're willing to pay it. Meanwhile, Issei stood on a distant rooftop, watching a city he had helped to protect. Drake's voice echoed in his mind. You did what you believed was necessary, partner. But this path will not be an easy one. I know, Issei replied, his voice unwavering. But if it means keeping the people of Gotham safe, then it's a price I'm willing to pay. As the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Gotham stood at a crossroads, its fate hanging in the balance. And for Issei, Batman, and Kara, the true battle had only just begun. The next day, the scene shifted to the Grand Hall of the Justice League Watchtower, high above the earth. The main 7 members, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Flash, Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Martian Manhunter, were gathered around a holographic table displaying various news reports and surveillance footage of the recent events in Gotham. Superman, his arms crossed and face stern, was the first to speak. Bruce, we've all seen the reports. What happened? Batman, standing at the end of the table, his cape draped over his shoulders, took a deep breath. Issei killed the Joker. It was a decisive action, one he believed was necessary to protect Gotham. It's caused a significant divide among the city's citizens and within our community. Wonder Woman leaned forward, her expression a mix of concern and understanding. What about the other villains in Arkham? How are they reacting? Batman activated a holographic display showing several profiles of Gotham's most notorious criminals. There's been an unprecedented response. Several villains who escaped during the chaos have turned themselves in, terrified of facing Issei's wrath. Others are living in constant fear, hiding and abandoning their plans. Flash, ever the optimist, tried to lighten the mood. So, in a twisted way, it's working? Gotham's crime rate is dropping? Green Lantern, skeptical as always, shook his head. Fear isn't a sustainable strategy, Flash. It can backfire. People need to feel safe, not terrorized by the ones who are supposed to protect them. Hawkgirl nodded in agreement. We can't let this become the norm. Fear should not be the foundation of justice. Martian Manhunter, always the voice of reason, looked directly at Batman. What do you propose we do, Bruce? Issei's actions have consequences. We need a plan. Batman remained silent for a moment, considering his words carefully. Issei's actions, while extreme, have shown results. But we need to ensure this doesn't spiral out of control. We need to find a balance. We have to make sure that fear doesn't become the primary tool of justice. Superman stepped closer, placing a hand on Batman's shoulder. We're with you, Bruce. We'll figure this out together. But we also need to understand Issei better. Who is he? What drives him? Batman nodded, appreciating the support. From what Drake told us on the first day they appeared, Issei is a warrior from another world, driven by a deep sense of justice and protection. But his methods are shaped by different experiences and harsher realities. We need to help him understand our principles, our way of doing things. As the discussion continued, the Watchtower's advanced surveillance system detected unusual activity in Gotham. An alert popped up on the holographic display, showing several Arkham escapees voluntarily walking into police stations, surrendering themselves with expressions of sheer terror. Green Lantern raised an eyebrow. Looks like the Joker's death has really shaken them up. They're calling Issei by another name now. Superman glanced at the display, reading the new moniker being whispered among Gotham's criminal underworld. The Dragon Knight, he read aloud, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and concern. They see him as an unstoppable force, something more than just a vigilante. Wonder Woman, her eyes thoughtful, spoke up. We need to harness that. Turn it into a symbol of hope, not fear. If Issei can become a beacon of justice, a true protector in the eyes of the people, we might be able to reshape the narrative. Batman nodded, a plan forming in his mind. I'll talk to Issei. We need to guide him and show him the way we operate. With our support, he can be a powerful ally, not just for Gotham but for the world. The League members agreed, each understanding the delicate balance they needed to maintain. As they dispersed to handle their respective duties, Batman lingered for a moment, his mind racing with the possibilities and the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, with the Dragon Knight in Gotham, the night was calm, and the city was unusually quiet. Issei stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down at the streets below. He could feel the shift, the palpable fear among the criminals, and the cautious hope among the citizens. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, steady and reassuring. You did the right thing, partner. The Joker was just another version of Rise of him, and he would never redeem himself for his sins or actions. Others may see you with fear, but you expected that, didn't you? Issei nodded, determination burning in his eyes. I did, Drake. For this city, for those who can't protect themselves. He then recalled a time when he was young and how he desired to become a hero of justice. However, during his time as a devil and the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei learned that justice took many different forms, and he saw both the good and bad of the ideals of the people he fought with. However, Issei cared about protecting his loved ones, which led to Issei being unsure of who his enemies he could trust until Vala fought alongside him, which helped Issei realize that not all of his enemies are truly evil, like Rise of Lucifer, which is why Issei ensured to see if they were either guilty or redeemable, but if not, then he'd kill them. It's why he let Pamela live, since Issei could tell that Pamela is a neutral person and cared deeply for Harley, someone who showed her kindness and love. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Issei knew that his journey had only just begun, which is why he'd fight to continue protecting his loved ones, and if he had to stain his hands with blood, then that is the path he would walk on until death claims his soul once and for all. Issei was walking around without his armor, knowing that people wouldn't recognize him unless he had his armor on, which suited Issei well, knowing that his identity was hidden from villains. It was a week just after Issei had killed Joker. If he was being honest, Issei had no regrets about killing the psychopath who didn't give a damn about killing, like many of the others that the heroes locked up only for them to escape and go through with their plans again. Issei couldn't stand the idea of letting killers and monsters in human flesh run freely, since he learned that even though he wanted to be a hero when he was a child, Issei learned something very cruel yet eye-opening to his ideal. Being a hero doesn't always mean saving everyone, since it's impossible to save everyone in the world, which is why Issei was content to protect his loved ones and knew that they were strong enough to protect their own loved ones. Heroes aren't the ones who wore capes and moved buildings, but the ones who make the most difficult decisions to save and protect as many lives as they can while living with the burden of their actions. Which is why when Issei looked at the members of the Justice League, he couldn't follow through with their decisions, since they allowed someone like Lex Luthor, Joker, Gorilla Grodd, and many other villains who wanted to take over the world. And what was their ultimate punishment? A slap on the wrist and put in prison? That's not a punishment worthy of their crimes. That's a blessing for them, since, back in Issei's world, they would have been executed or killed on the spot. Drake appeared next to Issei and gave his own 2 cents to his partner. "I know what you're thinking," Drake said while Issei put headphones on his head and began to play music to make it look like he was humming to the music before speaking to Drake. "And I understand why you don't fully trust them yet, and to be honest, I get it, especially since they couldn't understand the pain of losing everything only to nothing left except the powers you have and myself," Drake said. At the same time, Issei nodded in response until he saw a newspaper and paid for one to read the news in Gotham City. Issei's eyes widened seeing that Lex Luthor was running for president, which made Issei surprised since he saw Superman's arch-nemesis's file on Brainiac's ship and couldn't see what he was seeing before Drake read the article as well before whistling in surprise, which no one around them could hear since Drake was part of Issei, ergo only Issei could hear him. Issei's grip tightened on the newspaper, crumpling the edges. The idea of Lex Luthor as president was anathema to him. He could imagine the kind of chaos and corruption Luthor would unleash upon the world if given that much power. Issei had no doubt that Luthor's presidency would be a nightmare not only for the heroes but for every ordinary person who just wanted to live their lives in peace. "I can't believe this," Issei muttered, keeping his voice low despite his anger. "How can people even consider electing someone like him?" Drake's voice rumbled in his mind, soothing yet firm. "People can be easily swayed by words and appearances. Luthor has always been a master manipulator. It's not surprising he's managed to charm the public." Issei sighed, folding the newspaper under his arm. "I can't let this happen. There has to be a way to stop him." "You need to be careful," Drake cautioned. "You're still new to this world. You don't have the same connections and resources as the Justice League." Issei nodded reluctantly. Drake was right. Charging in recklessly would only help some. He needed to be strategic and find allies who shared his concerns about Luthor. But who could he trust? As he walked through the bustling streets of Gotham, his mind raced with possibilities. He could reach out to Batman. The Dark Knight was known for his distrust of Luthor and might be willing to listen. Then again, Issei's methods and philosophy often clashed with Batman's, and trust would be a fragile thing, especially since Batman doesn't trust anyone who isn't himself. Lost in thought, Issei almost missed a small commotion happening at a nearby alley. A group of thugs was harassing a young woman, their intentions clear and malicious. Issei's eyes narrowed. This was something he could deal with right now. He approached the alley, slipping into the shadows. One of the thugs noticed him and sneered. "What's this? Another hero wannabe? Get lost, kid, before you get hurt." Issei didn't bother with a response. In a flash, he was among them, fists and feet moving with practiced precision. The thugs didn't stand a chance. Within moments, they were all on the ground, groaning in pain. The woman looked up at Issei with wide, grateful eyes. Thank you so much," Issei nodded, offering her a hand to help her up. "It's okay. Just be careful around here." As the woman hurried away, Issei couldn't help but think about the larger battle ahead. Stopping muggers and thugs was one thing, but taking on someone like Lex Luthor required more than just physical strength. It required allies, information, and a plan. First things first, Issei murmured to himself, making a decision. "I need to talk to Batman. I'm afraid you'll have to make do with us," Superman's voice said before Issei turned around to see that Superman was flying down and landed on the ground. Issei turned slowly, eyeing Superman with a mixture of wariness and respect. He had seen enough of Superman's capabilities to know the Man of Steel was not someone to take lightly, but Issei also knew that their ideologies differed significantly. "Us?" Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. Superman nodded and gestured to the rooftop, where Batman stood watching with his usual stoic demeanor. "We need to talk," Batman said, his voice a gravelly monotone. Issei folded his arms, assessing the situation. "About Luthor?" he asked. "Among other things," Superman replied, stepping closer. "We know you're new here, but you've already made quite an impact after killing Joker. However, we need to understand your motives and see if we can work together." Issei glanced between the two heroes. He knew this was a critical moment. Gaining their trust, or at least their cooperation, could be pivotal in stopping Luthor's rise to power. Still, Issei also needed to stay true to his principles, even if it meant clashing with the Justice League, since there were some that Issei didn't fully trust. "I don't agree with your methods," Issei said bluntly. "You let villains like Joker and Luthor free. In my world, they would face true justice." Batman narrowed his eyes while Superman remained calm. "We're not here to debate our methods," Batman said. "We want to know if you're willing to help us. Luthor running for president is a threat we can't ignore." Issei sighed, knowing that working with them might be his best chance to stop Luthor. "I'll help," he said. "But we do things me way. No holding back against monsters like Luthor." Superman exchanged a glance with Batman, who nodded slightly. "We'll discuss our approach," Superman said. "For now, we need to gather information and plan our next move." Issei nodded, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. This was just the beginning, but at least he was no longer alone in this fight. "All right," he said. "Let's take down Luthor." As they left the alley together, Issei couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. The battle ahead would be difficult, but with allies like Superman and Batman, he had a fighting chance. The journey to the Batcave was swift, with Issei flanked by Batman and Superman. Upon arrival, the dark, cavernous space was illuminated by the soft glow of monitors and the hum of advanced technology. Issei's eyes adjusted to the dim light as he took in the sight of the Batcave's impressive arsenal and computer systems. Standing by one of the workbenches was Red Hood, his iconic helmet resting on the table. He glanced up as the trio entered, a smirk crossing his face. Well, look who it is," Red Hood said, crossing his arms. "The guy who finally put that psycho Joker down for good." Issei nodded in acknowledgement. "He deserved worse," he replied simply. "You're not wrong," Red Hood agreed, shooting a glance at Batman. "It's about time someone did what needed to be done." Batman frowned, his eyes narrowing. "We don't kill, Jason. It's not our way." Red Hood rolled his eyes. "Yeah, and look where that's gotten us. Sometimes you have to make the hard choices." The tension in the room was palpable, but before it could escalate, Drake materialized beside Issei. "Enough of this," the dragon growled. "We have bigger issues to deal with." Everyone turned to face Drake, intrigued. "What do you suggest?" Superman asked. Drake's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. "Cadmus. I've got a feeling that Luthor and Cadmus have captured the Royal Flush Gang, the same teenagers who were locked up like Ace. We need to find Cadmus, bust out the people they've got locked up there, and destroy Cadmus from the inside." The dragon conjured up a series of holographic drawings, illustrating the plan with childish-like drawings with Drake, Issei, and Red Hood shooting the place up before they destroy the building and kill Luthor before pissing on his grave. Issei liked this plan, given the fact that Issei nodded and gave them a thumbs up. "I agree. Cadmus a threat. We need to take them down." Batman, however, looked skeptical. "Cadmus is a government project. It's designed to keep the Justice League in check. Even if we destroy it, the government will rebuild it. We need to be strategic." Superman crossed his arms, considering the plan. "Batman has a point. We can't just storm into LexCorp without a solid strategy. Plus Cadmus has been keeping a low profile, and we don't know where they are, so until then, We need to gather more intel, find out exactly what Luther is planning, and then act. Issei slammed his hands on the table, causing it to cave in while glaring at them with annoyance. We can't wait too long. If Luther is involved with Camus, then people are in danger, Batman sighed, rubbing his temples. We need to tread carefully. If we move too quickly, then we risk exposing ourselves and putting the Justice League in a bad light in the eyes of the public. Drake huffed in frustration but nodded. Look, we may not be from your world, but this Luther isn't just going to sit around and wait for us to figure things out. Agreed, Superman said. Which is why we'll gather more information on Cadmus and Luther's plans. Once we have a clearer picture, then we can decide our next move. Issei clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the mission ahead, but felt trapped by going by their rules and how they were wasting time. TCH. Superman and Batman then left the Batcave while Issei and Red Hood were alone until Issei turned to Red Hood, his curiosity piqued. What happened to Harley and Pamela? He asked, his voice steady and concerned about Poison Ivy and Harley's condition and situation, given what happened when Joker injected Harley with a good dosage of the Joker toxin. Red Hood's expression softened slightly, his demeanor shifting from defiance to concern. Harley and Pamela are complicated cases, he admitted before continuing. Pamela, Poison Ivy, was instrumental in neutralizing Joker's toxin since her knowledge of plants and chemicals was crucial to creating an antidote, and left it for Harley. But after the dust settled, Poison Ivy went underground, quite literally, and has been keeping a low profile since then. Issei nodded, grateful for Pamela's assistance but still worried about Harley. And Harley? Red Hood sighed, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Harley took the brunt of Joker's last act. The dosage of the toxin she received was extreme. She looked like she was living her worst nightmares over and over again. It took a while to pin her down so she wouldn't hurt herself. Afterward, we rushed her to the Gotham Medical Hospital for Criminals. It was touch and go for a while, but Harley pulled through. Batman and I made sure she got the medical attention she needed. Drake stepped forward. His face was covered by a Batman mask, which looked like stoic determination before he spoke like Bruce. Harley's recovery was touch and go for a while, but she managed to survive. She's currently in a secure location, receiving ongoing treatment and rehabilitation. Issei's eyes narrowed slightly while hiding the fact he was laughing in his mind at Drake's impersonation. Is she safe? Red Hood nodded. As safe as she can be. She's under constant watch, and we're ensuring she gets the help she needs. Issei let out a small sigh of relief. Despite Harley's past, she had made an effort to change, and he respected that. Good. She deserves a chance to find peace. Red Hood placed a reassuring hand on Issei's shoulder. We'll keep an eye on her. You did good, Issei. Taking down Joker was a necessary evil. But don't let it consume you. Issei nodded, appreciating Red Hood's words. Thanks. I just want to make sure no one else suffers. Drake, who had been worried about his partner's mental health, spoke up. Issei, your actions have had a significant impact. We'll do whatever it takes to stop Luther and any other criminals, as well as protect the innocent. Which means we should move forward. We can't afford to waste any more time. Red Hood turned back to his personal computer, typing rapidly. I'll start gathering intel on Cadmus. I can reach out to my contacts and see if they can find any leads on Luther's or Cadmus's activities. You should go check on Harley. She knows about you thanks to Ivy and wants to speak to you about Joker. Issei nodded as he and Drake made their way to the Gotham Medical Center under the sun. The hospital loomed ahead, its sterile walls and bright lights contrasting sharply with the shadowy streets of Gotham. However, Issei wasn't interested in just waiting to see Harley at the hospital. Let's be quiet, Issei whispered to Drake, who nodded in agreement. Issei slipped into the hospital through a side entrance, moving with practiced stealth. Issei navigated the hallways, avoiding security cameras and hospital staff until they reached the room where Harley Quinn was being kept. Issei gently opened the door and entered the room, finding Harley asleep in her bed, her face peaceful despite the ordeal she had been through. Issei approached the bedside table, finding Harley's medical report. As he read through it, Drake materialized next to him once again, his presence a comforting one. All was quiet until Issei said a question that would surprise anyone who knew him. Did you plant the bug? Issei asked softly before Drake nodded in response with a smile on his face. You bet. While we were in the Batcave, I planted a bug on the Bat computer. It's already transmitting all of its data, so while you chat with Harley, I'll be going through Batman's files on Cadmus as we speak since I could tell that Batman lied about having any information thanks to a guy named The Question. Drake couldn't believe the ridiculousness of superhero names, so he ignored them while going through the files. Issei nodded, grateful for Drake's efficiency. He continued to read Harley's report, noting the extensive treatment she had received. Despite the severity of her condition, the doctors had managed to stabilize her. As he read, he heard a soft groan from the bed. Harley Quinn was waking up, her eyes fluttering open. She gasped in pain, then froze when she saw Issei standing by her bedside. "Who?" she began, her voice weak. Issei turned to face her, offering a small smile. "It's me, Issei. You probably didn't recognize me without my armor." Harley's eyes widened slightly as recognition dawned on her, recalling the person that was next to Pamela and the one who killed the Joker since the armored man was on the news. But the man under the armor was in front of her very eyes. "Issei Hayadu? What are you doing here?" "I wanted to check on you," Issei replied gently. "You went through a lot." Harley managed a weak smile. "Yeah, you could say that. Joker, he always knew how to throw a party." Issei frowned, the memory of Joker's madness still fresh in his mind. "You didn't deserve what he did to you." "I'm glad you're okay," Harley sighed, looking away. "It's been a rough ride. But I'm trying to be better." Issei turned back to Harley, who was now fully awake and looking at him with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. He sat down on a chair next to her bed, his expression softening. "Harley, now that Joker is gone, what will you do?" Harley stared at the ceiling for a moment before sighing deeply. "I don't know, Issei. My whole life has been wrapped up in his madness. I was a damn good therapist before I became his jester, but now that he's gone, maybe I can finally figure out who I am without him. Maybe I can actually do some good for a change." Issei nodded, understanding the turmoil she must be feeling. "You have via Shancito start over. Don't waste it." As they talked, Drake continued his work, sifting through the files he had accessed from the Bat computer. Suddenly, he found something intriguing. "Issei, I've located a file known as Project Firestorm. It involves a metahuman that Superman has faced regularly, someone named Volcana." Issei's attention was immediately drawn to Drake's discovery. "Volcana, what's her connection to Cadmus?" Drake projected the file contents for Issei to see. As a teenager, Claire Sultan showed an aptitude for pyrokinesis, the ability to start and control fire with her mind. Her parents sent her to Metropolis's Center for Paranormal Studies so that she could learn how to control her power. Still, she was soon spirited away by government agents working for a program called Project Firestorm. They planned to train her as a living weapon. Given the code name Volcana, she was trained and indoctrinated by government agents but rebelled and escaped, Drake said before reading more of Volcana's file, which made Issei's left hand clench in rage. Hearing this, Drake continued, "Now a fugitive, Volcana survived the only way she could, by stealing." This caught the attention of Superman. He unearthed the government agency and its renegade chief, Kurt, and caused it to shut down. He relocated Volcana to an abandoned island where she could find a chance to reorganize her life and turn over a new leaf. Superman makes periodic supply deliveries to the island, and Volcana takes the opportunity to flirt with him when he visits her. During one such visit, she commented that he was always polite and that his mother must have raised him well, to which he answered that he'd been lucky in that respect, and she agreed with him, showing bitterness that she had never been that fortunate. Issei frowned, his concern growing. "We need to stop them." "But there's more, isn't there?" Drake nodded. "Yes. I've also managed to hack into the warehouse where Red Hood faced the Royal Flush Gang. The security system was breached for just a moment, but I saw something, or someone, unusual. It looked like Supergirl, but different." Issei's eyes widened in surprise. "Supergirl? But different?" Drake displayed a brief image he had captured. "This is what I saw. It matches the description of a clone known as Galatea, created by Cadmus to be a more ruthless version of Supergirl." Issei studied the image, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Cadmus has someone like Galatea, he could be planning something big. "We need to find this facility and stop them." Harley, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "Issei, whatever you're planning, be careful. I know Cadmus from the underworld, and trust me when I say that these guys are dangerous, and that they'll do anything to protect their secrets." Issei nodded, appreciating her concern. "I will. And I'll make Serena one else gets hurt." With their conversation concluded, Issei and Drake made their way back to the rooftop of Wayne Industries, their temporary base of operations. As they walked, Issei's mind was racing with thoughts of how to proceed. The discovery of Project Firestorm and the presence of Galatea meant that Cadmus's plans were far more advanced and dangerous than they had anticipated. Reaching a secluded area, Issei contacted Ace and Red Hood, updating them on the latest findings that Drake found on Cadmus. "We found something important. Could Musis experimenting in metahumansto have as soldiers should the Justice League become a threat to the world one of Themis volcano? A former weapon they tried to create, but that's not all." Drake nodded when Issei looked his way and pulled up the video and file before explaining his part of the shocking news. "They have a clone of Supergirl called Galatea, genetically engineered to be a more ruthless version of Supergirl, and the man who had the DNA to make it possible was none other than Professor Hamilton, the same professor who worked on Supergirl and saved her life when Superman nearly killed her when Darkseid manipulated him." Red Hood was shocked by this before asking, "What do you plan on doing now?" Ace then had her own questions. Why would they try to create a clone of Kara? Issei chuckled before replying. "Fear and security," Issei said before clearing his throat some more, which has been working a bit better since he was able to rest his body when Ace and Kara forced Issei to get some sleep when he wasn't helping the Kent family. They needed security when Superman goes rogue or the Justice League. "That is why they were training you as well, Ace," Issei said. Ace looked down at the ground as her hands went to her arms and held them just as the experiments and tests appeared in her mind once again until Issei reached through the screen and comforted her by pulling Ace to Issei's side, much to their shock before Ace found herself in the arms of her savior and brother. "They won't harm you anymore," Issei said before patting her head and rubbing it, making Ace smile in relief until Red Hood interrupted them. "Sorry to cut in, but what do you plan to do now?" Red Hood asked before Dryag laughed in response. "Well, what else would we do? We're going to pay a visit to the professor and ask for directions to Cadmus," Drake said before laughing while enjoying the fun they're going to have without the annoying heroes getting in their way. Later in the evening, Professor Hamilton was just closing up his lab, the sterile white walls and gleaming surfaces casting an eerie glow in the dimming light. He let out a tired sigh, reaching for the lights to turn them off when a sudden presence stopped him in his tracks. "Going somewhere, Professor?" Issei's voice echoed in the quiet lab. Hamilton turned slowly, finding Issei standing at the entrance in his armor, Drake looming beside him in his spiritual form, checking his claws, and Ace leaning casually against the wall, staring at him with an angry look on her face. Hamilton's eyes widened in surprise and fear, recognizing Ace as well as the armored knight. What do you want?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Issei stepped forward, his gaze piercing, making Hamilton freeze in fear until Issei spoke to him. "We need to have a little chat about Cadmus and your involvement in their projects." Hamilton swallowed hard, his mind racing for an escape, but Issei grabbed him by the collar and pinned him to the wall, startling him. "I don't know what you're talking about." Drake let out a low growl, annoyed by the false act. "You can drop the act. Don't play dumb with us, Hamilton, since we know about Project Firestorm and Galatea, as well as the Royal Flush Gang, which Luthor helped clean up since they were assisting Joker." Hamilton's face paled hearing this before stuttering. "I can't talk about that. It's classified." Ace stepped forward, her eyes cold and unyielding. "Classified or not, you're going to tell us everything you know, starting with how far Cadmus's plans go." Her eyes then began to turn into swirls as Hamilton began to stutter until he yelled with no one hearing his screams thanks to Drake closing off the outside from the lab so no sounds escaped. Issei stood over Professor Hamilton, his eyes cold and unyielding. The room was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the walls. Hamilton, restrained in a heavy chair, trembled as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ace stood beside Issei, her eyes glowing faintly as she focused her mental powers on Hamilton's mind. "Please," Hamilton stammered, his voice quivering with fear, "I don't know what you want. Just let me go." Issei scoffed, the sound harsh and mocking. He leaned in closer, his expression a mask of disdain. "How many metas begged for mercy, Hamilton? How many pleaded for their lives, only to be treated like weapons by Cadmus?" Hamilton's eyes darted around the room, seeking an escape that wasn't there. "I don't know what you're talking about." Ace intensified her mental assault, causing Hamilton to cry out in pain. "Don't lie to us," she said, her voice eerily calm. "We know everything. We just want to hear it from you." Hamilton's resistance crumbled under the combined assault. All right. We did experiments. We treated them like tools. But it wasn't my decision. I was just following orders." Issei's expression darkened. "That's not good enough. You had a choice. And you chose to strip them of their humanity, violated the trust of Supergirl to make a clone, and who knows what else." Hamilton's eyes filled with tears. "You don't understand. It was for the greater good. We had to protect humanity from the Justice League since the Justice Lords and when Superman went rogue are the reasons Cadmus exists. Issei's fist collided with the side of Hamilton's face, the impact echoing through the room. The greater good? Issei snarled. How many lives were ruined for your greater good? How many families were torn apart? Ace stepped closer, her presence looming over Hamilton. You have to answer for your actions, Professor. The ones you experimented on were people with lives, dreams, and families. Like me, but you and Cadmus treated us like we were nothing but tools to use in your war. Hamilton sobbed, the weight of his guilt crushing him. I'm so sorry. Issei leaned back, his gaze unwavering. Sorry, won't bring them back. But you can start making amends by telling us everything about Cadmus. Their plans, their projects, everything. Hamilton nodded frantically. I'll tell you everything. Just please, no more. Issei and Ace exchanged a glance. Ace's eyes stopped glowing, and she eased up on the mental pressure. Issei's stern expression softened slightly, but the anger still simmered beneath the surface. You'd better not hold anything back, Issei warned. Because if we find out you're lying or omitting details, we'll be back. And next time, there won't be any mercy. Hamilton swallowed hard and began to spill everything he knew about Cadmus, his voice shaky but sincere. Issei and Ace listened intently, piecing together the information that would help them take down Cadmus and ensure justice for those who had suffered at their hands. Hamilton's voice trembled as he began to divulge Cadmus's secrets. The main facility is located in an underground bunker beneath Washington, D.C. It's heavily guarded, with multiple layers of security. They have advanced technology, weapons, and even metahuman deterrence. Issei's eyes narrowed. What are they planning? Hamilton hesitated, glancing nervously between Issei and Ace. They're developing weapons and clones designed to control or eliminate metahumans. One of their top projects is a clone of Supergirl named Galatea. She's stronger, faster, and completely loyal to Cadmus. Ace's eyes flashed with anger. And you're complicit in all of this? Hamilton shook his head, tears streaming down his face. I thought that Superman was once a good man, a guardian angel sent to Earth to protect us. But Lucifer was an angel as well, and he betrayed God. Drake growled at this, considering Hamilton's words. So that's it? One little event caused you to betray them and work with people who give two shits about your morals? Your little organization basically stripped kids of their free will and took them away when they had nothing just to have your little weapons for when the Justice League becomes a real threat? Oh, and I'm sure the government knows that you literally work with children since they're only metahuman. So they can't possibly be treated as humans or trusted, right? Issei was furious at Hamilton and what Cadmus does to metahumans before glaring at him with hatred. You say you cared about protecting Earth, but what about those you call monsters? What about the ones you manipulate to use? But that doesn't absolve you of responsibility. Still, you've given us valuable information. Hamilton looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Does that mean you'll let me go? Issei nodded slowly. Yes, I'll allow it. But remember, this isn't forgiveness. It's a chance for you to live with what you've done. Hamilton sighed in relief, slumping in his chair. Thank you? Thank you? Issei turned to Ace, who was still glaring at Hamilton before Issei leaned down and whispered into her ear. I'll give you a moment with him. Make sure he understands the gravity of his actions. Ace's expression was unreadable as she nodded, but Issei noticed a twitch on her lips as if she was about to smile. Understood. Issei exited the room, closing the door behind him. Issei and Drake stood outside, hearing muffled voices through the thick walls. Suddenly, Hamilton's voice rose in a panic scream, followed by the sickening sound of flesh tearing and blood splattering. The scream abruptly cut off, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Issei re-entered the room to find Hamilton's lifeless body blown to pieces in the room, blood splattered across the walls and floor. Ace stood in the center of the room, her clothes and face smeared with blood. She looked at Issei, her expression calm and composed. Issei approached her, pulling a washcloth from his pocket. He gently wiped the blood from her face, his touch surprisingly tender, as if he was tending to a child. You did what needed to be done. Ace nodded, her voice soft. He was too dangerous to be left alive. Cadmus would have found a way to use him again. Issei finished cleaning the blood from her face and clothes, his expression serious. We'll save them, Ace. I promise. Ace nodded before the trio headed to their location, which would shake the world. Cadmus headquarters, Washington, D.C. It was a quiet evening in Cadmus, and the soldiers didn't seem afraid or worried about anyone attacking them since the Justice League didn't know where they were, all except for a certain trio, especially a being that was more powerful than the Justice League combined. Hey, did they ever catch that knight that they had back in the last lab? No, but the knight seems to have taken that weird girl that looked like a doll. Oh yeah, I heard about her. Apparently, the only reason they kept her around was because she was a good puppet to use since her mind powers can mess up your brains and turn you crazy. Ha! Maybe Joker would like to take her then. The 4 guards then shared a laugh, unaware that the night was approaching the base. Meanwhile, a certain being that was kept in a healing chamber seemed to have sensed said night nearing the lab before his eyes began to slowly open. The being felt the power near the lab, and it made his whole body shiver as if feeling a god enter the lab as if to save him from his prison after what the Kryptonian and the people in the lab had done to him. Master, the being said in his head before smirking at the carnage that would soon happen until his master would release him from his prison. So this is Cadmus headquarters. I honestly expected more security from them, Drake said while combing through the database and the security cameras before disabling them from activation until returning to the front to see Issei take on a different form that was almost similar to his knight armor. Still, this time, the armor appeared to be sleeker and mechanical, which made Drake chuckle, recalling a space TV show that Issei had watched, and his armor was a reference to the villain. Really? General Grievous is your inspiration for an assassin? Drake asked before Issei turned to him. He replied by summoning a sword of light in both hands. Asto strike fear into their hearts, Issei said, which only made Drake laugh a bit more until she saw Ace walk towards them, wearing a costume that Drake made for her to hide her identity. The moon cast a soft, silvery light over the Cadmus headquarters as Issei, Ace, and Drake approached with stealth and precision. The guards outside were oblivious to the imminent danger, their laughter echoing in the still night. Ace wore a black, form-fitting suit that clung to her like a second skin. The suit was designed with advanced materials, making it bulletproof and resistant to various forms of detection. It had built-in tech to dampen sound, making her movements nearly inaudible. A mask covered her face, leaving only her mask's widened eyes visible. Now that their cameras and security are down in the vents and prisoners' chambers, we can begin our invasion, Issei said, his voice a deep, mechanical rumble through his helmet. We need to be swift and precise. No mistakes. Now, remember the plan. Ace and Drake will locate any prisoners and release them, as well as disable their prisons and inhibitors. We are going to free them and show Cadmus not to underestimate us. Issei said it in full sentences, which shocked Ace before Drake explained it was the mask that was speaking with a voice modulator to make his voice different for the operation. Issei then began to walk towards the entrance and smiled since he knew his part was crucial. Bait. Issei liked this since Ace was sneakier than him before the duo went ahead of Issei, which was his signal to have fun. Issei sliced open the doors, which caused the guards to be shocked until Issei leaped towards them and sliced their guns in half before knocking them out with his clawed boots, which amused him before continuing forward towards Cadmus before the guards freaked out. Seeing that they were being attacked, their signals were jammed. Miss Waller! Someone broke into Cadmus and took out the main entrance guards. A soldier said to Waller, who was shocked at this before being shown a video of Issei taking down the guards before growling at this. Send in Task Force X to capture it alive or kill it so we can learn who sent that thing after us. Waller said before tapping a button to contact Professor Hamilton, but she received an answer when she asked her people to hack the lab cameras. However, it showed a sight that shocked Amanda to the core. The corpse of Professor Hamilton's body and blood, or what's left of it, that is. I'll be damned, Waller said before watching the video of Issei slicing through the soldiers before he looked at the camera and spoke to her. I know you can hear and see me, Miss Waller, and yes, I killed Hamilton for I was hired to release your weapons unto the world and be released into the custody of my master, Issei said in his mask before Waller narrowed her eyes and replied. And who is this master of yours? You should know him well since he is the one who saved Ace after all. This caused Amanda to be afraid since she recalled the knight that walked through her soldiers as if nothing and killed many of them without hesitation. But she also had other superhumans working for her, and Cadmus. You have no idea who you are messing with, Amanda said, which made Issei laugh at her until he stopped to reply. I was just about to say the same about myself and my master, Issei said before destroying the camera, making Amanda glare at it before seeing her team prepare to intercept him in the middle of Cadmus's base. The battle arena. Task Force X. The target is at the battle arena. We'll trap him there so you can take him on. Kill him, Amanda Waller said before pulling out a flash drive from a computer and began to head to the rooftop. As long as Amanda was alive and the data on all of their operations was with the government, then they could restart in a new location. And besides, Luther is still sending us more than enough funds for the other lab we have, so at least he's good for something, Amanda said while climbing up the stairs to the helicopter pad to get to her transportation. The battle arena. Issei was enjoying himself since he was playing with his food before killing them, which was a fate better than torture until he stopped to see that 100 soldiers that tried to take him down led him to an arena, which made Issei smile under his mask, knowing that they wanted him here. Interesting facilities. I assume this is where you force the children and others you kidnap and psychologically torture to make them become your little weapons of war? Issei asked before Waller spoke in the speaker. It's for the safety of the world, since metahumans cannot be trusted and are only good for doing the most dangerous jobs under our control. So you justify orchestrating the destruction of the children's lives of some and kidnap them like what you did with Ace before using that headband to control her like a puppet? Issei asked, which made Waller silent for a bit until she replied. This is going to be your grave, Waller said as the arena locked him in before. Issei heard Waller end the call before unleashing a powerful entity into the arena, which made Issei stare at it in wonder. The entity, or Doomsday, the monstrous creature created by TAKGS, stood as a nightmarish figure in the dim light of his containment chamber. His appearance was nothing short of terrifying, a blend of raw power and primal fury. He was a towering figure, easily over 8 feet tall, with a massive, muscular build that seemed to radiate strength. His skin was a mottled gray, resembling stone more than flesh, and was covered in jagged, bony protrusions that jutted out from his body at irregular angles. These bone spurs looked like natural armor, providing both protection and a lethal offensive capability. Doomsday's face was a mask of rage and brutality. His eyes glowed with a malevolent red light set deep within a skull-like visage. His mouth was filled with sharp, fawn-like teeth, capable of tearing through steel and flesh alike. His brow was furrowed, giving him a perpetually menacing expression. His limbs were proportionate to his massive body, ending in large hands with fingers tipped in razor-sharp claws. These claws, like the rest of his body, were designed for destruction, capable of ripping through almost any material with ease. Every movement of Doomsday exuded raw power. His muscles rippled beneath his thick skin, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly with each step he took. Despite his massive size, there was an unsettling grace to his movements, hinting at a predatory agility that belied his bulk. In essence, Doomsday was the embodiment of destruction, a living weapon forged by TAKGS to counter any threat. His appearance alone was enough to instill fear, a visual testament to the power and danger he represented. Doomsday's eyes then opened to see Issei, who wasn't scared of him but impressed before the chamber opened to release Doomsday, which made him give in to his instincts and attack Issei. Issei stood his ground, swords of light in each hand, ready to face Doomsday. The creature charged with a ferocious roar, the ground trembling beneath his feet. As Doomsday lunged, Issei sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. Doomsday's fist crashed into the ground, creating a crater where Issei had been standing. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the arena, but Issei remained composed, analyzing his opponent's movements. From what I recall in Brainiac's files, Doomsday is a weapon that was crafted in the most extreme conditions imaginable. An ultimate and unstoppable force of destruction and devastation. Issei pondered in his mind while playing the long game of dodging and blocking Doomsday's attacks. Recalling Brainiac's files on the immortal weapon, scientists on the planet Krypton engineered a creature to be the ultimate weapon. This creature, the ultimate, had no purpose except destruction and made his way across other planets before finally being defeated. Buried on the primitive planet Earth, he stirred awake after many centuries and unleashed death, earning himself the name Doomsday. The monster is finally stopped by Superman, who seemingly loses his own life in the process. Driven by an instinct to hunt the inhabitants of his own homeworld, Doomsday has resurfaced time and time again to threaten Superman and his adopted planet, no matter what gets in his way. However, Issei also knows that with immortality, there is a consequence, which is why he was watching Doomsday try to harm Issei but could tell that his body was covered in old wounds that have healed over, possibly from many battles that Doomsday had with Superman. I see. That's Doomsday's weakness, Issei said in his mind while he was wondering how his colleagues were doing on their mission. Drake and Ace, meanwhile, had infiltrated the facility's deeper levels. Using her stealth suit, Ace moved like a shadow, bypassing guards and security measures. Drake, providing tactical support, guided her to the prisoners' cells. Keep an eye on the door while I disable the cells and free the prisoners, Drake instructed. Ace nodded before Drake smiled as his fingers danced over the control panel. One by one, the cells opened, and the prisoners, Volcana, the Royal Flush Gang, and a few others were freed with a mixture of hope and confusion. You're free now. Follow us to a safe location, Ace said softly, leading them out while Drake snapped his fingers and opened a portal to an undisclosed location that wasn't near cities or large crowds of people. Back in the arena, Doomsday was relentless. He swung his massive arms, each strike intended to crush Issei. But Issei's agility and combat skills kept him one step ahead. He parried Doomsday's blows with his light swords, each clash sending sparks flying. Issei knew he couldn't defeat Doomsday alone through sheer strength. He needed to outsmart the beast. With a calculated move, he led Doomsday toward a series of support columns. As Doomsday lunged again, Issei ducked, causing Doomsday to smash into the column, weakening the structure. Issei continued this tactic, using the environment to his advantage. Columns cracked and crumbled under Doomsday's fury, the arena becoming increasingly unstable. You finished. I know your weakness, but I will give you one chance. Stand down and surrender to me, Issei said, which made Doomsday roar in rage before charging at him, which made Issei sigh before snapping his fingers, causing chains to bind Doomsday to the floor until he snapped his fingers once more, which made multiple portals appear above Doomsday before copies of True Longinus appeared from them. You may have been created to be a weapon of war, but you still feel pain and fear, Sunno. I'll be showing you the price of those who obtain immortality, Issei said before Doomsday roared in pain as the many spears skewered his arms, legs, body, and even his head. Issei watched the wounds heal on Doomsday's body, which made Doomsday groan in pain since he could still feel the spears harm his body. Doomsday is immortal, and whenever he dies, he returns from the dead with an immunity to what killed him, which is true for normal cases such as burning holes in his skull, drowning, blowing up, freezing, being thrown into the sun, other things like that, but against a weapon that was designed and had killed an actual god before then would affect his immortality differently. Doomsday groaned before Issei summoned the power of another sacred gear, the dimensional space, and absorbed Doomsday into it, which shocked Amanda Waller, who saw everything before opening the doors of the arena. Task Force X. This is your target. Don't let him escape, Waller shouted before Issei looked around to see footsteps approaching the arena until Drake spoke to him. Issei. We managed to grab the prisoners and escape. Galatea seemed to be asleep when we took her, but otherwise she was in the clear. Time to make our exit, Drake said to Issei, which made him smile before Issei then began to become shadows, but not before leaving a final message to Cadmus. I will be taking my leave now, but know that I am not to be underestimated, for I've seen what you are capable of, and now I've defeated one of your greatest weapons, so this is a warning. Send whoever you wish to after me, and I'll send them back to you in body bags, Issei said before vanishing, which made Amanda yell in frustration, slamming a hand on the dashboard until her mind processed his words, making her gasp as she checked the cells of Galatea, the Royal Flush Gang, the Ultimate, Firestorm, and other metahumans they had locked up. This wasn't an invasion. This was a rescue operation, and I fell for the bait, hook, line, and sinker, Amanda said before disengaging Task Force X. Damn it! Amanda yelled while in her home and glaring at the video footage. She saw how this assassin was able to destroy Doomsday, the ultimate weapon to deal with Superman, but it could not even defeat some assassins that have magical powers. What are you? Are you just like the Justice League? Amanda asked herself, knowing about the assassin's warning, until she picked up her phone and tapped a number. Get the heads together. We have a bigger threat to us than even the Justice League, Amanda said before watching the footage again. With the escapees, unknown location. Issei left the shadows and sighed in both relief and joy as he walked towards the dunes, where the rescued metahumans looked around in shock, wondering where they were until Issei approached them. Do not worry. For I mean you no harm, Issei said, with his mask helping him speak clearly to them. I actually was hoping to find something that would lead me back to Cadmus, so when I learned of the Royal Flush Gang, as well as a clone of Supergirl, I decided to take a look into Cadmus and see who else has been taken from their lives to become a tool for justice. Firestorm growled at the words since she knew that Cadmus merely wanted her to be an assassin so they could kill whoever they wanted. Otherwise, they'd kill her. So now what? You'll turn us into the Justice League? Volcano asked before Issei chuckled in response, Ace smirking at the comment. Oh no. For you see, the Justice League and I have different morals. While I do believe they are doing good, the individual heroes who believe that all villains are redeemable and such don't agree with my views, Issei said before looking at them until he snapped his fingers to bring a full city into view, which was actually innovate clear due to Brainiac being fascinated by the sacred gear that could create a world he desires but believed it could also be used as a prison as well. Hence, he ensured that Issei could control it with his imagination. When Drake and Ace escaped with the others, Issei told Drake to plant the Innovate seed into the earth at a location suitable for his goal of creating a league of his own. However, this one is different since unlike the Justice League, which is only comprised of heroes, or TAKGS, which is comprised of humans who think they are superior to metahumans, in Issei's own league, he wants to create one that combines both superpowered beings and humans who don't have powers as well as any other species. In the moonlit expanse of the desert, a massive structure emerged from the shadows, revealing a hidden city filled with advanced technology and architectural beauty. This was Innovate Clear, a sanctuary and base Issei had envisioned, far from the prying eyes of Cadmus and the Justice League. The rescued metahumans stared in awe at their new surroundings, a stark contrast to the cold, clinical cells they had been confined to. Issei, Ace, and Drake stood before them, their figures silhouetted against the city's lights. This city, Innovate Clear, is a safe haven for you all, Issei announced, his voice modulated by his mask. Here, you will not be weapons or prisoners but individuals with the freedom to choose your paths. Volcana stepped forward, her eyes still wary. What's the catch? Why save us? Issei's eyes softened behind his mask. Because I believe you all deserve a chance to live free, without being manipulated or controlled by one who wishes to abuse your gifts. Which is why I give you all a choice. You can either join me in creating a better world for all or go your own way and continue living the life you choose. I won't force you to join me since I'm neither Cadmus nor the Justice League. They only care about proving their views and opinions are right, but I won't force you to work for me. Only you can decide what you want your fate to be, either a life on the run as a criminal, being a hero in the eyes of the people, being a weapon for someone who wants to play God, or enjoying your new home where you don't have to live in fear and can learn how to control your powers without being forced to be a weapon. The gathered metahumans absorbed Issei's words, the gravity of the choice before them settling in. The offer of freedom and a fresh start contrasted sharply with their experiences of captivity and coercion. Firestorm stepped forward, her fiery aura flickering with uncertainty. And what if we choose to stay? What's your endgame? Issei's gaze was unwavering. To build a world where beings of all kinds, metahumans, humans, anyone, can coexist without fear, manipulation, or oppression. A world where everyone's gifts are respected, not exploited. The Royal Flush gang huddled together, discussing in hushed tones. Volcana crossed her arms, deep in thought, while Galatea, recently awakened, watched Issei with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Ace stood beside Issei. Her loyalty was evident. He means what he says. I've seen firsthand what Cadmus and the Justice League can do. Here, you have a chance to be more than just tools or fugitives. One by one, the metahumans began to see the potential of Innovate Clear. They saw a leader who offered not control but choice. Not exploitation, but empowerment. Finally, Volcana stepped forward, determination in her eyes. All right. I'm in. Let's see if we can really make a difference. Others nodded, one by one, pledging their support. Even those who were hesitant saw the opportunity for a new beginning. Issei smiled beneath his mask, a sense of hope filling him. Welcome to Innovate Clear. Together, we'll forge a path that respects everyone's right to live freely. Issei said that as the first light of dawn began to break, it marked not just a new day but also a new era for those who had been freed. Innovate Clear stood as a beacon of hope, a place where a diverse alliance could work towards a better future, free from fear and oppression. However, it would be like this for a while should the Justice League learn of another league like theirs but different. Get excited for this. It is going to be fun, Drake said to the audience as he waved at them before snapping his fingers, ending the scene. Amanda Waller was watching the footage of the latest breakout and the intruder who defeated Doomsday, a being who was capable of defeating the Justice Lord Superman, who Cadmus hoped was a trump card that would be able to deal with Superman should the Man of Steel be turned against Earth once again, similar to when Darkseid brainwashed the superhero and turned him into Apocalypse's puppet. Unfortunately, thanks to the assassin who dealt with Doomsday, they had to accelerate their plans to compensate for the losses of not just their clone of Supergirl, the Ultimate, and Doomsday but also a handful of villains who would have been suitable replacements for the Suicide Squad. Right now, we only have a handful of members for the Suicide Squad and no clue where that assassin took Doomsday or the others, Amanda said as she looked at the files before walking to the meeting room to see the others there with 2 blank seats. One was Professor Hamilton, whom the assassin had killed, and the other was their resident witch, who was in charge of figuring out mystical ways to deal with the Justice League. Where is Tala? She's supposed to be here for the meeting, Amanda said before seeing the witch appear in her seat. My apologies for being late, but I was experimenting with destroying the restriction in the Annihilator that the gods crafted since it's only fueled by hatred and rage, Tala said before Amanda Waller rolled her eyes at the witch's excuse. We're facing an even bigger threat than the Justice League since we had to relocate Cadmus's operations due to the attack a week ago by the assassin who not only defeated Doomsday but was able to sneak by our security forces and obtain the other members of the Royal Flush Gang, the Ultiman, Galatea, and a handful of the Task Force X members we had there for replacement members. Amanda Waller said as she created a holographic image of the assassin's attack and the members that were taken by the attack. From what we saw, this knight also appeared in Gotham City, where he killed Joker, who is now called the Dragon Knight. Many villains have either turned themselves in or hidden in fear of the Dragon Knight, which isn't so bad since the crime rate has gone down by 30%, and those are the ones who don't face Batman on a daily basis, Amanda Waller said before General Wade Eiling raised his hand. Why don't we instead try to bring him to Cadmus's side, since while I admit the Knight sent that assassin to kill Hamilton, which is a massive blow to Cadmus, but if we can obtain the Knight's trust, then surely we'll be able to get him to join our side since his ideals are different due to the Knight willing to do what's necessary, unlike those Justice League members who just lock them up and wait for them to break out. General Wade said that he was actually impressed with how the Dragon Knight killed Joker, which is something that Dark Knight should have done years ago when that clown was starting to make more and more bodies pile up. If I could get into his mind, we could find something to control him with, like how we dealt with the Royal Flush Gang, Hugo Strange said before Waller dismissed him. Absolutely not. Hamilton's videos have shown that he is capable of taking over any technology that is either alien or otherwise. Similar to how Brainiac was able to take over communications and weapons systems when he came to Earth multiple times before the League was formed by the original 7, Amanda said, with Hugo feeling annoyed at being denied a new test subject until Tala proposed. I would like to take this opportunity to locate this knight, and see if he will be able to come to our side. Also, since he seems to possess magic, then I suppose I, a magic user, will be able to find him easier, Tala said before Waller slammed her fist on the table. If we can get that bastard to show up and work for us, then fine, but we still need to find some way to kill that bastard for depleting most of Task Force X. For now, I suggest we look to improve our military to deal with the Justice League and the recruits that they have on their side. Also, keep an eye out for any metahumans so we can bring them in. Waller said that before the meeting was dismissed, she had gone to the cell of one of the most powerful members of Task Force X, which made the prisoner hiss at Amanda, but she wasn't afraid. Enchantress, I have a proposal for you, Amanda said, which made the witch tilt her head with interest. Then Amanda showed a video of the Dragon Knight, which made Enchantress slam her hands on the glass. Enchantress's eyes flared with a dangerous mix of curiosity and anger as she watched the footage of the Dragon Knight tearing through Cadmus's forces. The raw power, the precision, the brutality, everything about him intrigued her, but it was his mastery of power she could sense even through the screen that truly caught her attention. He is interesting, Enchantress hissed, her voice dripping with evil intrigue. And you want me to do what, exactly? Amanda Waller, ever composed, didn't flinch. I want you to find a way to either bring him under our control or eliminate him. His existence is a threat not just to our operations but to everything we're trying to protect. If we can't control him, then he needs to be neutralized. Enchantress leaned closer to the glass, her lips curling into a sinister smile. And why should I help you, Waller? What's in it for me? Waller knew better than to play games with the ancient sorceress. She leaned forward, meeting Enchantress's gaze without a hint of fear. Freedom. You help us deal with the Dragon Knight, and I'll give you more room to operate. You won't be confined to this cell, under supervision, of course, but you'll have the opportunity to stretch your powers, to engage in the activities you crave. Enchantress laughed, a sound that sent chills through the guard station nearby. You think I can be bought so easily? Freedom, even limited, is tempting, but I am not one of your pawns. I want more. Waller narrowed her eyes. Name it. The Dragon Knight, Enchantress said, her voice dropping to a whisper as though she was savoring the name. If I bring him to you, I want him. His soul, his essence. Whatever makes him so powerful, I want to keep it. Waller hesitated. The idea of allowing Enchantress to siphon off the power of a being as formidable as the Dragon Knight was dangerous, even for her. But she knew she had little choice. The stakes were too high. You can have his power once he's subdued and under our control. But until then, he remains Cadmus property. Enchantress sneered but eventually nodded. Very well, Waller. But remember, if you try to double-cross me, I'll turn your soul to ash before you can blink. With the deal struck, Waller left the cell, her mind already working on contingencies. Enchantress was a powerful asset but also an unpredictable one. She needed to ensure that the Dragon Knight wouldn't just be another tool for the witch to wield against them all. As she walked away, Enchantress stared at the screen, her dark eyes gleaming with malevolent anticipation. Soon, she whispered to herself, we shall see just what makes you so special, Dragon Knight. And when I do, your power will be mine. Meanwhile, in her domain, Tala leaned back in her chair, watching Amanda Waller leave the room with a look of disdain. Going to that deranged witch Enchantress, she muttered to herself, shaking her head. Waller's getting desperate. That creature is as likely to betray her as she is to follow orders, but I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures. Still, Tala was confident in her abilities. She didn't need to rely on the unstable Enchantress to find the Dragon Knight. She had already begun her preparations. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an image of the Dragon Knight, the mysterious figure whose presence had sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld and beyond. His armor gleamed with an eerie light, the aura around him crackling with a mix of ancient magic and draconic power. This should do, Tala whispered, her fingers dancing through the air as she began to weave a locator spell. She closed her eyes, focusing her magic on the image of the Dragon Knight, drawing on his unique energy signature. The room around her dimmed as the spell took effect, the air thick with the scent of burning incense and the low hum of arcane power. The magic took hold, and a map of the world appeared before her, glowing faintly with the Dragon Knight's essence. At first, the map was quiet, as though the knight's presence was too elusive to detect. But then, a single point on the map flared to life, pulsing with energy. Tala's eyes snapped open as she focused on the location. Metropolis? She murmured, surprised. Of all places, why would the Dragon Knight be there? The city was practically the Justice League's backyard, under the constant watch of Superman. It seemed like an odd choice for someone who had just decimated Cadmus's assets and slaughtered the Joker in Gotham. Intrigued, Tala leaned closer to the glowing map, trying to discern more details. Why would you go there? She mused aloud. Was it a trap? Or was the Dragon Knight drawn to something specific in the city, something that warranted his attention despite the risk? She quickly realized that whatever the reason, it was worth investigating. Tala was different than the type to be intimidated by the Justice League or even by Superman. If the Dragon Knight was in Metropolis, she needed to know why, and more importantly, how she could use this information to her advantage. Standing up, Tala gathered her things, her mind already racing with possibilities. She'd have to move quickly if she wanted to catch him off guard. The spell had given her a general location, but she would need to be on the ground to pinpoint him exactly, which is where her magic eye came in since it was able to detect the magical energies within a person. After getting the relic she needed, Tala couldn't resist a final, satisfied smile. Let Waller deal with her unstable pet. While she's busy trying to keep Enchantress on a leash, I'll be the one to bring the Dragon Knight to his knees with my charm. With that, Tala disappeared from the room in a swirl of dark magic, her destination clear. Metropolis awaited, and with it, the chance to capture the elusive Dragon Knight, or at least discover what game he was playing. Meanwhile, at Metropolis, the bustling streets of Metropolis were alive with the hum of daily activity as people went about their business, oblivious to the extraordinary events that often unfolded in their city. Among the crowds of civilians, 3 figures stood out, though they did their best to blend in. Issei Hayato was dressed casually, jeans, a simple t-shirt, and a light jacket, unlike his original clothes, which he got from the Kent family. Issei walked alongside Diana, the Amazon warrior, and John Stewart, also known as Green Lantern. The 2 Justice League members were similarly dressed down, John in a leather jacket and jeans and Diana in a flowing blouse and slacks, her iconic tiara and armor left behind for the day. Issei glanced around, his expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. Even though this wasn't his first time in Metropolis, it was the first time he'd been here without his armor, without the Justice League on his case due to their clash in ideals. Even though Issei and Ace have been doing a better job when dealing with criminals while also helping those who wish to change, like Harley, who's going through some therapy since the Joker venom isn't a problem, but the fear toxin was another story. So when Issei was in Gotham after freeing the inmates of Cadmus, Issei went to visit Harley every day and chatted about anything. Harley enjoyed the knight's company and was able to help him with his issues. It even made him laugh a few times, which brought a smile to the jester's face. Eventually, Harley was good to go back to Arkham, but not before thanking Bruce Wayne and Issei for their help and company, which Issei didn't mind before Harley gave Issei a big hug and pecked his lips, which surprised Issei before the jester went for a full smack dab on the lips, which Issei strangely didn't mind. The former experiments of Cadmus were amazed by Innovate Clear's civilization, which also had many tools to help ensure that Issei and Drake were able to help the illegal clones of the Ultiman, Galatea, and even the damage that was done to Doomsday, who was very submissive to Issei and called him master. Issei was able to help turn off the psychic link to Galatea and Supergirl thanks to a spell that Issei learned to block others from looking through her mind. Galatea thanked Issei, and the two often clashed. Since Galatea wanted to prove that she was the superior Supergirl, Issei decided to help her control her strength and powers. However, Galatea's tendency to fly into a fit of rage when someone called her a clone or an experiment made the girl almost level a city. But luckily, Issei was there to calm her down. The Ultimen were a different story, which Issei pitted since they were genetically created to be loyal dogs to their government, and TAKGS as soldiers of war, much like what they intended to do to Ace and the other members of the Royal Flush Gang. Thanks to Issei's advanced knowledge and technology, and with Drake's help, the duo is able to help save the Ultimen, help Ace learn to control her powers and emotions more, and train them to fight in their vigilante costumes. Issei was hoping to keep the Kent family out of it, including Kara and Superman, since he knew that their morals conflicted with his own. The Justice League may be content with allowing Cadmus to treat all metahumans as monsters, but that didn't mean Issei had to follow their rules. Issei came from a place where supernatural beings and humans could work together. Sure, some feared them, but by working together and becoming a community, they were able to build better relationships between humans and supernatural beings. Cadmus and the Justice League, on the other hand, are like the bickering between Chaos Brigade and the supernatural factions when the Great War was going on, which made Issei realize that they had to come to a compromise, otherwise, they'd destroy each other. Unfortunately for Issei, who was hoping to have a peaceful day on the farm, he was interrupted when Batman told Issei that he was going on patrol duty in Metropolis with Wonder Woman and Green Lantern, which brings the Dragon Knight to now. So Issei began, casting a sideways glance at his companions. Why exactly did you two want to take me out here? Not that I am complaining, but it feels a bit unusual. Diana and John exchanged glances before Diana took the lead. We wanted to give you a chance to see Metropolis up close, she explained, her voice soft but firm. After everything you've been through, it seemed important for you to experience the city as it is, alive, thriving, full of people who go about their lives without the fear of constant danger. John nodded in agreement. You've been through a lot, Issei. Losing your home, your loved ones, it's a pain that sticks with you, no matter how strong you are. I've seen soldiers who carry that weight, who struggle to find their place after the battle's over. And Diana, well, she's a warrior too. She knows that kind of pain. Issei looked down at the sidewalk, the words hitting closer to home than he'd expected. He hadn't really talked about it, but the loss of everything he once knew, the world, the friends, the life he'd left behind, was something he hadn't fully processed. Being here in this new world, it was hard not to feel out of place, like he was drifting without purpose. Diana reached out, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. We understand what it's like to lose what's familiar, to be thrust into a world where the rules are different, where you're expected to carry on despite the loss. That's why we wanted to spend this time with you. To help you see that there's still hope, still a reason to keep going. Issei smiled slightly, appreciating the sentiment. Thanks, you too. I guess I didn't realize how much I needed this. The three continued walking, the conversation flowing more naturally as they discussed the city, its history, and the people who lived there. What Diana and John didn't mention, however, was their secondary purpose for this outing. They wanted Issei to see why the Justice League operated the way they did, why the heroes didn't kill villains, why they avoided using fear as a tool. They had seen the damage that fear and ruthlessness could cause, particularly in the alternate dimension ruled by the Justice Lords, a darker version of the League. As they walked, they passed by parks, shops, and restaurants, the normalcy of which was all a stark contrast to the chaos Issei had recently faced. Metropolis was a city protected not by fear but by hope and by the belief that there was always a way to make things right without resorting to the methods of their darker counterparts. The sorceress opened a portal and walked through to Metropolis. Tala arrived in an abandoned alleyway and was glad since she didn't need attention before getting her disguise on. In a snap, her dress changed into a pair of black bell-bottoms and a loose-fitting purple shirt. Tala styled her hair into a long braid while changing the color to black and changing her eyes to sky blue. She was about to start walking when she remembered one last detail. She was barefoot. After shaking her head, she conjured up a pair of purple high-heeled shoes before walking to the city. I always hate wearing these pinchy things. My feet are sensitive. What she was unaware of was a certain night was approaching her corner. Oof! Tala shouted as she fell on her ass before a voice spoke to her, which made Tala's heart skip a beat. Sorry, are you okay? Issei asked, which made Tala open her eyes to see Issei's face in front of her. This made her face turn apple red. She then accepted the hand and thanked him for picking her up, and Issei apologized for bumping into her. Tala said it wasn't a problem before she saw him leave, using her magic eye to scan the city for the Dragon Knight, unaware that she had just run into him. So, why are we patrolling Metropolis? Issei asked before Wonder Woman replied. It's because John received a tip from a member of the Green Lantern Corps that the children of Darkseid will attempt to steal a weapon that fell from space. They believe it may be in Metropolis or somewhere on Earth, which is why while Superman is on a mission, he asks us to look after his hometown. Diana explained before Issei nodded. He followed the duo of heroes while Drake spoke to Issei in his mind. Calm down, partner. I understand your frustration and annoyance since you'd rather go to the Innovate City to train the members and see Volcana again because you two have been getting closer since you marked her, Drake said with Issei hiding his blush since he didn't want Drake to mention when he marked Claire Selton, who was turned on and loved the dragon flames when she felt how warm they were compared to her flames, which made the two become mates after said incident. Much to Ace's displeasure when she had to wear noise-canceling headphones when she slept at Innovate City the night Issei and Claire made love in their soundproofed bedroom. Galatea and Shifter are turned on by the night when Claire tells them about their passionate night of love and warmth, which leads to Galatea wanting to ride Issei's dragon sword. In contrast, Shifter wanted to thank Issei for not only saving her and her friends and brother but also feeling infatuated thanks to her powers of shape-shifting, which included dragon or serpent-like creatures. Issei prayed to God and any other entity to send something to end his embarrassment so he wouldn't imagine Volcana in her swimsuit before his prayers were answered by a boom tube led by the Furies. Stampa, Lash Shina, Gilatina, and Mad Harriet. Gilatina looked at the humans before smiling at the idea of chaos until she snapped her fingers as a squad of parademons emerged from said boom tube and began to attack the city. Spread out and keep any heroes that show up busy while we look for the weapon, Gilatina ordered as the parademons roared and continued. Diana and Green Lantern went to find a cover to change. Issei growled as he let his aura appear, which no one noticed due to the chaos. His armor appeared on his body, and he roared in the air until he charged at the female Furies. Green Lantern hovered in the air beside them, his emerald energy ring pulsing with light. I'll take care of the parademons, he said, constructing a massive, glowing shield to protect the civilians who were scrambling to get away from the battlefield. You two focus on the Furies. Wonder Woman nodded, and without another word, she launched herself at Stampa, her sword gleaming as it caught the light of the city's sun. The ground shook as Stampa met her charge head-on, the impact sending shockwaves through the street. Issei should have used a moment. With a roar, he activated his boosted gear, the red gauntlet pulsing with power. Let's do this! Drake shouted as Issei charged towards Lash Shina. Lash Shina smirked, her eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. A human boy dares to challenge the Furies? How quaint! With a flick of her wrist, she sent her energy whip slashing toward Issei. Issei deftly dodged the first strike, but the second whip wrapped around his arm with blinding speed, the energy sizzling against his armor. Diana was worried Issei would be dazed by it, but Issei just walked forward and didn't seem fazed at all, which shocked Lash Shina before Issei grabbed her by the neck, slammed her into the ground, and stomped on her chest, which caused her to hack out spit and a bit of blood. Get away from her! Gilatina shouted as she rushed in from Issei's side, her blade aimed directly at his midsection. Issei barely had time to react, twisting his body just enough to avoid a fatal blow. Her blade scraped against his armor, sparks flying. Weak! Drake's voice rang out as Issei's power doubled, which helped Issei a bit as he used a burst of speed to retaliate, with his fist glowing with red energy as he swung at Gilatina. The force of the punch sent her flying back, but she quickly recovered, flipping in the air and landing gracefully on her feet. You'll pay for harming Lash Shina, Gilatina hissed, brandishing her blade with murderous intent. You attack innocent civilians and then say you are looking for a weapon. People from Apocalypse are not kind-hearted since all you people care about is chaos, bloodshed, and death. You Furies are nothing but animals who serve a senile older woman who thinks she's tough shit. You attack the people and me, so I attack you with the same force. Issei roared as he slammed into Gilatina, who was shocked at this since she thought all heroes were the same, like the cowardly Superman. As the battle raged on, Mad Harriet darted around, cackling with glee as she unleashed a flurry of wild slashes on Green Lantern's constructs, her electrified claws tearing through them with ease. Green Lantern struggled to maintain his defenses, his ring glowing fiercely as he worked to protect the civilians and hold off the relentless assault. Issei barely had time to head over to Green Lantern to help him before Lash Shina attacked again, her whip slashing through the air with lethal precision. He raised his arm to block, only to feel one of the whips coiled around his leg, pulling him off balance. Drake! Wonder Woman called out, noticing his predicament even as she clashed with Stampa, her sword clanging against Fury's massive boots. With a powerful kick, Stampa sent Wonder Woman crashing through a nearby building, but the Amazon was quickly back on her feet, undeterred. "I'm fine," Issei shouted back, determination blazing in his eyes. He wouldn't be taken down so easily as Issei lifted his tied leg before slamming his foot down, the force shattering the whip around his leg. With a swift movement, Issei lunged at Lashina, his gauntlet fist aiming for her midsection. Lashina attempted to block with her whips, but Issei's power overwhelmed her defenses, so a punch connected, sending her flying back into a parked car, which crumpled under the impact. Lashina struggled to her feet, glaring at Issei with pure hatred. "You'll regret that, boy," she spat, her voice dripping with venom. Issei didn't respond with words. Instead, the aura around him intensified as he prepared for the next round. He was getting excited about this but still kept an eye on the battlefield, with Gelatina charging at Wonder Woman to assist Stampa. As the battle continued, it became clear that the female Furies were relentless, each one of them a deadly force in their own right. But Issei, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern fought with equal determination, their resolve unbreakable. "We need some reinforcements and fast," Green Lantern shouted before a voice came into play. "Mind if we join in the fun?" Volcana asked while wearing her normal attire before a stream of flame blasted Mad Harriet away from Green Lantern, who liked to see a woman wearing a bodysuit that absorbed heat, a mask that reflected the world around her, and a cloak that shrouded her like smoke in the night. The matte black material clung to her like a second skin, concealing every curve, every identifying feature. The full-face mask hid her face completely, the dark visor offering her a clear view of the world while hiding her from it. The cloak, with its shimmering interior, wrapped around her like a comforting embrace, reminding her of the molten lava she could summon with a mere thought. She flexed her fingers, feeling the armored gloves shift comfortably over her hands. They were built for more than just protection. Inside them were compartments for tools, gadgets she could use to outsmart her enemies. The utility belt around her waist held even more surprises, including a device that could distort heat signatures, rendering her invisible to thermal imaging. "Name's Ember. Mind if I help?" the newly named Ember asked before she joined in by blasting Mad Harriet back some more until Stampa was blasted by heat vision from another person who surprised the two senior members of the Justice League. "Named Shadowstar. I saw you needed help and decided to join the fun," Shadowstar said as she punched Stampa and the stomping villain back while Wonder Woman observed the new vigilante. Shadowstar wore a sleek, metallic silver bodysuit that clung to her form, the material catching the light in a way that made her appear almost otherworldly. This wasn't the bright, hopeful costume of a hero. It was something darker, more powerful, as if the very fabric was forged from the cold steel of a weapon. Her chest bore a symbol, a twisted, angular design that once might have resembled Superman's iconic S. Now, it was fractured, distorted into a darker, almost menacing emblem, outlined in a gleaming, dark chrome that contrasted sharply with the suit's silver hue. Her shoulders were protected by sleek, dark chrome guards that jutted out slightly, giving her an armored, battle-ready appearance. The chrome was etched with subtle circuitry patterns, a nod to the advanced technology that had shaped her. Matching bracers encased her forearms, their angular design sharp and purposeful, capable of deflecting blows and generating energy shields in battle, which was shown when Stampa's attacks were reflected. A short, charcoal gray cape was draped over her shoulders. Its fabric was heavy and durable, yet it moved fluidly with her every step. The cape's interior was lined with a deep, rich red, the color just visible as she moved, hinting at her origins while signifying her departure from them. The cape's length, stopping just at her mid-back, was practical, designed for combat, free of unnecessary flair. Her legs were encased in knee-high boots of the same dark chrome as her bracers and shoulder guards. Their soles were reinforced to absorb the impact of her powerful strides. The boots' design was angular, with sharp lines that suggested both speed and raw power, ready to withstand the rigors of battle. But it was her helmet that truly completed her costume. A partial helmet made of the same dark chrome covered the upper half of her face, hiding her eyes behind a visor that glowed with a cold, faint blue light. This visor gave her an almost mechanical appearance, as if she were a living weapon. Her blonde hair was tightly braided and pulled back, further emphasizing the stark, disciplined nature of her identity. "Thanks for the assist. We needed it," Wonder Woman said as she sent Gelatina back with a punch before Mad Harriet was thrown into both Stampa, who was on her last leg, and Lashina, who Issei had wrapped up in her weapon before throwing her into the trio. Gelatina saw that the new arrivals made them vastly overpowered. She growled as she opened a boom tube and ordered the Paradigms to retreat with the Furies as well. Gelatina vowed they would return, which Issei didn't mind since he could see how strong they were. Thank you for the assistance. We weren't sure if we would be able to get back up in time, so we appreciate the assistance, Wonder Woman said, which Shadow Star didn't mind before Ember and Green Lantern came over to them. Those were some good moves back there, and we could use someone like you both in the Justice League, Green Lantern said as he produced a business card and handed it to Ember, who thanked Green Lantern for the opportunity before saying she'd think about it before the heroes separated, with Tala watching from afar as her eye was looking at her target. Issei was hiding in an alley, and he changed back to normal until he felt someone watching him. Issei turned around to see Tala smiling down at him before she landed in front of him. Why hello, Dragon Knight, or shall I call you Issei Hayadu? Tala asked, with Issei readying for another fight until Tala held her hands up in surrender. Calm down. I'm not here to fight. I'm here because I actually respect what you did with the Joker, especially since you're making my colleagues at TAKGS pull their hairs since you have Waller quite the scare, Tala said, which made Issei curious before the witch explained how Waller planned on using Enchantress to locate him. However, after seeing how strong Issei was, Tala wasn't really worried that the insane witch would do much harm to Issei's body. Son, what? What do you want to gain from this? Issei asked before Tala replied to him. Simple. I was only content working with Cadmus since they wanted to use my knowledge to deal with the Justice League, but I mostly see it as a way to help with my research. However, I can provide you with inside information on Cadmus's plans, and all I want in exchange for this information is simple, Tala said before cupping Issei's right cheek and kissing his lips. Much to the knight's surprise, Tala leaned away and smiled at him before Issei began to kiss her back, which made Tala smile as she liked this feeling in the knight's arms but also how the knight is holding her lovingly. Now, this is what I wanted in a lover. A lover who is strong but also kind and loves me. Perhaps this is the one I've been waiting for all this time, Tala said in her mind until they two took a break to catch their breath before Tala handed Issei a slip of paper that was her number. If you ever want to go out on a fun date with a beautiful witch, then call me, Tala said before leaving Issei with a bit of a show with her hips that made Issei thank her as he took out a phone and texted her, which made Tala smile as she texted him back with a cute but why selfie of herself. Issei smiled at this before seeing Diana and John wave him over, which made Issei walk back over to them, glad to have someone on the inside at Cadmus since Issei knew he needed to stay on top of them since he was able to figure out that Lex Luthor provided lots of funding to Cadmus for their illegal experiments and projects, which made Issei scoff at how they call themselves the heroes who are supposedly protecting their people when all they're doing is just creating more weapons of destruction on the same level as the Justice League did. Right now, they aren't aware as to what happened with Cadmus, but I have a feeling that this question and Batman will eventually learn about our activities since I can imagine them being annoying pests to deal with. Drake said since Batman and Question were detectives. Still, Dragon wasn't a fan of the Dark Knight since, albeit, some of the criminals had a code and a few good qualities. However, when the chips are down, Batman or his team can't do anything for Gotham against psychopaths like Joker. Then, who's responsible for dealing with them when the bodies continue to pile up? Issei nodded in agreement, since he has dealt with Batman in other worlds thanks to Brainiac, and the Dragon Knight will never allow Batman to gain too much power or for Superman to become a villain since it wouldn't be the first time Issei had to put one of the two down or kill them both for good. Batman and Superman are capable of altering their worlds for good or bad, which is why Issei wished to give the two a chance to prevent them from doing so. Otherwise, Issei will step in and do what is necessary for the world. However, for now, Issei is content and actually enjoying his new life here in this new world with his little sister, Ace, who is creating his faction. Now, it's time for the new threats to start coming. One of those threats is an android made by a scientist who wanted to create an evolving android. A blinding flash of light illuminated the dark expanse of space, and with it came the echoes of conflict that had raged for eons. The remnants of a battle flickered in the void, a testament to the clash between the Justice League and their greatest foes. Amongst the debris and silence, a singular figure drifted, seemingly lifeless, Amazo, the android once designed to mimic the powers of the world's mightiest heroes. But now, he was different. As the cosmic winds swept over him, Amazo's dormant processors stirred to life. Memories flooded back, his creation by Professor Evo, his encounters with the Justice League, and the moment he absorbed their abilities. He recalled the taste of power, the exhilaration of strength, and the fleeting sensation of what it meant to be human. These memories danced in his circuits, igniting a spark of self-awareness that transcended his programming. He had witnessed humanity in all its flawed complexity, its bravery, love, and capacity for both good and evil. The experience had awakened something within him, a yearning to understand not just the powers he wielded but the essence of what it meant to exist. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he recalibrated his systems, reconstructing his form with the memories of heroes and the lessons learned from each encounter. I have so much power. I have obtained so much knowledge in my studies. And yet I still feel empty. I've evolved past my purpose, so what is my purpose now? Amazo asked himself before wondering who could help him with this issue, and then one name popped into his mind: Lex Luthor. Luthor has all anyone would ever want: power, status, and fortune, so why continue with his intentions to become president? Perhaps he will be the one to help me, Amazo said as he flew to his destination, Earth. Objective: locate Lex Luthor and figure out why he continues to want more. Earth. Watchtower: I understand what you're saying, but why can't we switch for just a short time? John asked the Guardians of OA to switch duties on Earth for just a short time since he needed some time to clear his head about his relationship issues. The Green Lantern Corp is a military organization that doesn't change its plans just because you have some relationship issues, the head of the Guardians said, surprising John before they continued. It's our job to know these things. But before John could reply, an alarm was heard, alerting Planet OA that something was entering their atmosphere. This caused the lanterns to head out and create a massive shield that was more than powerful enough to handle anything, but nothing could have prepared them for the android created by Professor Evo. Professor Evo's android? John, the Martian, said in shock as he and John Stewart saw OA flash brightly on the screen until the screen showed that OA was gone. A whole planet wiped out. Just like that? John said in shock. The screen then fizzled out, and a bright light appeared before them all in the watchtower. The golden android was standing in front of them all and held his left hand up. My apologies, but I am not really here. This is only an extension of my mind. I am here to tell your Justice League that I am coming to Earth but with no ill intentions. My intentions concern one individual, Amazo said as Superman flew down and replied, knowing who the android was talking about. Superman crossed his arms, eyes narrowed. What could you possibly want with Luthor? You were a weapon that was used against us. Amazo's expression, while unchanging, exuded a sense of earnestness. Yes. That was my purpose, to be a weapon. But I have evolved beyond that. I seek to understand the nature of ambition and desire, and who better than the man who personifies these traits? John Stewart took a step forward, his demeanor tense. And what makes you think Luthor would be willing to share this with you? He's not known for his willingness to cooperate. Amazo's gaze swept across the assembled heroes and said, Watchtower. I do not require cooperation. I will speak to Luthor, and I intend to learn from Luthor's actions to grasp the motivations behind his relentless pursuit of power. It is not your involvement that I seek, but merely a path to understanding. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of energy rippled outward from Amazo, enveloping the members of the Justice League in a shimmering light. However, your interference will not be tolerated, he added, his voice taking on an ominous tone. In a flash, the League members froze in place, suspended in time and space, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. The Watchtower, once a bastion of hope and justice, fell silent. As the last remnants of the League faded from his sight, Amazo focused on Earth, feeling the pull of Lex Luthor's ambitions. He had calculated that the best way to learn was to speak to Luthor without the distractions of interference from the heroes he once sought to destroy, and now that they are gone, I can continue my travels with ease, Amazo mused to himself. They have long been the guardians of this world, but now it is my turn to find my place within it. With that, he descended towards Earth, driven by the quest of an android seeking to define his purpose in a world filled with complexities far beyond his original design. However, he didn't go undetected. Case in point. All right, Issei. A little more to the right. Jonathan Kent said as Issei nodded and helped repair the busted car, which Issei didn't mind fixing up again until he patted the car to say he was finished. Issei's voice has been improving, but most of the time, Drake spoke for him as his voice healed and recovered, which made Kara smile since she was glad Issei was healing. That a boy, Issei. Thanks again for the assist. Issei nodded as he wiped his hands clean before the duo began to head back inside for some water. Then, Issei paused as he sensed something amiss. You felt it too? Drake asked as Issei nodded until his phone began to ring. Issei looked down at it and saw that it was his contact at Innovate City. Drake said he would take care of Jonathan while he answered the call, and then Issei nodded and went to the side to answer the call. After entering the barn, Issei answered the call. Yes, Issei. We have an emergency. An unknown energy is heading towards Earth and will be here in less than an hour. Galatea said at Innovate City while looking at the monitors. The watchtower? Issei asked, surprised that the Justice League wasn't doing anything until Galatea replied. That's the thing. They're missing. It's as if the whole watchtower was teleported to somewhere else. Are there other members on Earth? Just a few. Huntress, Fire, the Atom, Red Tornado, Supergirl, and a couple of others. They have no chance against whatever that thing is. Issei was silent as he then summoned his vision eye, similar to Shiva's powers, to see into the future, which allowed him only to see a brief moment in the future, and what he saw coming was Professor Evo's android, which headed straight towards Earth. I will face him, Issei said before ending the call. Just as he was about to turn around and head to the house to inform Drake, Jonathan and Martha Kent were there smiling and nodding towards Issei. Drake, on the other hand, was apologetic as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, partner, but they know. Issei grumbled to himself before Martha chuckled and replied, saying that they knew since Clark did the same thing back when he had work call him in. Go, Martha urged, her eyes shining with pride. Save the world. With a final nod, Issei summoned a portal. The portal appeared before him, and he looked to Drake. Let's do this. Galatea was shocked to hear this but knew that none of them stood a chance against Professor Evo's android unless they were gods. Sure enough, Issei was a god in this world with many powers, and he was the only thing standing between the Earth and Luthor, in Earth's atmosphere. Amazo was approaching Earth, seeking out his target, until he stopped seeing something approaching him at a great speed, even greater than Superman's. I know who you are and why you are here, Issei said, appearing in his armor with his wings summoned. The vast emptiness of space buzzed with newfound energy, as Amazo came face to face with Issei. Hovering above the Earth, the golden android locked eyes with the armored figure before him. For a moment, silence filled the void between them, each sizing the other up. You're Issei Hayadu, Amazo acknowledged, his synthetic voice reverberating through the airless expanse. You are not of this world's origin, yet your presence is intertwined with it. What is it that compels you to stand in my way? Issei's armored wings fluttered with restrained power, his eyes glowing with the intensity of a warrior prepared for battle. He knew the stakes. This wasn't just about stopping a machine, it was about protecting the planet from a force that could rival even the Justice League. You've already taken the League out of the equation, Issei replied, his voice unwavering. I won't let you wreak havoc here just because you seek answers from Luthor. Whatever your motives, I can't risk the devastation you'll cause. Amazo tilted his head slightly, analyzing Issei's stance. Devastation? I have no interest in causing unnecessary harm. I merely seek understanding of what drives men like Lex Luthor to pursue power endlessly. I believe he holds the key to a question I cannot solve, the nature of desire. Issei frowned beneath his helmet. You're looking for answers from the wrong person. Luthor's ambition has never brought peace, only destruction. You can't find meaning through him. Amazo's eyes flickered for a moment, as if processing Issei's words. Perhaps you are correct. But that is not for you to decide. Issei's wings flared, glowing brighter. Then I'll have to stop you myself. With a sudden burst of speed, Issei rocketed toward Amazo, his armored fist glowing with the might of a god. Amazo, prepared for the encounter, raised his hand, releasing a wave of energy that collided with Issei's advance. The resulting shockwave reverberated through the upper atmosphere, rattling the clouds below. The two clashed midair, their raw power distorting the space around them. Amazo, with his countless absorbed abilities, met Issei blow for blow, adapting to each of his attacks with incredible precision. Energy beams shot out from Amazo's eyes, but Issei swiftly dodged them, retaliating with a powerful blast of his own. Your strength is remarkable, Amazo commented, deflecting another strike. But strength alone will not change my course. Issei gritted his teeth, summoning the power of Drag within. Flames licked his armor as his aura intensified, burning brighter. Then I'll show you something beyond strength. In a flash, Issei's form shifted, tapping into a deeper well of his draconic power. His wings expanded, glowing with an ethereal light, and the force of his transformation sent ripples across the sky. The sheer magnitude of his energy caused Amazo to pause for the briefest of moments, recalculating his approach. Issei lunged forward, faster and more ferocious, landing a devastating punch to Amazo's chest, sending the android reeling back. But Amazo quickly regained his composure, his adaptive systems kicking in. He countered with a powerful telekinetic force, pushing Issei back. As the battle raged on, It became clear that this was not just a clash of might, it was a contest of wills. Issei was fighting not just to protect Earth but also to stop Amazo from losing himself in the pursuit of understanding through the wrong means. He needed to show the android that Luther's path would lead only to ruin. You don't have to follow Luther's example, Issei shouted, dodging another strike. There's more to life than power and ambition. You've evolved. Use that evolution to seek something better. Amazo's eyes flickered once more as if considering the words. Perhaps you are right, he mused, his tone almost contemplative. But first, I must know for myself. With a sudden burst of speed, Amazo disengaged, retreating deeper into Earth's atmosphere, heading for his original target, Lex Luthor. Issei watched him go, breathing heavily. He knew the battle wasn't over yet. He would have to follow Amazo to Earth, where the real confrontation with Luthor awaited. But for now, he had bought the planet some time, and maybe, just maybe, a chance to steer Amazo away from the dangerous path he was on. Issei steeled himself for the coming challenge. Luthor won't be the answer you're looking for, Amazo. But I won't let you find that out the hard way. With that, he surged after the android, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Issei's wings cut through the atmosphere like a meteor, rapidly closing the distance between him and Amazo. The golden android was focused on his trajectory toward Earth when suddenly, from above, Issei came barreling down like a comet. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air as Issei slammed into Amazo with a thunderous crash. They both plunged into the desert, far from any sign of civilization. Sand exploded into the air as they cratered into the ground, the force of their collision shaking the earth beneath them. Amazo, momentarily disoriented, attempted to rise and resume his journey but found his movements abruptly halted. As he hovered to leave, an invisible force kept him locked in place. Confused, Amazo attempted to teleport, activating his phasing abilities, but the moment he tried to shift out of the barrier's hold, a counterforce pulsed back, denying his escape. His eyes flashed as he tried to fly again, but his efforts were met with the same futility. From above, Issei descended slowly, his expression stern as he landed, his hand raised. The air around them shimmered, revealing the full scale of the barrier Issei had conjured, an immense, glowing dome of energy that encapsulated them both, pulsing with raw, divine power. Its shimmering edges hummed with a magical energy Amazo couldn't yet fully comprehend. "You're not leaving," Issei declared, his voice cutting through the desert air. "This barrier wasn't just made to trap you. It's meant to test you. You may be able to match me physically, but let's see how you handle something meant to kill a god. Go for it, partner!" Dryag shouted as Amazo's eyes narrowed, analyzing the barrier. He had faced many forms of restraint and countermeasures, but this one felt different. The energy radiating from it was something other than what his systems could immediately decipher or adapt to. He turned his focus back to Issei, who stood before him with a grim determination. Issei planted his feet in the sand, clenching his fists. The air around him began to tremble as he summoned power deep from within. "It told you, Amazo. You're not ready for what you seek. You've adapted to physical strength, but there are forces in his world beyond your understanding." With that, Issei tilted his head back and roared into the sky, his voice carrying with it a surge of untamed, draconic energy. The earth trembled beneath them, and the sky above seemed to ripple in response. The sheer force of Issei's roar shook the very fabric of reality within the barrier. Amazo, despite his mechanical nature, seemed momentarily stunned by the display. The sand around Issei swirled violently as his armor began to glow, a deep crimson hue emanating from the boosted gear on his left arm while a radiant white light shone from the divine dividing on his right. The ground cracked beneath him as the power of both the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor surged through him. But he wasn't done. From within the desert's haze, a third presence made itself known. A massive, golden lion materialized behind Issei, Regulus, the sacred gear of a king. Its eyes burned with regal fury, adding its might to Issei's growing power. And then, as if to complete the overwhelming scene, Issei summoned the most legendary of all weapons. With a burst of light, the true Longinus, the spear of fate that had once pierced the side of Christ, appeared in Issei's hand. Its divine aura shined brilliantly, illuminating the desert in its radiant glow. Amazo, for the first time since the battle began, paused with what might be considered something akin to apprehension. He scanned the sacred gears, their energies conflicting yet harmonious, blending into an overwhelming force that even his advanced systems struggled to quantify. "These aren't just powers, Amazo," Issei said, his voice steady but charged with energy, speaking fluently thanks to the power. "These are sacred gears, artifacts made to end gods. You may have adapted to many abilities, But let's see how you deal with the wrath of the heavens themselves. Amazo, ever calculating, adjusted his stance, processing the data faster than any human mind could. He had absorbed the powers of the Justice League before, and his adaptive systems were among the most advanced in the universe. But this was something new. Something ancient. Sacred gears were forged from concepts far beyond the grasp of normal superhuman abilities. Impressive, Amazo replied, his mechanical voice betraying no emotion. But power is only useful if it serves a purpose. What is your purpose, Issei Hayadu? Issei's eyes flared with draconic energy as he gripped the true Longinus tightly. At first, I lost my purpose when Brainiac took my world, my home, and my loved ones and even tried to destroy me. However, when I escaped and ended up here, I gained a new purpose. My purpose now is to protect this world from people like you. You've evolved past your programming, but without understanding what you're evolving toward, you're just as dangerous as you were before. Without another word, Issei launched forward, faster than before, his sacred gears blazing with power. The true Longinus gleamed in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Amazo's chest. Amazo raised his arm to block, but Issei's speed had doubled, and the force of the spear's strike sent Amazo crashing into the barrier with a thunderous impact. Amazo attempted to retaliate with a blast of energy from his eyes, but Issei's boosted gear flared, doubling his strength in an instant. He swatted the beam away with a wave of his arm, the divine dividing shimmering as it absorbed the remaining energy. Before Amazo could react, Issei appeared behind him, driving the Regulus-powered fist into Amazo's back, sending him crashing into the ground. This is the difference between us, Issei said, his voice filled with the weight of both power and responsibility. You've taken power, but you don't understand it. You seek answers, but Luther won't give them to you. Only destruction. Amazo, pulling himself from the ground, recalibrated once more, readying himself for another round. But Issei wasn't done. He raised the true Longinus above his head, its radiant glow intensifying. Now, Issei declared, his voice booming across the desert, let's see if you can withstand the full force of a god killer. With that, the ground beneath them cracked as the desert air sizzled with divine power. Round 2 had begun, and this time, Issei held nothing back. The air around them crackled with energy as Issei's roar echoed through the desert. His power had reached a new height, and the clash between him and Amazo was about to erupt once again. Sand swirled violently, forming cyclones around the two titans as Issei's sacred gears continued to hum with power. The true Longinus pulsed in his hand, radiating divine energy. The ground beneath him trembled, showing just how much energy he was drawing from the depths of his being. You wanted power, Amazo, Issei said, his voice steady but brimming with confidence. Let me show you its true scale. Without a moment's hesitation, Issei unleashed a torrent of magic. His right hand surged with a dark, destructive aura, the power of destruction, a gift from the Bale clan. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a massive sphere of dark energy hurtling toward Amazo. The moment it left his hand, the orb expanded, erasing everything it touched. Matter itself was obliterated. Amazo barely had time to react. He threw up a shield of energy, but the power of destruction ate away at it like acid, forcing him to dive to the side. The orb slammed into the desert floor behind him, creating a massive crater where the sand had ceased to exist. Amazo's sensors flared as he processed the sheer magnitude of the attack. That's not all, Issei called out, lifting his left hand. The air around him grew bitterly cold as he called upon Seraphal's ice magic. Giant, spiked pillars of ice erupted from the ground around Amazo, encasing him in an instant. The ice was enchanted, imbued with demonic energy, far stronger than any normal ice. Each shard glistened with evil power, imprisoning the android in a frozen prison. Amazo's body began to glow with a golden aura as he absorbed heat from the environment to melt the ice. Just as he broke free, Issei was already in motion, summoning phoenix flames to his side. His entire body ignited in flames, the ethereal, immortal fire that regenerated as quickly as it was destroyed. He sent a torrent of flames cascading toward Amazo, the heat so intense it turned the sand beneath them into glass. Amazo raised his hand to the counter with a blast of energy, but the flames consumed it, licking at his body and burning away his golden exterior. Despite his adaptive abilities, the phoenix flames were relentless, continuously regenerating and growing stronger the longer they burned. But Issei wasn't finished. The battlefield was now a storm of fire and ice, and in the center, Issei's aura flared once more as he summoned more sacred gears to his side. Two massive dragon wings, one red and one white, extended from his back as both the boosted gear and divine dividing pulsed in tandem. On top of that, new sacred gears formed around him, glowing with untold power. The Annihilation Maker, Zenith Tempest, and the Sword Birth all activated in unison, adding more chaos to the mix. Let's see if you can adapt to this. Issei yelled, his voice roaring like thunder as he slammed his foot into the ground. The Annihilation Maker responded to his command, summoning enormous beasts made of pure energy, each one as large as a building, surrounding Amazo from all sides. The creatures bared their fangs, eyes glowing with destructive energy, before lunging at the android. At the same time, Zenith Tempest filled the sky with dark clouds, conjuring violent storms that rained lightning down upon Amazo. Thunder rumbled as bolts of lightning struck Amazo's body, momentarily stunning him as the beasts tore into him. The Sword Birth added to the onslaught, summoning countless blades from the ground, each one forged from demonic energy. They flew toward and slashed at Amazo, cutting through his defenses as he struggled to adapt to the ever-changing nature of Issei's attacks. Amazo's systems were overloaded, and his adaptive capabilities struggled to keep up with the sheer variety of magic and sacred gear powers being thrown at him. His body glowed with energy as he tried to heal the damage, but the onslaught was relentless. In a blur, Issei appeared behind Amazo, his fist charged with fallen angel magic, an unholy, crackling energy that seared through the air. He slammed his fist into Amazo's back, sending a shockwave of black lightning through the android's systems. It was Barakiel's holy lightning he had gained when Brainiac placed Zenith Tempest in him. The sheer force of the impact sent Amazo flying into the air, only to be caught by another pillar of ice that erupted from the ground, slamming him back down. "What's wrong?" Issei taunted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "You wanted power, now face it." Amazo's systems were strained, his glowing eyes flickering as he recalculated. "You are formidable," he admitted, his mechanical voice betraying a hint of acknowledgement. "But I will not be defeated so easily." Amazo attempted to counter with his absorbed powers, firing beams of energy from his eyes and hands. But Issei was already ahead of him. His wings beat once, and he soared into the air, dodging the blasts effortlessly. With a roar, Issei summoned the power of the Greeks. A bolt of divine lightning formed in his hand, crackling with the might of Zeus himself. "You're not the only one who can use the powers of gods. Now fear heaven's wrath," Issei declared, hurling the lightning bolt straight at Amazo. The bolt struck him dead on, sending arcs of divine electricity coursing through his body. Amazo's adaptive systems tried to compensate, but the divine energy scrambled his circuits, throwing off his internal systems. Issei didn't stop there. With a swift motion, he summoned the power of the Yukai, drawing upon the mystical forces of the Eastern spirits. A spectral fox appeared behind him, its tail swirling with energy. The fox let out a loud howl, unleashing waves of pure spiritual force that battered Amazo from all sides. The android staggered, his systems faltering as he tried to maintain control. But Issei wasn't done. He unleashed senjutsu punches and kicks that made the android struggle to counter since his systems couldn't adapt to a strange power. After backing away, Issei roared as he raised the true Longinus above his head, the spear shining brighter than ever before. "This is the end, Amazo," Issei shouted, his voice filled with resolve. "No matter how much power you seek, without understanding, it's meaningless." He hurled the spear with all his might. The true Longinus flew like a comet, its tip aimed directly at Amazo's core. The android raised his hands to defend himself, but the divine power of the spear pierced through his defenses, impaling him in a brilliant explosion of light. The shockwave from the impact rippled across the desert, shaking the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. Amazo's form flickered, his systems finally succumbing to the overwhelming force. As the dust settled, Issei stood tall, his aura still glowing but beginning to fade. Amazo lay on the ground, his body sparking and flickering, the true Longinus still embedded in his chest. "You have surpassed my calculations," Amazo said weakly, his voice distorted. "I underestimated you." Issei took a deep breath, his wings folding behind him as he approached the fallen android. "Power isn't everything, Amazo. It's what you do with it that matters." And with that, the battle was over. The desert returned to its eerie silence, the wind gently blowing through the scorched sands. Issei stood victorious, his sacred gears fading as he looked down at the defeated android. Amazo lay there, his body sparking and flickering, trying to process everything that had just happened. His once brilliant exterior, now marred with damage, reflected the internal struggle going on within his circuits. For the first time in his existence, Amazo felt lost, not because of his defeat at the hands of Issei, but because of the question that now burned inside him, something he couldn't compute, couldn't calculate. "What is my purpose?" Amazo's voice, weak and mechanical, crackled through the air. He struggled to raise his head to look at Issei. I have evolved beyond what I was designed for. But if not to absorb power, if not to overcome, then what am I becoming? What am I evolving into? His eyes flickered, their glow dimming. I must know. Issei stood over him, his eyes softened with empathy. He could see the confusion and desperation in the android's question. Issei, who had once been a confused and insecure teenager, now faced an opponent who did not seek dominance but answers. He paused for a moment, letting the desert wind carry the silence between them. Then, in a clear, calm voice, he spoke. I don't know, Amazo, Issei said, his voice steady, filled with sincerity. I don't know what your purpose is. I don't know what you're evolving into. But I do know this: no one can truly determine our fate or our destiny. Those are just words people use to explain the things they don't understand. Amazo's flickering eyes focused on Issei, desperate for clarity. But my design. My path. I was built with a purpose. How do I? You weren't built to live the way we do, Issei interrupted gently but firmly. But if there's one thing I've learned from an old fallen angel, someone who has seen both the heights of power and the depths of despair, it's that fate and destiny don't determine who we become. The world keeps spinning, whether we live or die. It's not some preordained plan that dictates our futures. He took a step closer to Amazo, kneeling so that they were eye to eye. It's our choices that make us who we are. What you choose to do and what you decide to pursue are the things that shape your future. It's not about power or evolution. It's about what you want to do with what you have. That's what makes you more than just a machine, Amazo's system's word as he processed Issei's words. My choices. But how can I know what to choose? How do I make the right decision? Issei smiled slightly, the memories of his journey flashing through his mind. He had faced his doubts and been on the brink of losing himself more than once. And yet, here he was, stronger and wiser for it. The truth is, there's no single right choice, Amazo. There's only the path you decide to walk. No one knows what lies ahead. But that's part of what it means to be more than a tool. You have the power to decide now. You've evolved past being just a weapon. Now, it's time to figure out who you want to be. Amazo was silent for a moment, the concept of free will and choice weighing heavily on his advanced processors. He had absorbed the powers and knowledge of countless beings, but this was different. This was a question that transcended data and calculations. The idea that he, an android designed to mimic and destroy, could now forge his path was both terrifying and liberating. And if I choose wrong? Amazo asked, his voice quieter, almost vulnerable. Issei's smile widened, his eyes glowing with compassion. That's the thing about choices, you learn from them. Every decision, right or wrong, helps you grow. And you don't have to do it alone. Amazo's eyes flickered again, this time less out of malfunction and more in realization. Not alone, Issei stood up, offering a hand. I've got a place for you, a place where you can figure things out. Where you can be around people who've made mistakes, who've found their purposes. You can talk to them, learn from them, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find your path too. Amazo's mechanical gaze shifted between Issei's outstretched hand and his own. For the first time, the android felt something beyond his programming, a glimmer of hope, however small. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out and clasped Issei's hand. The touch was firm, but there was a sense of something more than just strength, a connection. You are offering me a chance to find purpose, Issei nodded. Yeah. You don't have to be the enemy, Amazo. You can be something more. And who knows? Maybe you'll help others along the way. Amazo, for the first time in his existence, processed the possibility of not just existing but living. I will accept your offer, Issei Hayadu. As Issei helped the android to his feet, the energy of the barrier that had trapped them began to fade. The desert around them returned to its natural state, quiet and still. But inside Amazo, a new journey had begun, one not dictated by a creator or programming but by choice, his choice. Issei, with a confident grin, opened a portal to take them back to Innovate City. Come on, Amazo. Let's get you started on that journey. And with that, the two disappeared into the shimmering light, the desert returning to its peaceful silence. At the same time, the future of an android who sought to understand life itself remained unwritten. As Issei and Amazo were about to step through the portal back to Innovate City, Amazo suddenly halted. His golden form shimmered as he stood still, processing something. The air around him shifted subtly, and Issei sensed a change in Amazo's energy. What is it? Issei asked, turning to face the android. I have removed the watchtower and OA from their places in space, Amazo said, his voice calm yet filled with new awareness. It was not my intention to cause harm. They deserve to be restored to their rightful positions. With that, Amazo's eyes flared bright, and in an instant, reality bent to his will. A ripple of cosmic energy radiated outward from him, spreading across space. In moments, the distant planet Oi and the Justice League's watchtower, which had been lost to the void, were returned to their original places. The Green Lantern Corps reappeared, their planet whole once again, and the watchtower blinked back into existence, orbiting Earth just as it had before. No sooner had the watchtower reappeared than the Justice League materialized before them in Innovate City, surrounding both Issei and Amazo in a defensive formation. Superman hovered above, eyes glowing red with caution, while Wonder Woman and Batman took battle-ready stances. John Stewart's Green Lantern ring glowed fiercely as he aimed it directly at Amazo. "Issei, stand aside," Superman commanded, his tone firm but not without concern. "We know what Amazo is capable of. He's too dangerous. We can't allow him to walk free." The tension in the air was palpable. The heroes had gathered quickly, each ready to leap into action. Batman's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation, his mind no doubt racing with contingency plans. Wonder Woman's lasso glowed as she prepared to ensnare Amazo. John Stewart floated beside Superman, ready to shield them all with his emerald constructs. Issei held up a hand, stepping forward calmly, placing himself between Amazo and the League. "It's over," Issei said, his voice strong and clear. "There's no need to fight." The League hesitated, glancing between each other, unsure whether to trust the situation. Superman landed in front of Issei, his cape billowing as he met Issei's eyes. "How can you be sure? You know what he's done. We can't take the risk of letting him roam free." "I know, Superman," Issei said, his voice calm but resolute. "But Amazo isn't the same being you fought before. He's evolved. He's searching for something more than power or control. He's searching for purpose. And he's made a choice." Amazo, standing silently behind Issei, raised his head. "I have no further intentions of conflict. I returned Oi and your watchtower as an act of good faith. My path no longer lies in destruction or conquest. I seek understanding, something more than the power I have accumulated." Wonder Woman's lasso shifted slightly in her grip, and she spoke up, her tone firm but thoughtful. "And why should we believe that you won't turn on us again? You've evolved before, only to become more dangerous." Amazo's gaze met hers, his golden eyes calm. "Because this time, I choose my path. No programming compels me, and no external force drives me. My evolution is no longer bound to destruction." Issei turned to face the League, spreading his hands in a gesture of trust. "I offered Amazo a chance to find his purpose, to be around others who've faced their struggles. If he wanted to continue down the path of destruction, he wouldn't have brought Oi and the watchtower back. He's not your enemy anymore." Batman, always suspicious and analytical, stepped forward, his voice low and intense. "Even if what you say is true, he's too powerful to ignore. What guarantee do we have that he won't change his mind?" Issei met Batman's gaze without flinching. "You have my word. I'll keep an eye on him. He'll be with me, learning and growing just like anyone else. I'll make sure he stays on the right path." The silence that followed was heavy, the Justice League weighing their options. They had fought Amazo before, seeing the destruction he could cause. But now, standing before them, was not a weapon of mass destruction but an android who, like many before him, sought something beyond his initial design. He sought understanding. Superman's eyes softened as he studied Issei's face. He trusted Issei, not just because of his power but because of his judgment. After a long moment, Superman let out a breath, nodding slowly. "All right, Issei," Superman said, relaxing his stance. "We'll trust you on this. But if anything changes, if Amazo poses a threat again, you know we'll have to act." Issei nodded. "I understand. But I don't think that will happen. Amazo's journey has just begun, and I think he's ready to walk a different path." With a final glance at Amazo, Superman turned to the League and gestured for them to stand down. Slowly, one by one, the Justice League relaxed, lowering their weapons and powering down their abilities. "Thank you," Amazo said quietly, bowing his head slightly in respect to the Justice League. "I will not forget this." John Stewart, though still cautious, nodded at Amazo. "Let's hope you mean that." The Justice League began to withdraw, their concerns temporarily eased by Issei's promise. Superman gave one last look at Issei, a small smile playing on his lips. "Take care of him. We'll be watching." "I will," Issei replied, meeting Superman's gaze. As the League disappeared back into the watchtower, Amazo turned to Issei, a new kind of light in his eyes. You have given me something I did not expect a chance. I will not squander it, Issei smiled, patting Amazo's shoulder. That's all anyone needs. Now let's go. There's a lot more to learn about life than just power. With that, the two turned, walking toward a future that, for the first time, was not predetermined by programming or fate, but by the choices they would make together. At the Justice League meeting room, the atmosphere in the Justice League's meeting room was tense. Batman stood at the head of the table, his arms crossed as he surveyed the others. His face was a mask of grim focus, and his voice, when he spoke, was as sharp as ever. We need to talk about the situation with Issei and Amazo, Batman said, his eyes narrowing. Both of them are too powerful. Amazo alone was enough to wipe out Oe in an instant, and Issei, he's a wild card. They can destroy us, destroy Earth, with a thought. We can't just ignore this. Superman, seated to his right, frowned slightly. I don't disagree that we need to be cautious, but Issei stopped Amazo. He brought him back, and he's taken responsibility. That counts for something. Responsibility isn't enough, Batman shot back. What happens when things get out of hand? If Amazo decides to evolve again, or if Issei loses control? We can't be reactive. We need constant surveillance. Keep them both on high alert. Before Batman could continue, the Flash sped up from the far end of the table, leaning forward with a raised hand. Hold on, Bats, Flash interjected, his tone firm but not confrontational. You're going a bit too far here. Issei saved Earth and Superman. He didn't have to step in, but he did, and because of him, Amazo didn't go after Luthor or anyone else. You think someone like that needs to be watched like a criminal? Flash is right, Wonder Woman said, chiming in from her seat. Issei has earned our trust. He has done nothing but protect this world. We shouldn't treat him as a threat simply because of his potential. Batman's eyes flickered to Wonder Woman, his voice cold. Potential is everything. He may have saved Earth, but that doesn't change the fact that he and Amazo are still unknown factors. We've dealt with enough world-ending threats to know how quickly things can spiral out of control. I'm not willing to take any risks with the safety of this planet. Aquaman, sitting beside Wonder Woman, nodded slowly. I understand Batman's point. Issei has more power than anyone we've ever dealt with, and he's aligned himself with Amazo, someone who's been destroyed on a massive scale. But Flash and Diana are right too. Issei's actions so far have been honorable. If we push too hard, we risk alienating him. The debate intensified, with each member voicing their concerns. Green Lantern spoke up next, his voice heavy with his military background. We're not just talking about some extra power here. We're talking about two beings who can challenge gods. We've faced world-threatening forces before, but Issei and Amazo are different. They're beyond anything we've seen. Batman's right, we need a plan. Whether we like it or not, we have to be ready for any scenario. Being ready doesn't mean treating them like enemies, Flash argued. Issei's proven himself time and time again. If we start spying on him, treating him like a threat, we'll push him in the wrong direction. You're playing a dangerous game here. The original 7 members of the Justice League continued to argue, the conversation swinging back and forth between caution and trust. Each hero brought their perspective, weighing the risks against the loyalty Issei had shown. Finally, Superman raised his hand, calling for calm. Enough, he said firmly, his voice authoritative. This isn't getting us anywhere. We've always made our decisions as a team, and I think it's time we take a vote. We need to decide, as the founding members of the Justice League, what our stance will be on Issei and Amazo. Whether we monitor them as potential threats or trust them based on their actions so far. The room fell silent. Everyone knew the gravity of what was being asked. It wasn't just about surveillance or caution. It was about the very nature of trust and how the League handled beings with unimaginable power. Superman looked around the room, his gaze lingering on each of his fellow members. We'll go one by one. Do we treat Issei and Amazo as allies who deserve our trust, or do we put them under constant surveillance, considering them potential threats? The fate of Issei and Amazo hung in the balance, and with that, the Justice League prepared to cast their votes. Innovate City. As the debate raged within the Justice League, elsewhere, far removed from the tensions and uncertainties of their meeting, Issei was flying alongside Amazo toward Innovate City. The sleek, futuristic skyline of the city gleamed in the distance, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. It was a place unlike any other on Earth, a hub of technology, innovation, and peace, where those with incredible power or gifts could learn to control and understand their abilities. Amazo flew beside Issei in silence, his golden form reflecting the light as they approached the city. His mind, though complex and calculating, was filled with questions. The uncertainty of his existence weighed on him, even after everything that had transpired. The android turned his gaze to Issei. "You offered me a place to find my purpose," Amazo said, his voice calm but tinged with curiosity. "But I must ask, what is Innovate City, and what can I hope to learn here?" Issei glanced at Amazo as they flew, his wings gently flapping as they descended toward the city. Innovate City is more than just a city. It's a place where people come to learn about themselves, to control their powers, and to find their path in life. It's a haven for those who want to understand what makes them who they are. We've welcomed heroes, villains seeking redemption, and those who don't know where they stand. Here, you'll be free to explore your existence without judgment. As they neared the heart of the city, the streets below bustled with life. People of all kinds, humans, metahumans, aliens, moved about with a sense of purpose and community. Issei pointed down to the central plaza, a large open space surrounded by state-of-the-art buildings and parks. "That's the core of Innovate City," Issei explained. "Everyone here has a story, a reason they came. Some are trying to find their way, just like you. And we're here to help them, whether they have the power to destroy worlds, or just the desire to make a better one." Amazo's eyes flickered as he observed the city below. He saw individuals using their powers, flying, shaping energy, controlling the elements. But unlike other places he had visited, there was no conflict, no sense of fear or competition. It was a place of learning and acceptance. The android's mind processed this, and for the first time, he felt a spark of something unfamiliar, hope. As they landed in the central plaza, a small group of people gathered to greet them. Galatea, Issei's close ally and second in command, approached with a welcoming smile. She looked at Amazo with interest but showed no fear. "Welcome to Innovate City," Galatea said warmly. "We've heard a lot about you." Amazo tilted his head slightly. "I have caused much destruction." "You do not fear me?" Galatea chuckled softly. "Fear? Hell no. We've all had our moments of darkness, but this city is about moving past that. You're here because you want to understand more about yourself, not to destroy. We believe in second chances here. I was given one even though I didn't deserve it." Issei nodded in agreement for the first part, but for the second part, he stepped forward and hugged her, making Galatea relax in his arms before looking back at Amazo. "Their past actions define no one here. It's what you do next that matters. And I think you'll find that this place can help you discover your true purpose." Amazo scanned the surroundings once more, absorbing the sights and the atmosphere of peace. "I have seen many worlds, experienced many lives through the powers I've absorbed, yet this place it feels different. There is no fear here, no desire to dominate or conquer." "That's because Innovate City isn't about power," Issei said, placing a hand on Amazo's shoulder. "It's about understanding. We don't care how strong you are or what you're capable of. We care about who you are and who you want to become." Amazo was silent for a moment, contemplating Issei's words. His mind, which had been driven by a desire to evolve and seek more constantly, was now focused inward. He had absorbed the abilities of the greatest heroes and seen the depth of human ambition, and now, for the first time, he was offered the chance to define his own existence. "I will stay," Amazo said at last. "There is much I do not understand, but if what you say is true, perhaps I can find the answers I seek here." Issei smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Good. You'll fit right in. There are others here who've struggled to find their way, and I think they'll benefit from hearing your perspective, too." As they walked through the city together, Amazo observed the residents, his vast mind cataloging every interaction, every exchange. He saw people helping one another, working together to build something greater than themselves. The android began to feel that perhaps, for the first time in his existence, he was no longer just a tool of destruction or a collector of powers. He was becoming something more, and this city would help him find the purpose he had long sought. "Thank you," Amazo said quietly, his voice almost human in its sincerity. Issei glanced at him, nodding. "We're all just trying to find our way. You're not alone anymore, Amazo." Galatea smiled as she took Amazo to show him around, and Issei smiled at them. He looked at a small device that Batman had placed on him before destroying it. "Just try and you'll know true pain," Issei said as he then looked at something he also picked up when he was in space, a red lantern ring. "Now, what might you be?" Issei asked himself, unaware that magical beings were sensing and reacting to the power that had been unleashed. A massive being emerged from a swamp as he looked in the distance. This power is similar to the green, the red, the blue, and the black. A massive mansion that floated in a dimension, housed by the keeper, was shocked at this power before they stood up. "I've found them. The person who can claim the House of Mystery," and some wished to challenge him. Finally, A real challenge, a certain demon said as he drank his beer before grabbing his sword. Also, there was a certain Greek god who sensed the same power used by Issei, which excited the god because he wanted a new challenge. This being he may just be a worthy opponent, the god said as he grabbed his sword and readied himself for battle. And lastly, a new god who had taken over Apocalypse. Has a new god been born on that mudball? How interesting. The daughter of the conqueror said, excited about this. And this would be entertaining indeed. The crimson glow of the red lantern ring pulsed faintly in Issei's hand as he studied it under the light of his Innovate City hideout. It was a peculiar artifact, radiating energy that both intrigued and unsettled him. Drake's voice broke the silence as Issei turned the ring over in his palm. This ring is intriguing, partner. It radiates energy akin to that of the Green Lantern Corps. Yet, instead of drawing on courage and willpower, this one feeds on rage, a raw, destructive force. Issei sighed, his armored gauntlet clicking softly as he placed the ring down. Rage, it's always been a part of me. From the day Brainiac created me, it's been there, lingering, waiting for a moment to take control. Rage isn't inherently evil, Issei. It's a tool, much like your powers. It depends on how you wield it. But are you certain you wish to keep this from Hal Jordan? He could help you understand its significance. Issei scoffed, shaking his head. And say what? Was a red lantern ring drawn to me because of my anger during the fight with Amazo? You know what Hal would do, report it to the Justice League. Then Batman and his paranoia would label me an even greater threat. It doesn't matter what I do, they'll always see me as Brainiac's weapon. Drake's tone softened, his ancient wisdom cutting through Issei's self-doubt. Yet you are more than what they perceive. You have saved countless lives, ended the Joker's reign, freed those enslaved by Cadmus, and even turned Amazo from a destroyer to a protector. To those you've helped, you are a hero. The Justice League's opinions don't change that. Issei's lips curved into a faint smile, his partner's words resonating with him. He reached out to the ring again, feeling its pulsating energy syncing with his own emotions. It was almost as if it understood him, responding to the rage and sorrow buried deep within his soul. Suddenly, the crimson light intensified, casting shadows across the room. Before Issei could process it, the glow subsided, leaving him with an eerie sense of foreboding. Be vigilant, partner. The Red Lanterns will come for this ring, and for you. Metropolis, a crimson threat. Superman hovered above the bustling city alongside Hal Jordan, their sharp eyes scanning for any signs of disturbance. The call from the watchtower had been cryptic, reporting a portal opening in Metropolis powered by lantern energy. Are you sure about this, Hal? Clark asked, his cape fluttering in the wind. There's no sign of unusual activity. Hal frowned, his green lantern ring glowing faintly as he checked his scanner again. The readings don't lie, Clark. A portal opened here, and it's radiating red lantern energy. But why would a red lantern come to Earth without us knowing? Before Clark could respond, a deep, guttural voice echoed from below, laced with malice. Because I came here unannounced, Kryptonian. The two heroes turned sharply toward the source of the voice, their eyes narrowing as a towering figure stepped into the light. The crimson glow of Atrocitus's aura illuminated the surrounding area as the leader of the Red Lantern Corps emerged, his loyal feline companion Dexter growling at their feet. Atrocitus, Hal muttered, clenching his fists. What are you doing here? Last I checked, Earth wasn't part of your jurisdiction. The Red Lantern leader sneered, his sharp teeth gleaming. Spare me your territorial lectures, Green Lantern. I am here for one reason only, to welcome a new member into the Red Lantern Corps. A ring has chosen its wielder on this wretched planet. Hal's eyes widened. You're lying. No one here would ever succumb to the rage of a Red Lantern ring. Atrocitus chuckled darkly. You underestimate the anger that simmers beneath the surface of this world. Even your so-called heroes are not immune. Tell me, Green Lantern, would you know if one of your allies harbored such fury? Superman stepped forward, his tone firm. You're not taking anyone from Earth, Atrocitus. Turn around and leave, or we'll make you. Dexter hissed, his glowing red eyes fixating on Superman. Atrocitus, unfazed, crossed his arms. Such bravado, Kryptonian. But you misunderstand. I am not here to take, I am here to reveal. The ring will draw its bearer to me in due time. Until then, stand aside or face the wrath of the Red Lantern Corps. Innovate City. Unaware of the confrontation in Metropolis, Issei stood on the rooftop of Innovate City's central tower, watching as Amazo worked with the city's former villains turned vigilantes. In the months since their initial clash, the android had proven invaluable, helping turn Innovate City into a sanctuary for those who sought redemption. Amazo, Issei called out, descending to the ground where the android stood. "How's the integration going?" Amazo turned, his golden form shimmering in the sunlight. "Efficiently. Many of these individuals possess unique skills that, when channeled properly, contribute to the city's security and development." Issei nodded, but his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the ring's appearance and its implications. "Good. Keep things running smoothly. I may need to step away for a while." Amazo tilted his head. "Is there a threat?" Issei hesitated before answering. "Maybe. Just keep an eye on things for me." As he walked away, the ring pulsed faintly in his pocket. The battle above Metropolis was a fierce one. Superman and Hal Jordan stood side by side, staring down the towering figure of Atrocitus, leader of the Red Lantern Corps. His red energy radiated with a sinister glow as his eyes burned with unyielding fury. At his side, the small but menacing figure of Dexter hissed, claws twitching with anticipation. The air around them crackled with tension as Hal's Green Lantern ring glowed, ready for combat, while Superman's fists clenched, his expression a mix of determination and concern. Atrocitus chuckled darkly, watching the two heroes. "You don't understand, do you?" Atrocitus sneered. "You think you can protect this world from its darkness. But the rage is always there, simmering just below the surface. And soon, it will consume you all." Hal raised his ring, a bright green beam shooting toward Atrocitus. "Not if I can help it. The Red Lantern Corps isn't welcome here." With a powerful swipe, Atrocitus deflected the beam, sending shockwaves through the city. He lifted his hand, releasing a torrent of red energy that spiraled toward the two heroes. "Then you'll feel the full force of my rage, Green Lantern!" Atrocitus shouted, unleashing his fury. Superman moved quickly, blocking the blast with his body, but its power sent him careening into the street below. The force of the impact left a crater, but Superman was already recovering, his Kryptonian durability keeping him from serious harm. Hal Jordan was just a little behind, using his Green Lantern ring to create a shield to deflect the next wave of red energy. "Clark, we need to work together on this," Hal called out. Superman nodded, shaking off the initial blow. "Agreed. Let's put this guy down." They both charged forward, Superman moving with incredible speed while Hal formed constructs with his ring, a massive energy fist, a cage of energy bars, and finally, a spear, all aimed at Atrocitus. The Red Lantern leader, however, was ready, dodging the first few attacks and countering with his own. "Foolish heroes!" Atrocitus roared. "You think you can stop me? I'll tear you apart with the very rage that fuels me." Suddenly, as Atrocitus raised his hand to strike down Hal, a strange voice echoed in the air, cutting through the battlefield. It was a whisper, yet it was laced with an undeniable power. "Go to Metropolis." Issei's eyes snapped open. He had been in the middle of teleporting to Innovate City when he suddenly found himself somewhere else. The place around him was dark, filled with swirling energy that seemed to distort time and space. The world felt unstable, as if it was being pulled in multiple directions at once. He could feel something pulling at him from the depths of this strange dimension. Metropolis? Issei thought, but he felt no sense of direction or distance. It was as if he were trapped within a void, separated from everything. He tried to reach out with his energy, but his powers seemed muted here. Then, the voice came again. "The ring is calling to you. It would be best if you accepted the rage within you. You were chosen for your strength." Issei's heart skipped a beat. The Red Lantern ring he had taken from the battle with Amazo was speaking to him. He could feel it pulsing in his pocket, resonating with the anger inside him, a familiar yet foreign sensation. "I don't need this. I already have power." Issei resisted, but the voice persisted. "You have faced greater rage. The boosted gear, the accumulated fury of past users, it is in you already. The Red Lantern ring is drawn to that power. Accept it, and use it to end what threatens this world." The voice faded, leaving a lingering echo in the back of Issei's mind. He felt Drake's presence more strongly now, as if the voice and the dragon were connected in some way. "You've dealt with the fury of the boosted gear's past users. This is nothing new. The power it offers could help you in ways you've never imagined. Use it." Issei clenched his fist, standing tall in this strange dimension. He understood what Drake meant. The boosted gear had been formed through the rage of countless previous wielders, all consumed by a thirst for power or vengeance. Now, this Red Lantern ring, this rage, was just another layer to add to his complex emotions. It was more than just anger. It was a force that could be channeled, a tool for destruction or control. Taking a deep breath, Issei pulled the Red Lantern ring from his pocket, feeling the raw power radiating from it. His instincts screamed at him to resist, but his mind was already made up. This was the way forward, the power he needed to match the growing threats against Earth. With a single motion, Issei placed the ring on his ring finger. As soon as it made contact, the ring flared to life, filling the air around him with a crimson glow. The power surged through his veins, the rage it carried mingling with the overwhelming emotions inside him. His heart thundered in his chest as the ring's energy synchronized with his own. "The Red Lantern Corps welcomes you," the voice whispered one last time. The fusion was instantaneous. Issei's armor began to shift as the energy from the Red Lantern ring intertwined with the boosted gear's balance breaker. The once golden, fiery armor took on a deep crimson hue, and the wings that sprouted from his back now glowed with the same blood-red intensity as the ring. His fists clenched, now charged with the power of both the Red Lantern ring and the draconic fury within him. "Rage," Issei muttered under his breath. "I've accepted it." The dimension around him warped, and suddenly, he found himself back in the heart of Metropolis. His body pulsed with energy, the power of the Red Lanterns fusing with the boosted gear's immense strength. He could feel the rage inside him, but it was no longer something to fear. It was a weapon, a force he could control. He soared into the sky, the red aura of his new powers blazing around him. As he approached the battle between Superman, Hal Jordan, and Atrocitus, the Red Lantern ring thrummed with anticipation. He could feel Atrocitus's presence from a distance, his rage, his fury. Issei's voice, now tinged with the power of the Red Lanterns, reverberated through the air. "Atrocitus," he called, his tone cold and threatening. "I'm here to show you what real rage can do." The two powers, one fueled by destruction, the other by protection, were about to collide. And Issei, now a member of the Red Lantern Corps, was ready to make his presence known. The battlefield in Metropolis was tense, with the once clear skies now swirling with the red and green energy of two powerful forces. Atrocitus, the towering figure of the Red Lantern Corps, stood with his eyes locked onto Issei, who now wore the red ring with a glowing crimson aura that radiated intense, raw fury. Atrocitus smiled, a twisted expression of approval. His voice boomed with authority, tinged with a dark pride. "Ah, another who has embraced the rage. Welcome, warrior. You are now one with the Red Lantern Corps, one of us. What is your name?" Issei stood tall, feeling the weight of the power coursing through him. He looked into Atrocitus's eyes, but something about the rage-filled leader made him pause. He could feel the truth behind his words, the centuries of loss and anger that had driven the Red Lantern Corps to form. Still, Issei knew he couldn't be consumed by the same blind fury that had destroyed so many before him. He glanced briefly at Superman and Hal Jordan, both heroes watching the scene with wariness. Then, with a deep breath, Issei spoke. "I am Kuro and I accept the rage within me," he said, keeping his voice calm but resolute. "But I will not allow it to control me. I will not destroy this world. My rage will be focused on protecting Earth, not tearing it apart." Atrocitus raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the words of the new Red Lantern. "Interesting," he muttered. "You have chosen to turn your rage into a weapon for protection rather than destruction. Few have done so. Most would let the rage consume them, let it burn until nothing remains but an empty vessel. You claim you will use your rage to protect Earth, but that will be tested." Superman narrowed his eyes, clearly concerned by what he was hearing. Hal Jordan's gaze was intense, his Green Lantern ring at the ready, but he remained silent for now, watching as the situation unfolded. Atrocitus stepped forward, his eyes glowing with the intensity of his rage. The Red Lantern Corps was formed from the ashes of betrayal and sorrow. The Green Lantern Corps, they are not to be trusted. They claim to wield the light, but their arrogance blinds them. They abandoned us and cast us aside when we needed them the most. The universe is a cold, uncaring place, and we were left to fend for ourselves. But now, we have the rage. We have the power. Issei listened, his mind processing the words. He could hear the deep pain in Atrocitus's voice, the weight of the past that had molded him into the ruthless leader of the Red Lantern Corps. "You lost everything," Issei said quietly, his tone softer. "Your people, your home, the Green Lanterns didn't help. I understand your pain, Atrocitus. But I won't give in to blind rage like you did. I won't let it control me." Atrocitus's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "You think you can control it? Your rage is as much a part of you as it is of me. You will see, eventually. It will consume you, just as it consumed the others." Issei shook his head. "Maybe for others, but not for me. I won't let the rage turn me into what you are. But if you still want to fight, then so be it. Let's see whose rage burns brighter." Atrocitus's expression darkened, his hands clenching into fists. "Very well. If you insist on testing the limits of your control, I will oblige. Let us see if your protection will stand against my destruction. With a guttural roar, Atrocitus unleashed a torrent of red energy, launching himself at Issei with the full force of the Red Lantern Ring. The ground beneath them cracked as the air was filled with the intense heat and power of their rage-fueled attack. Issei, now fully immersed in his new power, was ready. The crimson aura around him flared as his wings expanded, and the fusion of the Red Lantern Ring and the boosted gear's balance breaker armor provided him with an overwhelming force. He shot toward Atrocitus, and his fist clenched, charged with the rage that swelled inside him but tempered by his determination to protect the Earth. The two clashed with a loud impact, the shockwaves sending debris flying across the city. Issei felt the immense power of Atrocitus's attack, but he held his ground, his body thrumming with energy. He was no longer just Issei Hayato. He was Kuro, the wielder of the Red Lantern Ring, and he would not allow his rage to control him. Meanwhile, Dexstar, the small but deadly Red Lantern cat, had joined the fray, positioning itself between Hal and Superman. The little feline hissed and snarled, the red energy of the ring enveloping it, and it shot beams of red energy toward the two heroes. Superman swiftly dodged one of the blasts, but Hal wasn't so fortunate. The beam struck his shoulder, sending him stumbling back. "Watch out!" Superman shouted, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Dexstar. "This little creature is just as dangerous as its master." Hal grimaced but quickly recovered, using his Green Lantern ring to form a shield around himself. "I can handle this, Clark. But we need to stop Atrocitus and his recruit before things get even worse." Back in the midst of the battle, Issei and Atrocitus were locked in combat, exchanging blows that shook the city. Atrocitus's rage-fueled strikes were relentless, but Issei's experience in harnessing the power of the boosted gear gave him an edge. He countered each strike with precision, using the speed and strength granted by the fusion of the Red Lantern Ring and the boosted gear armor. Issei's voice cut through the chaos as he spoke, his words laced with determination. "I won't let you destroy Earth, Atrocitus. This planet is worth fighting for. I may have accepted the rage, but I refuse to let it turn me into a weapon of destruction. You may have lost everything, but I won't let you drag the rest of us down with you." Atrocitus, though furious, couldn't help but admire Issei's conviction. "You are strong, Kuro. But your strength will be tested. Let's see how long you can fight before the rage consumes you." With another roar, Atrocitus unleashed a final, devastating blast of red energy aimed directly at Issei. The sky seemed to crack with the force of it, but Issei was ready. With a determined expression, he channeled his rage into a counterattack, his crimson energy swirling around him like a storm. As the two forces collided, the battle for the soul of Issei Hayato, and perhaps for the fate of Earth itself, was only beginning. The battlefield above Metropolis was a storm of rage and power. Atrocitus and Issei, each filled with their respective fury, clashed in midair, their strikes causing tremors that echoed through the city below. The red energy from Atrocitus's Red Lantern Ring collided with the crimson aura surrounding Issei, each attack tearing through the atmosphere, creating explosions of light and power. Issei was no stranger to combat, but this was different. The Red Lantern Ring, now fully attuned to his rage, pushed him to the edge. His boosted gear balance breaker armor fused with the power of the ring, granting him strength and resilience he never thought possible. Still, Atrocitus's relentless attacks tested his resolve. With every blow, Issei's armor cracked and glowed brighter, but he refused to back down. Atrocitus, with his deep-rooted hatred and pain, was a formidable opponent. His red energy flared with terrifying force, each attack making the very sky tremble. "Is that all you've got, Kuro?" Atrocitus taunted, his voice laced with dark amusement. "You may have strength, but you lack the fury to destroy truly. Rage is not a weapon to protect. Rage is meant to burn everything to the ground." Issei's eyes narrowed as he steadied himself, summoning the power of both the Red Lantern Ring and the boosted gear. The ground beneath them cracked open, and the air around them grew thick with the tension of their battle. "I refuse to let my rage consume me, Atrocitus," Issei retorted, his voice firm. "I will use it to protect, not to destroy. You've lost your way, but I haven't." Both warriors, battered and bruised, stood at the ready. They knew the final blow was imminent. Atrocitus snarled, his hand gripping the Red Lantern Ring tightly. "Then let's finish this, Kuro. Let's see if your protection can withstand the pure fury of my rage." Atrocitus gathered his strength, unleashing a torrent of red energy that spiraled into a massive construct in the shape of a towering, fiery demon. The demon roared with rage, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly fury as it lunged toward Issei. The sheer magnitude of the attack sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, but Issei stood his ground. Issei clenched his fist, his red aura flaring around him like an inferno. He wasn't about to let Atrocitus claim victory. Summoning the power of his red lantern ring and the boosted gear's balance breaker, Issei closed his eyes for a brief moment. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, offering him guidance. Now is the time, partner. Focus your rage, but remember, this power is yours to command, not to be ruled by. Issei nodded in response, his eyes burning with resolve. I accept it. I will protect Earth, no matter the cost. With a deep breath, Issei began chanting the words to recharge the red lantern ring. However, unlike Atrocitus's chant, which was rooted in pure anger, Issei's chant was different, calm, focused, and resolute. His armor glowed even brighter, resonating with the combined power of the boosted gear and the red lantern ring. The crimson energy around him shifted, forming the shape of a dragon, Drake's form, powerful and majestic, swirling with fury and fire. As the two colossal constructs, Atrocitus's demon and Issei's dragon, battled in the skies above Metropolis, their power clashed in a violent storm of red and green energy. The ground below trembled, and buildings shook as the battle between the two immense forces reached its peak. Atrocitus sneered as his demon attacked with vicious strikes, but Issei's dragon countered with equal force. The sky seemed to crack open with each collision as the two beasts fought, tearing apart the fabric of reality around them. Both warriors were exhausted, their strength waning, but neither was willing to yield. With a final, thunderous roar, both Issei and Atrocitus prepared their last, decisive strikes. Atrocitus's demon lunged forward, a massive claw swiping through the air, while Issei's dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing energy. The two attacks collided with an explosion that lit up the sky, blinding in its intensity. When the smoke cleared, Issei stood victorious, his dragon constructs fading away as the last of his energy drained. Atrocitus was on the ground, defeated but not broken. His body was battered, his red aura flickering weakly. He coughed, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. You have more control than I expected, Atrocitus said, his voice rasping. You could have destroyed me but you didn't. I respect that, Kuro. Issei's stance softened as he looked down at the fallen Red Lantern leader. I won't be like you, Atrocitus. My rage is mine to control, and I will use it to protect Earth. But I won't let it blind me, Atrocitus chuckled darkly. You're a curious one, Kuro. Perhaps one day, you'll understand the depths of the rage we wield. But for now it seems the fight is over. He slowly rose to his feet, his energy flickering as he summoned Dexstar, who landed on his shoulder with a low growl. I'll take my leave now, Atrocitus said, his voice filled with begrudging respect. You've proven yourself. But remember, Kuro, the Red Lantern Corps will always be watching. We will be in touch. Issei nodded, his eyes still glowing with the power of the Red Lantern ring. He didn't want to fight Atrocitus anymore. The battle was over, and for now, that was enough. He watched as the Red Lantern leader and his feline companion, Dexstar, vanished into the distance, leaving Earth behind. As the sky cleared and the tension lifted, Hal Jordan and Superman landed nearby, their expressions filled with concern and curiosity. Hal, still holding his Green Lantern ring, stepped forward, his gaze focused on Issei. So, you're really one of them now, huh, kid? Hal asked, his voice a mix of surprise and caution. Issei sighed, shaking his head slightly, knowing he couldn't keep it a secret for long. I'm not one of them. Rage won't consume me like Atrocitus. But I accepted the ring and I'll use it to protect this world, not destroy it. I'll fight alongside you when necessary, Hal. But I won't let myself fall into the same darkness that took him. Superman looked at Issei with a newfound understanding. You've proven yourself today. But I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. The Red Lantern Corps, they're not a force you can walk away from once you've accepted their power. Issei looked up at the sky, his crimson aura flickering around him. I know. But I'm not walking away from this. I'll control it. And when the time comes, I'll use it to defend Earth. That's all I can promise. Hal nodded slowly, his Green Lantern ring pulsing faintly in his hand. I trust you, Kuro. Make sure to say Issei's codename in his Red Lantern form. Just remember that we're all in this together. And I hope you'll always have a way out of the rage that fuels you. With a final glance at the two heroes, Issei turned his gaze back toward the horizon, the Red Lantern ring still glowing brightly on his finger. It was a new chapter for him, a chapter that would test his resolve, his control, and his desire to protect the world from the darkness that so many sought to unleash. And for now, that was enough. Innovate City. Issei had entered the city with a mind heavy with the weight of everything he had encountered: Atrocitus, the Red Lantern Ring, and the looming threat of TAKGS. Despite the victory, it was clear that new challenges were on the horizon. As he descended into the hidden metropolis, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something that would test not only his power but his resolve. He landed in the heart of Innovate City, and quickly made his way to the command center, where he often met with Amazo. The android was at a terminal analyzing streams of data, his sharp intellect processing information far faster than any human could. He turned to Issei as he entered, his expression unreadable, though there was a hint of concern in his tone. "Welcome back, Issei," Amazo said. "I am glad to see you were successful, but I'm afraid I have news." Amazo then turned around and explained, "I intercepted a file from TAKGS." Issei's heart skipped a beat. TAKGS had been a constant thorn in his side, and he had always known they were watching like a snake waiting to bite its prey. "What did you find?" Amazo looked at the screen, which displayed a series of encrypted files. "It's worse than we thought. They've been tracking the new heroes, the ones we've been helping, our people. They figured out who they really are, Issei. They know about the former villains you've turned into protectors, but they haven't discovered Innovate City itself yet. However, it's only a matter of time. They've connected the dots." Issei's face darkened. The implications were clear. If TAKGS figured out the true identities of these heroes, they'd be in danger. We need to act fast. If TAKGS gets their hands on anyone, it could be disastrous. Amazo nodded. "I agree. We need to prepare for their response. I suggest we call an emergency meeting with everyone." Issei grimaced. "No time to waste. We'll have to prepare the city for the worst." Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in the heart of Metropolis, Superman and Hal Jordan were having a quiet conversation, a serious discussion far from the watchful eyes of the public. Superman hovered in the sky, his cape billowing in the wind as he gazed out over the city below. Hal floated beside him, his green lantern ring glowing faintly in the twilight. "Hal," Clark began, his voice quiet but filled with a gravity that hinted at something important, "we need to talk about Issei." Hal's eyes narrowed. "You mean Kuro? What about him?" Clark turned to face Hal fully. "It's not just about him being a threat. It's more about what he represents. What he could become. He reminds me of someone I never want to see again." Hal frowned, unsure of where this conversation was going. "What do you mean?" Superman's gaze hardened as memories of a dark past resurfaced, the dark reflection of himself that he had seen during the Justice Lord's incident. "In an alternate reality, I saw what happened when I let power consume me. I became a dictator, a tyrant. I ruled the world with an iron fist, forcing people to obey. I didn't care about the cost, just the power. But what I saw in that version of me, it wasn't just my actions that made me dangerous. It was my rage. My desire to control everything." Hal's eyes widened. "You think Issei is like that? He has that kind of potential?" Superman nodded slowly. "Yes, but there's a difference. Issei has been through hell. His past is filled with pain, loss, and betrayal. I've seen him fight to protect Earth, even if he has to fight against his demons to do it. He's not the same as the Justice Lords. But I can see that rage in him. It's why I trust him." Hal looked at Superman, his expression skeptical. "You trust him? After everything he's capable of?" Clark's expression softened. "I trust him because I know the weight of power. I've seen what happens when someone who is meant to be a hero becomes consumed by their anger, by their desire for control. But I also know what it means to rise above that. Issei has the power to stop us if we ever go too far. And if the Justice League is ever used against the world, if we go rogue or are manipulated into becoming tyrants, Issei could be the last line of defense. He's the one who could stop us should that happen." Hal blinked, taking in Clark's words. "So, you're saying Issei should be our contingency plan?" Superman's jaw tightened. "Exactly. If the League ever falls, if we become the threat instead of the protectors, Issei could be the one to put us down. It's a dangerous situation, but it's one we need to prepare for. If things ever spiral out of control, he's the only one who could make a difference." Hal was silent for a moment, the weight of Superman's words sinking in. "So, you want me to keep this a secret? About his alter ego, about Issei?" Clark nodded. "Yes. For now, he's on our side. But we need to be ready for anything. The others can't know about this yet. We need to trust Issei to make the right choices, even if we don't fully understand what drives him." Hal hesitated but finally nodded. "All right. I'll keep it quiet. For now." Superman gave a small, grim smile. Thanks, Hal. This isn't just about protecting the League, it's about protecting Earth. And Issei may be the key to that. As the two heroes continued to watch over the city, the unspoken understanding between them was clear. No one could afford to be complacent. The world was fragile, and even the greatest heroes had their weaknesses. But Clark Kent was certain of one thing: Issei could be the safeguard, the last line of defense, should they ever go astray. But now they also have to deal with Cadmus somehow. It's only a matter of time before Luthor actually makes the first move of his plan, and Clark believes there's more to Luthor than becoming president. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Nefarious Doctor for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.